Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
¡Jaya Sundiri Toshimari!
¡Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Toute l'équipe maintenance coloniale souhaite à ça.
Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Yeah. Jambo, nawatakieni siku njema ya kusherehekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
Vanakkam. Ini adalah Medina Palpita.
Ay nakalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari ini Sapyuran Albay.
Shome! Signatory Marine!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag. Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Hello and welcome to the 20th anniversary celebrations for the Indian Ocean Marine Turtle MOU. Australia is proud to be one of the 35 signatory states who over the last 20 years have been striving to conserve and manage marine turtles and their habitats. Having recently visited turtle nesting sites at Monrepos on the Queensland coast and Lady Elliot Island and seen some of the outstanding conservation work taking place with scientists and traditional owners, I can assure you that there are some truly encouraging steps being made, albeit we still need to stay focused on the challenges ahead. Our efforts are part of a wider global effort, and I'd like to acknowledge the many nations represented throughout this rolling celebration who are working together for this cause. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the first of the local events, showcasing work that is going on right here in Australia. In doing so, I would like to reiterate Australia's commitment to the protection and recovery of marine turtles in our waters and across our region. We've recently announced a $100 million Oceans Leadership Package that will invest in blue carbon initiatives, including the restoration of vital seagrass and mangrove habitat, protect marine biodiversity, deliver cleaner beaches and reduce fisheries bycatch, help coastal and Indigenous communities reliant on the ocean for their livelihoods. We're tackling the scourge of ghost nets, walls of marine death that ensnare turtles and other marine life. We're working with Christmas Island and Cocos Island, their communities, to co-design the establishment of marine parks in Australia's Indian Ocean territories. Once established, these parks could cover up to 740,000 kilometres and would increase the percentage of protected Australian waters from 37 to 45%. Today, we want to share with you a series of videos that highlight the wide range of programs going on here in Australia to manage and protect marine turtles. These projects include on-ground action to address impacts like light pollution, the impacts of climate change, and pig predation on turtle nests. A great example is the Nest to Ocean program being funded by the Australian and Queensland governments. This program has worked with local communities to protect turtle nests from predation and resulted in over 80% of nests producing hatchlings, where 7 years ago, nearly all nests laid on Western Cape York were lost to predators. These videos show that when we all work together, we can tackle big challenges.
Off the coasts of northern Australia, hidden among the reefs, travelling on the ocean currents, many of the world's last marine turtles remain. These ancient mariners have swum these waters for more than 100 million years, changing little since the time of dinosaurs. Spending their lives at sea, they return to land to lay their eggs and produce a new generation. But their future is uncertain.
So Leanne, tell us about this program.
So the Nest to Ocean program aims to protect turtle nests from predators like feral pigs, foxes and wild dogs, and even goannas.
Wow, it's certainly really, really important in this part of the world and further afield as well. How did it actually come about?
So the state government and the Australian government put in some funding to specifically target predation of turtle nests, given that they are threatened species.
All right, now it's also something that's happening around other parts where turtles do nest as well.
That's right. So down in southeast Queensland around Monrepo, we have problems with foxes and wild dogs. Up here on Cape York, it's mainly feral pigs and wild dogs as well.
Millions of feral pigs are on the loose in Australia. When it comes to an easy meal of vulnerable turtle eggs, they are indiscriminate and total in their destruction. During the initial years of monitoring on Western Cape York, the situation was dire.
We started to hear stories about some beaches with a lot of pig predation in the 70s, but obviously they were there before then. But since we've started trying to gather detailed data in the 1990s through to the present, we're looking at near total egg loss. These pigs are voracious predators of things like turtle eggs, and we don't have a native predator that does as much damage as the pigs do.
Protecting suitable nests early is key.
So we'll put down protectors on nests as we find them being laid. If we find any clutches that have already laid and escaped predation, we'll try and protect them as well, but it's mainly the fresh laid nests that we'll be protecting.
The design of the feral pig exclusion devices has been modified over the years, but the concept remains the same. A man-made barrier is one of the only things standing between the turtle nests and total devastation. Further to the south, it's foxes, not pigs, that are wreaking havoc. Monrepo, on the coast near Bundaberg, is a key nesting site for loggerhead turtles. Over 180,000 hatchlings are bred from this beach every year.
The foxes will dig up the nests and they will eat the hatchlings. And the amount of hatchlings that they'll take in a season can be up to 4,500 hatchlings in a season. Only one hatchling in 1,000 will actually make it to adulthood, to maturity. So every hatchling is precious and vital to the success of the species. And in controlling that, we've used funding from Nest to Ocean, which has been a really good thing for us, where we've been able to employ detection dogs.
In a bid to protect the nests, Mon Repos has become a canine versus canine world.
The dogs have been really effective. They've been a great tool to help us find fox dens, especially the dens which are really well hidden and out of sight. The dogs have been able to track the scent of the fox to the den.
It's a beautiful morning at Turtle Camp. Here, every year, during peak turtle nesting season, scientists from government agencies and local Mapoon land and sea rangers come together to share knowledge and training in a bid to protect these vulnerable reptiles. Today, the team has got a few extra helping hands. Well, Jocelyn, you and Brent and all of the other land and sea rangers, and obviously the junior rangers are here today, spend a lot of time out on these beaches day and night. When you're actually taking down the data, what sort of information are you gathering?
Well, we're collecting the sector number, the date, the time, what species it is, and we measure her carapace, and if she has any tags, we put the tags down, and if she doesn't, then we tag her.
Obviously with the problem up on the Cape with the feral animals, that's a huge problem. Have you noticed since you've been doing the work up here that there has been any sort of improvement?
Yes, with the cages, with the olive ridleys, those are the endangered species that we're having, so we put those on the nests and it does improve a lot.
That's fantastic. And you know, what sort of satisfaction do you get, like personally, from doing the job that you're doing? How do you feel about it?
Very good. We're saving a lot of turtles, especially the olive ridleys, so proud about that.
Yeah, I would be too. I think you're doing a fantastic job, you guys.
Having the junior rangers here is a chance for land and sea rangers like Brent and Jocelyn to pass on their knowledge to the next generation. They have gone into battle against marine debris, ghost nets and introduced predators. From near total egg loss in the early 2000s, hatching success is now at a sustainable level. The Nest to Ocean Turtle Protection Program has been successful in reducing turtle egg predation to 5%. It's a great outcome, but more needs to be done. There is an ongoing need to continue to support this important work with remote Indigenous communities to make sure these turtles survive from nest to ocean.
Artificial intelligence helped this baby turtle make it out of its nest alive and into the ocean. I'm a CSIRO scientist working as part of an incredible collaboration in Australia's Western Cape York. This part of the world is home to endangered turtle species like the olive ridley. They have shallow nests, which puts them at extreme risk from predators like feral pigs. In one season, the pigs can wipe out 100% of the eggs laid. To be successful on the ground, we need to target predator removal and nest protection at the same time. Not so easy when you have a small team of rangers and 100 kilometres of remote beaches to monitor.
Ngai kang ak pol ngatram akan minya kempian akan minten nan ak iknak man kengkem yip mpok manyi ngatraman ak tanpa muancngol iyaina ak pulak yip pentana akan achmin tant wuno.
To reduce time on monitoring and refocus energy to adaptive management of the ecosystem, we're using Microsoft AI to automatically analyse tens of thousands of images for predator tracks and nest locations. And we're sharing the insights with rangers in real time using a Power BI dashboard. We can now monitor twice the length of the coastline in 2 hours instead of a month. That kind of speed means rangers can remove predator threats quickly to protect the eggs and increase the hatching rate. This work is seeing 20,000 hatchlings make it to the ocean every season. An entire ecosystem is being stabilised, and new technology like AI is playing a critical role in bringing these turtles back from the brink of extinction. We built on someone else's learning to get here, and I hope someone else builds on ours. Sharing knowledge and partnering on innovation is only going to lead to a better future for our planet.
Why MISAB is important? Because it's way out of hunters' way, sheep, everything. And it's a good nesting spot for where the turtles lay. Back in the days, there were too many turtles, so the elders and all the ancestors think of, well, in the future, people are going to come and kill all of our turtles. So they decide we make a land where the turtle can go and nest, and we'll have heaps of turtles for the future. And it's a sacred place because it's been made from powder down the soil and build this place. And it's not a sand cave, it's a land. Like the sand's pretty good. And also the soil area where they make the chambers strong for them to lay the eggs. Well, turtle is the main source of food source up here, the eastern part. And that place, MISAB, is our supermarket. And if you lose that place, you lose every turtle. Animals on the one that stays here is mainly the terns and the boobies and the frigate birds, that we call them wow males.
Get out. Usually you can't even hold them. They're flipping and flapping and carrying on, but he's a hot-baked little bugger, so I might go put him in the water, help him out. Little dude cooling down.
The scientists and locals look after this area. It was good. Really thank, the ranger program for helping MISAB. And by doing that, we save heaps of baby turtles. Because nature is different to what we do. Nature, only one survived out of the pack, out of 120. But with us ranger doing the program, 50 or 100 of them survived. Weather change heaps. Like for instance now, with the temperature that hot, only females hatch. And through all the documents, all the research and that, scientists still don't know. The male. What happened to the male turtle? And everything because of the weather. Don't do anything about the weather today, we'll have nothing in the future. The big green turtle, we just have the smaller green turtle, where we call acorn. Then when from here, myself, they go right down to Australia and they live down there.
Just watch between your legs now. You got a couple.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
How long does it take the turtle from hatch to come back to my brother now? And they are about 40 years old, I think they come back to me.
All life on Earth has evolved over millions of years to adapt to daily cycles of light and darkness. Many nocturnal species have adapted to use the cover of natural darkness to carry out important activities like feeding and migrating. When we introduce artificial light, it can impact on these species. Light pollution can disorient organisms or even affect ecological processes like the availability of food. It can stop turtle hatchlings finding the ocean and stop fledgling seabirds learning to fly if their nests never get dark. Light pollution affects a wide range of organisms in many different ways, but its impacts can be mitigated. For this reason, the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment developed national light pollution guidelines for wildlife. They provide a framework for assessing and managing the impacts of light pollution on wildlife and are built around best practice lighting design principles and a risk-assessed and adaptive management approach. To reduce light pollution, we need to ask, what is the purpose of the light? In many cases, it's to provide for human safety. Nothing in the light pollution guidelines for wildlife removes the obligations for human safety, but where there are competing requirements for lighting, creative solutions may need to be found. The light pollution guidelines promote 6 best practice light design principles. Start with natural darkness. Use adaptive smart controls for lighting. Only light the intended area or objects. Use the lowest intensity lighting appropriate for the task. Use non-reflective surfaces and use lights with little or no blue wavelengths. When artificial light is likely to affect a protected species, the light pollution guidelines recommend a risk-assessed and adaptive management approach to light management. The guidelines can be found on the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment's website. Talk to your community, share this information and consider what you can do to minimise light pollution for our natural environment.
The waters of Yarra-Nuggulgun Sea Country have long been known as a hotspot for many species of gullibil, which means turtle in Yarra language. A recent discovery of flatback turtle foraging grounds in and around Yarra-Nuggulgun Roebuck Bay Marine Park has surprised scientists from the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions.
The Northwest Shelf Flatback Turtle Conservation Program was developed to conserve flatback turtles. We've come to Broome to look at the foraging aspect of that project. We've been looking for these areas for a lot of years, and we've never been able to find flatbacks in the foraging grounds. For all other species, we've been able to look at turtles in their foraging grounds, so greens, hawksbills, loggerheads, because they're accessible to us. And it was just fortuitous by working with the local Parks and Wildlife Office and the traditional owners here, local knowledge, traditional knowledge, we were able to understand that there were flatbacks here in Roebuck Bay. We went out last year and we actually thought we could get 1 or 2 turtles, and in 5 days we caught 22 turtles, which was amazing. It blew out our expectations, and it started off our interest in Roebuck Bay, but also other foraging areas.
So for thousands of years, Yarra people have lived along the foreshores of Roebuck Bay. This area in particular offers a wide range of marine source species to harvest and feed on. The gullibil is an important and culturally significant species to the Yarra people, and it's important for the future that we understand their potential pressures and existing pressures for conservation.
The time a turtle spends at its nesting beach represents only a tiny portion in the life of a female turtle, but they spend the majority of their time at their foraging grounds or migrating to and from their foraging grounds and their breeding grounds. So it's really important to know what they're doing.
These cameras not only allow us to see life from a turtle's point of view, but they also measure the turtle's 3D body movements and underwater activity, a bit like your Fitbit or your smartphone. This aspect of the project will give us critical information about the underwater activities of flatback turtles while they're foraging in Roebuck Bay. Understanding activity levels at their foraging grounds will give us a time activity budget. And this shows, for instance, how much time flatbacks are spending resting at the surface or on the seafloor, and even where, when, what and how much they're eating. So if we can find these important resting and feeding habitats, we can protect them so that the flatbacks aren't disturbed. We need to ensure that flatbacks can gain enough energy at their foraging grounds to swim all the way back to their mating grounds and their nesting beaches and make eggs and lay those eggs in the sand.
The other component that's very unique to Roebuck Bay is we're able to get juvenile turtles, juvenile and subadults. They're maturing at somewhere about 21, 22 years, but we don't really know from little hatchlings on the beach to where they grow up. It's like not being able to find the kids in kindergarten or primary school or, well up into their 20s. So that's a pretty unique thing.
This project is about conservation of turtles, so all these things will link back to the total conservation of the population. We have nesting numbers that vary annually each year on the rookeries. That's likely to be linked to the food resources in their foraging areas. So when we're sort of plotting these numbers of abundance of nesting turtles on the rookery, they mightn't be just numbers to us anymore. We might be able to start to understand why that's happening and even predict it as well. 5.4. Turtles are long-lived, they've got long generation times, and so the turtles that we're looking at today will be there in 30, 50 years' time. The working life of the scientists and the managers is very short, so it's our kids and our grandkids who'll be looking after these turtles in the future. So hopefully, we're leaving a good legacy for those future managers.
hatchlings that are experiencing high nest temperatures will tend to perform much worse. They're lethargic, they crawl really slow, they can't flip themselves over or anything like that. When it comes down to trying to run down the beach and get into the water, if they aren't able to do that fast enough, then they're opening up more opportunities for predators to come in and take them.
Moringai ka Cyril Ninal. This place ka we call Irminino da Potakanyo. Kalau mama ka ngalita ka anirak talare kangolngai da Irminino area kan. Tani ngala ko ngopon. Da kanyo are jim. Ar ko ngopode. Kalau mama ka ko tet tamate. Rapol. Menunggu aku ngopo deh, dah kan nyungui. Dah bematong ko panamba ko ngopo yo. Air minyak ni dah buat kan ni, dah darman kan. Bematong ko ngopo orang bawa dah kan ni, ko ngala, ko borpor, bagat tak ada, ko deh tamata, ko nangat kan ni. Kalau larga ngai, kalau putakan je tanam ni, air minyak kan ni. Ko atamala no matka ko metet anukot ko nap ko fuama ko ngame ko balango babel ara pot tarmon ko ama fuama no mabat kanyo ngardane ko metet ko tagare mataka ko makono kono ngopo mangaru kono panoa ko borono kona neme orango mangine pen ko napfo no mat o dom ko no ma tardai ko ngame ak balang bar berno ara pariman ngire pen nyam nganye ka ngire pen labat ngam la putak ngani la darmun air minyo kalau alandar brem ngakai bolet dapat tabarang mamu ini pun galau lah nyam mama gua nanti je
Red Sunset. Now red sunset band.
Port Hedland. It's the heart of the Pilbara iron ore industry. A town that never sleeps, and the largest bulk export port in the world. Few Australians ever come here besides the shift workers who've kept our exports rolling and our economy strong. To the rest of us, it's a mining boomtown on a scale we can only imagine. And yet this is a place with a heart and a secret. It's home to one of the only urban sea turtle rookeries in the world. A place where flatback turtles still come to lay their eggs. So the locals, the mining companies and the fly-in, fly-out workers have got together to protect them. Patrolling the beaches at night, often after long shifts, to give something back to nature.
Okay, so you've seen there's quite a few reasons why a lot of people volunteer here.
It's a battle against the odds. Less than 1 in 1,500 flatback hatchlings survive. And now their nesting beach is in danger. The people of Port Hedland are determined to save their endangered turtles. But for how much longer will they survive?
There was no one here to protect a nationally listed threatened species right here on our doorstep. So I thought, well, something has to be done.
I'm Kelly Pendoli and I'm the Principal Scientist and owner of Pendoli Environmental. Barrow Island's in the Pilbara, about 100 and something kilometres west of Karratha. So research on the flatback turtles on Barrow Island started pretty much in the early 2000s, and at the time we knew nothing about flatback turtles on Barrow Island, which are both endangered and migratory. And so I started to do work with the species and try and quantify the number on Barrow, Montebello's and the Lowendale Islands to put it all in the context of how many we had in those different places. But it was the construction of the Gorgon project that sort of kicked off an enormous amount of focused research on flatback turtles at Barrow and throughout the state. The research and the monitoring program that we initially started with was much smaller than it is now. I think we started with 3 beaches and 6 people and a tiny little budget, so it's changed a lot. Now we have up to 100 volunteers a season running the tagging program, and we do 8 beaches now. I think it's important if we're going to go on and develop these sorts of places where turtles have been nesting for hundreds of thousands of years, and we have a responsibility to make sure that that development doesn't impact on this critical habitat for the species. It's a social responsibility. We need to look after them.
So my name is Paul Whittock. I work as a General Manager at Pendoli Environmental, and I'm also the Project Manager of the Gorgon Marine Turtle Monitoring Programme that we run on behalf of Chevron Australia. Barrow Island is a A-class nature reserve. It's WA's second largest island and it's home to the Gorgon gas development. We run the large monitoring programme on Barrow Island involving a number of work scopes including tagging, incubation success, satellite tracking, artificial light monitoring and hatchling orientation monitoring. The tagging programme's been running since 2005. It involves about 100 volunteers each season, many of which come back year after year. Generally, our volunteers are students, they're teachers, they're vets or they're retirees, people from all walks of life, all different age groups, and they're going to site to either get experience of working with turtles, experience of a development site, or just to see Barrow Island and its unique flora and fauna. The tagging process involves our volunteers patrolling the beach at night. If they come across a recently emerged turtle, they'll wait for it to complete its nesting process, and then once that's complete, they'll check for its tags. If it doesn't have tags, they'll put in a titanium flipper tag in its left flipper, and they'll also put in a microchip in its left shoulder, similar to the type of chips that you put in your pet, a cat or a dog. So it's particularly important that Chevron continue to monitor the flatback turtle population at Barrow in order to understand the impact of some of the localised changes we're seeing on Barrow Island and to also understand the long-term trend of the population.
At the end of the day, all light is visible to hatchlings, and so the best way to manage it is to reduce the intensity of it. I'm Kelly Pendoli, and I'm the principal scientist and owner of Pendoli Environmental. Hatchlings, when they emerge from their eggs under the sand, crawl up through the sand and sit there below the surface until the temperature drops, and that's their trigger to know to emerge from the sand. Once they reach the surface of the sand, they've got to find the ocean. And on a dark beach, there'll always be a little bit of light over the ocean from starlight and moonlight. And so they'll look for the lowest, lightest horizon and they'll crawl towards that. But at the same time, they're also crawling away from the tall, dark horizon behind them, which is usually dunes or vegetation. But if you have artificial light present behind or along the beach, that's going to start to confuse the hatchlings. Probably the most important tools we've had to manage lighting around turtle nesting beaches has been manipulating the colour of it. And so for the last 10 years, we tend to recommend that any development install yellow or orange lighting, so that's low pressure sodium or high pressure sodium lighting, because research has shown that that colour is not as attractive to hatchlings as the green, blue or white light. And in places, we've seen that does reduce the attractiveness of the light to hatchlings. Light was a huge issue for the Gorgon project when it was first being talked about and designed. And one of the main issues that the engineers were briefed on was how to manage the light from the gas plant. So the front-end engineering design included a huge amount of effort to look at what sort of lighting to install and how best to manage it. High pressure sodiums were installed because they have the least impact on hatchlings, and we've been monitoring that for the last 10 years since construction and now into operations. And we look at the biological response of the hatchlings exposed to that light from the gas plant, and we've been unable to find any impact at all.
The Kimberley in Australia's remote northwest is one of the most ecologically intact regions in the world. But remoteness alone can't protect it forever, and now it's under increasing threat from modern day activities. Traditional owners who've lived here for thousands of years are taking the lead in caring for their country, teaming up with scientists and government to create an Indigenous-led marine protected area. I'm excited to see this collaboration. Through my work as a marine scientist, I've become passionate about bridging the gap between traditional knowledge and science. Over 800 islands make up the Kimberley's Buccaneer Archipelago, a place rich in biodiversity. Yet it's now under threat from development and climate change. Coral often provides an early warning system, So I'm meeting Liam Rawlins from the Kimberley Marine Research Centre, who's been monitoring local coral for signs of stress. What's so important about these corals in the Kimberley?
One of the biggest standout features is their exposure to the elements on the low tide. We sort of have that 9 metre tidal range here, which isn't seen too many other places of the world. You know, they've got this thermal resilience which we don't see with a lot of other corals.
The coral here can withstand unprecedented temperature extremes of up to 8 degrees Celsius a day, enabling it to better cope as ocean temperatures rise.
So we use a monopod. Every metre we get a shot, and it's the same photo year after year and month after month.
So where do we go?
So basically there's little pink marks along the line. And what we're chasing here is just that little spirit level into the centre.
Oh, that's quite tricky to get it to stay still, isn't it? And take a picture.
Dead easy. And then we carry on.
Okay.
60 more to go.
This simple method allows Liam to compare the state of the coral over a period of time. And he's noticed signs that even this heat-resilient coral is reaching its limit.
This guy here is fully bleached. He's got no algal growth on it.
Bleaching occurs when the water is too warm and algae, the coral's food source, is expelled. So it's really completely white. It's really glowing almost, isn't it?
It's just a huge picture. You would look at your reef as your ecosystem engineer, and to lose that building block, you've just lost your structure, you've lost your community. It's like taking someone's house away. And we have this ecosystem out here which is pristine, but it is also on the cusp of having these bleaching events, so it's definitely something we need to keep a very close eye on.
Corals support a quarter of the world's marine species, but scientists predict that up to 90% could disappear by 2040. It makes creating a marine park here even more urgent. Leading the way is the indigenous Bardijawi community. Their ranger team regularly works closely with scientists.
So we've got this big, huge reef here, so you can do that reef.
Today, marine biologist Scott Whiting is joining them to carry out a research trip, known as a turtle rodeo.
Your little point here is a really dramatic turning point. They all sort of come round. Yeah.
There's a turtle on your ranger badges, so they must be pretty important to you guys.
The stories and history will reflect turtle as being the closest sea creature to the Badi people.
You know, Bardijawi people, we're saltwater people. We've always lived off the ocean. We still go hunt and do get turtle and share with our tribe.
For thousands of years, the Bardijawi have hunted green sea turtles sustainably. These days, their knowledge of the turtle's behaviour is proving invaluable to scientific conservation efforts.
Working with local people, it's really important. I don't think I'm anywhere near you know, understanding completely what local people know about turtles.
It's important that we put a management plan out there, you know, to make sure there's abundance of turtle for our future generations, you know.
But recent pressures mean they can't do it alone.
We don't have that other data from other areas to show the full effect of what's happening, basically. But didn't really think about climate change, pollution.
We need to work with science and with the knowledge that we have as traditional owners to better the environment, not just for turtles, for fish, the healthiness of everything that lives in the sea.
In 2019, the Bardijawi people presented their design for the Buccaneer Archipelago Marine Park. It's now in the planning phase and likely to cover over 6,000 square kilometres of combined native tidal area. Integrating both modern science and Indigenous cultural values from this early stage is rarely achieved. For now, it's time to hit the water and put the planning into action. So apparently there was a crocodile sighted earlier this morning, so we better hop out of the water fast, I think.
Oh yeah, you're pretty much safe.
All right.
Unless it's a really big one and it's really hungry.
Where's the best spot for me to stay out of the way? Yep. Oh, yep, there he is. Here we go. This is why they call it a turtle rodeo. The rangers jump off the boat straight onto the turtle's back. Wow. Gave us quite a run around, but eventually that one quick jump and be straight on the boat. Beautiful.
So these biopsy samples are pretty good, so you can just press that down the top. And so what we'll be able to do is tell where those turtles have come from, and that will aid us in management.
So we're just tagging the flippers of the turtle now, and they put individual tags on each flipper, so if one gets lost, the other one can still be useful. Time to move on to the main boat, and I've been trusted with the tape measure.
Pull that little bit of skin up at the front there.
Right
Just where the carapace, where the hard shell meets that skin, there'll be a line.
No room for being gentle. Handling the turtles may look rough, but it doesn't harm them. Greens are globally endangered, and gathering this data is vital for their conservation. 67.5. Yep.
She's got to get to 97 centimetres before she breeds. The more food there is, the faster they can grow. So hopefully, for the health of the population, that's happening.
This trip is part of the ranger's scientific training. After this, they'll be independently catching turtles and collecting data on a regular basis. Aston, is this technique something you were taught when you were very young?
That's the first thing you learn before you even touch a spear. Jump on a boat with your uncle or father or grandfather. They'll take you out for hundred little small turtles, just for fun to get you learning on how to jump.
It's clear there's real merit in using traditional knowledge in scientific research.
Scientists sometimes will get a snapshot, a very brief insight into what's happening in the environment. So what the traditional knowledge can bring is that longer-term knowledge. It brings together two knowledge systems, for a greater benefit.
The Buccaneer Archipelago is so remote that until recently, scientists knew very little about it. And there's one place of extraordinary biodiversity they would never have found without the Badi Jawi. But getting there today is proving tricky.
You can really understand why it's so hard to do research out here when you've got tides like this rushing through, the boat's hardly getting through the patches.
11 knots, it's staying still.
11 knots!
These extreme tides may be difficult to navigate, but twice a day, as the waters recede, a hidden world is revealed.
It's quite unique. What the tides bring to this place changes everything. We have seagrass here, which the turtles rely on. When the tide goes out, these rock pools here and these pools of water get extremely hot, approaching 40 degrees. They're living at the edge, but they seem to be thriving.
Working with researchers, we started to understand that the grass grow 1 centimeter a day.
Wow, that's really fast.
So if we got good seagrass, we should have healthy turtles.
This growth is unprecedented for a plant that is vulnerable to ocean warming. And as seagrass absorbs carbon dioxide up to 35 times faster than a rainforest, its conservation is crucial. It's extraordinary discoveries like this that are driving the creation of the marine park.
This area, it hasn't been mapped ever before, and so that's the big thing is mapping it all out, knowing where you want to protect things.
We all got the clan groups in, and they started mapping their own areas. What they value, put into marine parks, planning for zoning and all that type of areas that you want to protect. But even if you're indigenous or a Western scientist, you still got the same objective to protect the country for future.
The Buccaneer Archipelago Marine Park should be established by 2024, with scientists saying that at least 30% of the world's oceans need protection in the next decade. Creating a refuge in areas like this goes a long way to achieving that goal. And working with Indigenous people is proving essential to safeguarding biodiversity. Can you tell me what the marine environment means to you as saltwater people, the Badi Jawi people?
I believe we can't be separated. The sea and whatever is in the sea, it is what we are, who we are. We have to look after the country, and we have to keep it as it was when I was young. I have to do the right thing, otherwise I fail my people. I fail the Badi way.
Mimi Sudi Hatibu, afisa wa kasa wa Georgia Mafia. Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Tuwe pamoja katika kutunza mali asili zetu za baharini.
Watoto wa Songosongo tunawatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Para alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia. Pero kami alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia. Biar kami alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia.
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde! Bonne journée de la tortue à tous, on vous embrasse toutes de l'île de la Réunion, protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les, on vous aime tous!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia! Yeay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Jaya sendiri torsi marine!
Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Assalamualaikum. Dunia ke bela kam begitu ke tahunya MHB pernah ngariskan.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maumagaw ka mga pawikan!
Maumagaw ka mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Maligayong adlaw para sa mga bao sa dagat. Hanay sa Sigaw Island, Masbate.
Dunia ke khandi থেকে diriwenna vela kambe duwahi ke tahunia ariskera.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Naangushiria usiku mwema wa dunia, walinyanga ya bahari. Naragsak at sa madubungan tiadaw di pawikan!
Toute l'équipe maintenance Kelonia souhaite à ça.
Pagbibla sa pangkat ng patrol ng pawikan sa Udalo. Afra de Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, na watakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia.
வணக்கம். இனிய கடலாமை தின வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Ay nakaalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari ini sa Piduan Albay.
Journée des tortues marines.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
বাংলাদেশ সরকার 2004 সালে আইওসি মেরিন টার্টল এমওইউ সমঝোতা চুক্তিতে স্বাক্ষর করে এবং আইওসি এলাকাতে সামুদ্রিক কাছিম রক্ষার জন্য ঐক্যমত্যে পৌঁছায়। মেরিন লাইফ অ্যালায়েন্সের উদ্যোগে কক্সবাজারের সোনাদিয়া, পেচার দ্বীপ, শাহপরীর দ্বীপ এবং সেন্ট মার্টিনের সমুদ্র বালুচরে এদের রক্ষার জন্য কাজ হাতে নেওয়া হয়েছে। উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে বৈশ্বিকভাবে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ সামুদ্রিক কাছিমের প্রজাতি সংরক্ষণ করা এবং সংরক্ষণে স্থানীয় জনগণের অংশগ্রহণ নিশ্চিত করা। কার্যক্রমের মধ্যে রয়েছে পর্যবেক্ষণ কেন্দ্র স্থাপন ও হ্যাচারি স্থাপন, ডিম পাড়তে আসা কাছিম পর্যবেক্ষণ, পাহারা দেয়া এবং ডিম সংগ্রহ করে তা হ্যাচারিতে ফুটিয়ে বাচ্চা উৎপাদন করে সমুদ্রে ছেড়ে দেয়া, যা এদের বংশবিস্তারে সহায়তা করবে। জেলেদের এবং ট্রলার চালিত জালে আটকা পড়ে প্রতি বছর প্রচুর পরিমাণ কাছিম মারা যায়। অপরিকল্পিত পর্যটনের ফলে সৈকত এলাকায় বৈদ্যুতিক আলোর ব্যবহার বৃদ্ধি, কক্সবাজার ও সেন্ট মার্টিন দ্বীপের সৈকতে ভ্রমণকারী পর্যটকদের রাত্রিকালীন কার্যক্রম যেমন গান বাজনা, হইচই ইত্যাদির ফলে সৈকতে কাছিমের ডিম পাড়ার পরিবেশ বিঘ্নিত হয়। বাংলাদেশের সামুদ্রিক কাছিম পশ্চিমে সুন্দরবন থেকে দক্ষিণ পূর্বের সেন্ট মার্টিন দ্বীপ পর্যন্ত বিস্তৃত সমুদ্র সৈকত এবং দেশের ভৌগোলিক সীমার মাঝে বঙ্গোপসাগরে বিচরণ করে। কক্সবাজার, কুতুবদিয়া, সোনাদিয়া, সন্দ্বীপ, মহেশখালী, সেন্ট মার্টিন, শাহপরীর দ্বীপ এবং সুন্দরবন সহ দেশের দক্ষিণাঞ্চলের সমুদ্র বালুচরে এরা ডিম পাড়তে আসে। শীতকাল থেকে বর্ষার শুরু পর্যন্ত এদের ডিম পাড়ার সময়। স্থান ও প্রজাতি ভেদে দিনক্ষণ পরিবর্তন হয়। বাংলাদেশের সমুদ্র সীমায় এখন পর্যন্ত 5 প্রজাতির সামুদ্রিক কাছিমের উপস্থিতির তথ্য পাওয়া গেছে, যার মধ্যে 3টি প্রজাতি প্রজননকালে অর্থাৎ শীতকালে উপকূলীয় এলাকার বালুচরে ডিম পাড়তে আসে। এরা হলো অলিভ রিডলে, গ্রিন টার্টল এবং হক্সবিল।
Hello viewers, this is Jahirul Islam from Bangladesh. I am presenting sea turtle conservation program in Bangladesh. This is Bangladesh location, and we have 710 kilometers of coastline, and out of that roughly 400 kilometers are sandy, suitable for sea turtle nesting. This is a Marma tribal dry fish seller offering olive reed eggs at Bandarban district. We recorded this in January 2001. Typical scenarios of Bangladesh southeast coast: beach, fishing boats and local people. Natural rocky intertidal zone, generally not suitable for sea turtle nesting in some areas. Fishing with beach sand is common in the southeast coast. There are many boat landing centers along Peninsular Beach. Largest boat landing center at Shamlapur, Teknaf Peninsula, where more than 300 boats are operated regularly. Some of the best nesting site is Hasichor, Sonadi Island, and this is one of the suitable nesting site at Kuakata South Central Coast, but nesting is not very common. This is our coastline, and we have divided it into three major parts: southwest, south central coast and Cox's Bazar southeast coast. We have only two nesting species now, olive ridley and green turtle. We have recorded subadult and juvenile hawksbill turtle foraging in our areas, and all are we recorded stranded in ghost net. This is the current nesting site recorded, and this is the olive ridley nesting site with the frequency, and this is green turtle nesting site, mostly along the southeast coast. Duration of the sea turtle work in Bangladesh: we started in 1996 only at St. Martin Island with the nest monitoring and conservation activity, and since 2002 to 2005 Teknaf Peninsula we included along with the St. Martin Island. From 2005 to 13 we included Sonadi Island along with Teknaf Peninsula and St. Martin Island, and we started satellite tracking in 2010. From 13 to 16 we included Kutubdi Island, South Central Coast, Kuakata, along with the Teknaf Peninsula, St. Martin Island, Sonadi Island, and we continue satellite tracking activity. And this period we got Forest Department support for the first time for sea turtle activity. From 16 to present, we included Sundarban mangrove forest also in the monitoring, Ongoing project of sea turtle in Bangladesh, community-based sea turtle restoration project. Working area along the entire Bangladesh coast. Most of the activities are nest monitoring and conservation, offshore fishermen training on bycatch reduction, school education on sea turtle and marine megafauna, migration study, satellite tracking, leopard tagging continue, community awareness program, population study, habitat mapping, training among the community for sea turtle conservation and monitoring, and orientation and meeting with the forest department staff for sea turtle management. Major threats we have seen that habitat destruction, poaching still continue, people when they have chance, predation by dogs and jackals, disturbance, lighting, noise, beach activity, tourism, bycatch offshore fishing activity, gear problem. Habitat destruction continue. Most of the habitat destruction continue because of the tourism and tourism related development, beach drive development, etc. Beach armoring is still a problem at St. Martin Island and in some point of Tekna Peninsula Beach. Currently, we have problem with the sandbag, and for the erosion prevention, government is putting the sandbag along the entire Tekna Peninsula Beach, and also other different types of RCC blocks. We have natural calamities along the beach, and that not a problem for sweet turtle nesting during the winter, because that time the nesting site becomes normal by sand deposition. We have predators in Bangladesh in our site, the hog badger, beach dog, crows, and jackals. Conservation activities currently we are continuing. Nest conservation at in-situ location, nest relocation at nearby safe hatching ground enclosure, control predator movement, mitigating threats locally, restoration of shore habitat by native species plantation, removal of plastics from beach, engaging community and fishermen in the conservation program. We have several monitoring stations along the beach for the local people to use at night during their night observation. We have several safe egg hatching relocation center along the beach. Each year, these are all temporary, and each year we operate 25 to 30 such enclosure along the entire 150 kilometers of each area at Cox's Bazar. And 20 to 30% nests are kept for in-situ incubation. We use local language ID guide for local people, and also the fishermen to take into the fishing activity offshore so they can identify turtles at sea. We regularly collect information on sea turtle morphology, and whenever suitable we take weight. Sea turtle hatchling release record, we have so far released more than 700,000 olive ridley hatchlings during the last 16 years. And here is a record of hatchling release from 1996. We regularly invite children and local people to release the sea turtle baby in the sea, just for awareness. Satellite tracking of sea turtle, other tagging for overall migration and foraging habitats. This is one of the satellite tagging process, and many of the village people watching the tagging process, they are very much interested. World Bank officials and Forest Department, Chief Conservator of Forest, and other officials releasing one sea turtle tagged with the spot tag, satellite tag. This is our tracked turtle. Tracking, most of the tracking turtle moved towards the Indian coast, along the Indian coast of Bay of Bengal, and one of the turtle moved towards Sri Lanka and beyond. One of the turtle moved to the Arabian Sea and Indian Padam Island and Lakshadweep area. Satellite telemetry studies have shown different post-nesting migration pathways travel towards Orissa and Andhra Pradesh in India occurs over the continental shelf, with turtles remaining within 50 to 100 kilometers of the coast. Turtles may also move through open water of the Bay of Bengal to the Indian east coast, then south to Chennai coast. Turtles may also traverse the Bay of Bengal to Sri Lankan waters, with some proceedings to the Lakshadweep Island and Padam Island on the west coast of India in the Arabian Sea. This is our overall findings for migration and the foraging habitat. So far we have studied within our data revealed from the satellite tracking. Satellite tagged green turtle spent 16 days along the shallow habitat of Bhitarkanika National Park of India within the tributaries of Abul Kalam Island and Kanika Island. Another green turtle tagged green turtle habitats foraging habitat site at Myanmar location at very close to the north shallow water of Maingi Island, east of Savage Island, south of Situ. Turtle spent more than 1 month before the final spotting signal. We also using the flipper tag numbered BD from 0 to 2000 in Cornell tags. We are using microchip PIT tag. Scanning of the microchip PIT tag by the biomark scanner. Bycatch mitigation, we are doing bycatch training of offshore fishers, engaging fishermen in mitigation program, awareness program at offshore location, providing dehooking devices and accessories for device bycatch release. Fishermen community helping collect bycatch data and reduce incidents. Awareness campaign with offshore fishers including mechanized trawlers for bycatch reduction. Fishermen discussing fishing activity at sea with the Marine Life Alliance people. These are the bycatch reduction awareness program with the fishing community. Local community conservation assistant training program. We train them to observe turtle, conserve and mitigate threats locally. Meeting with the Cox's Bazar Forest Division officers on sea turtle program. Meeting with the coastal forest officers and field staffs at Maheshkali. In water fisheries related work, and data collection underway. Inclusion of offshore fishing boat in the bycatch reduction program, fishermen training for bycatch reduction, supply of equipments to fishermen for offshore bycatch monitoring and safe release of turtles entangled in the fishing gear, de-hooking device and GPS tracker, ongoing satellite tracking, migration and foraging habitat study. Actions underway to mitigate the threats: night patrolling, nest protection through in situ and by relocation, community people trained in conducting monitoring, enforcement of law, local announcement, public notice on the nesting season and prohibition of activities, establishment of monitoring station for night patrolling, monitoring post for nest protection, predator control, nesting bees protection through species plantation. In several cases, we took legal actions to the poacher. This is our bycatch reduction T-shirt that we provide to fishermen and those who engage in the program. Fishermen Awareness Training Program is a regular program. Fishermen watching documentaries of marine life and underwater activities. Fishermen interview with the national TV. We also talk to the mechanized trawler staff and fishermen for the reduction of bycatch. Awareness campaign with the offshore fishermen. Foraging Habitat and Marine Survey conducts survey in coastal and offshore areas collecting information on turtle bycatch, fishing activities and dimension of the threats. Observed fish harvest by gill nets and marine setback net to study foraging, turtles and cetaceans, shark engagement and entanglement. For the bycatch awareness, our major objective is stimulating fishers' moral attitude, finding bycatch intensity in the fishing activity, helping fishermen realize that bycatch is a matter, offering opportunity to fishermen to talk about bycatch, exploring our perception of fishermen, finding fishermen solution towards mitigation, engaging fishermen for long term as part of the program. Fishermen are trained to collect offshore bycatch data and record in previously supplied notebook. Fishermen willingly contact whenever they complete fishing submit data. We are able to build up fishers' confidence. Fishermen are willing to talk about their problems in the offshore area, that we convey those messages to government authority for solution. Fishers willing to reduce the gear deploy time for the sake of animal. Fishermen willing to cut their nets instead of turtleneck. Other marine megafauna monitoring and conservation activity. Marine Life Alliance local staff regularly record live or dead cetaceans and whale sharks. Local offshore fishermen also report sightings of dolphin, non-nesting sea turtle and whale shark if they encounter in fishing or observe dead at sea or bycatch incidents. All MLA, local conservation assistant and research assistant have been trained to identify cetacean species and whale shark, along with rare sea turtle, non-nesting and stranding individuals. Identification guide of Bay of Bengal cetaceans and whale shark have been provided to all staff and offshore fishers. Sea turtle, cetaceans and whale sharks are major marine megafauna group discussed in the bycatch reduction awareness and training program. Offshore fishers help getting information and provide information regarding other marine megafauna sighting and bycatch. Our local conservation assistant recorded at least 6 species of cetaceans dead body. Those washed ashore like Kiroa the dolphin, Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin, bottlenose dolphin, spinner dolphin, finless porpoise, and rhesus dolphin. Sea turtle program helps shorebird observation and conservation. Sea turtle program helps to reduce bird hunting. We consider sea turtle program as integrated marine conservation activity and try to save all wildlife resources within the capacity. Some of the remote nesting site is significant shorebirds roosting site due to absence of human disturbances. Some of the potential roosting sites recorded by our local community at Sunadia and Northern Beach area, at several areas of Teknaf Peninsula Beach. Shorebirds including globally threatened spoonbill sandpiper were recorded at some nesting site during 2006. Whole Teknaf Peninsula Beach is a suitable roosting site for thousands of seagulls and terns since they coexist with the fishing activities along the entire coast. Some of the locals still try to trap shorebirds and our conservation assistants remain alert on that issue. They have been instructed to report and take actions with support from the Bangladesh Forest Department range officers and other local leaders. Future actions required to ensure a successful sea turtle research and conservation program on our beach and in water. We need regional connection like Myanmar to reduce bycatch as nesting sea turtle of Bangladesh forays Myanmar water. Collaborate efforts needed with all Bay of Bengal region countries to reduce bycatch and threats on beach. Nesting beach protection through establishment of protected areas and proper enforcement. International volunteer participation to increase local knowledge and manpower support. In-water research facilities, vessels, survey instrumentation training is needed too. Government support on sea turtle research and conservation for long term through revenue budget is necessary.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. A very happy World Sea Turtle Day. Days such as these serve as a reminder that human actions have already exceeded planetary boundaries and that each and every one of us has a role to play in the protection and conservation of our wildlife and their habitats. Sea turtles are a migratory species. To combat the threats facing the magnificent creatures requires global action. The Maldives became a party to the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals in 2019 and became a signatory to the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU in 2010. The year 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of the MOU, and I congratulate everyone involved in the IOC region and beyond on this incredible milestone. For us, sea turtles are special. These charismatic megafauna utilize the marine and coastal ecosystems of the Maldives as nesting and foraging grounds. They also have irreplaceable ecological value and contribute to our economy through tourism. 5 species of sea turtles are found in the Maldives, 2 of which are listed under the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species as endangered and critically endangered. The Maldives is currently formulating a management plan for sea turtles, which would bring about better measures to address the challenges faced in sea turtle conservation. An enormous threat to sea turtles is plastic pollution. To tackle this, it is imperative that we stop the use of single-use plastics and opt for sustainable alternatives. It gives me great pleasure, therefore, to note that in accordance with our comprehensive plan to phase out single-use plastics in the Maldives, effective from 1st June 2021, an import ban has been placed on single-use plastics. Another challenge is climate change, which is a major threat for the existence of our small island states, as well as for all forms of biodiversity that take refuge in this tropical environment, including sea turtles. In this regard, we hope to strengthen our collaborative efforts regionally and globally to ensure the implementation of effective conservation and management measures for sea turtles and their habitats. Maldives remain at the forefront of coastal and marine biodiversity conservation, as well as in advocating for urgent action against climate change. For each and every challenge that we face, we must remember to utilize each and every opportunity to find effective solutions. Through individual efforts, stopping to pick up plastics on the beach, untangling a turtle from a carelessly discarded fishing line, teaching our child new things about the magnificence of turtles, to multilateral efforts such as the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU and CMS, we are moving forward with the protection, restoration, and sustainable use of our coastal and marine ecosystems. Thank you.
My name is Martin Stelfox. I'm the CEO and founder of the Olive Ridley Project. We're a UK charity that operates in the Indian Ocean. Back in 2012, I visited the Maldives working as a biologist. And at that time, we were finding quite a lot of sea turtles that were entangled in fishing nets. Sea turtles are reptiles, which means they're cold-blooded. So if they've been diving for quite a long time, maybe they're foraging and they get a little bit cold, they'll come up to the surface to warm themselves up, and if there's opportunistically something floating on the surface, such as a ghost net, they will climb on top of that ghost net to bask, to heat themselves up, and then they'll exit back into the water, but unfortunately they might entangle a back flipper, and that's often how we find sea turtles, with their back flippers entangled. I put a call out to all the different biologists that were working in the Maldives at the time, and of course they were finding the same sort of problem, and then it kind of snowballed from there. We were trying to get measurements on the net, and then we formed the Olive Ridley Project in 2013. Olive Ridleys are ocean, they travel huge distances, they spend a lot of time in deep water, which is why this species specifically is more prone to entanglement than, let's say, the hawksbill or the green turtle. Since then, we've kind of scaled it up a little bit, and we've kind of approached it a bit more holistically, where we now protect sea turtles in the Indian Ocean as a whole. And we do that in a number of ways. We do that through rescue and research. So we're at the rescue centre right now. All our sea turtles are patients, and they were actually entangled in fishing nets, various different injuries from amputations to lacerations around the neck. We have the best possible care here. We have a veterinary team that look after them, they treat them, and then they release them into the sea.
We have turtles coming in throughout the year. Generally, most of the turtles are found entangled in ghost nets. So when we get them, we have to sort of triage them, find out what their injuries are, what they basically need from us in order to kind of treat them, and we want to basically release them as soon as we can back into the sea. Sea turtles are often kind of described as being ridiculously strong and hardy animals, and they often can fall through some really difficult situations. I've seen some patients that honestly I just can't believe that they still manage to survive that long a time in a net. But they do still need a lot of care. They definitely need pain medication, for example. I don't think that many people think about reptiles feeling pain, but they definitely do. Generally, after surgery and after their general treatment, they tend to be with us for quite some time. For example, their sutures take 3 weeks at least for their wounds to heal. And in that time, we can actually take them swimming in the lagoon so that they can kind of increase their strength and build up their resistance to being back in the sea, back in the wild. So So the release is probably the best bit about the job. You know, when you've spent so much time and put a lot of effort into making these turtles well again, it's a massive relief really to be able to put them back into the sea. As soon as they kind of smell the sea air, get on the boat, they get a bit excited, we put them in the water and they just shoot off. We know they're ready because honestly they barely ever look back. They just want to get away from us and go down to the deep blue, and it's the best achievement really, the best feeling. Another aspect of the Olive Ridley job is not just to be a veterinarian in the clinic, but we actually go out quite regularly now on these expeditions, and it's mostly to ID sea turtles that we don't know about in different atolls, but obviously we're always looking out for ghost nets in the Maldivian waters. And recently we actually came across an Olive Ridley turtle entangled in a cement bag. It was a yellow plastic bag and it had a really deep wound that the plastic bag has caused. So my job, or the role of any veterinarian on the boat, is to assess the wounds and see whether they need to have extra care and come to the rescue centre, or if they can actually treat the wounds on the boat and then again release them as soon as possible.
My name is Jill and I am the project scientist. I maintain our sea turtle photo ID database. We collect photos of sea turtles from tourists, marine biologists and dive guides from all over the Maldives in a citizen science project. When we get a picture of a sea turtle, we can look at the side of its face and the scales on the side of its face. Each sea turtle is unique, it's like a fingerprint, and we can compare one sea turtle against the database of already identified sea turtles to see if it's a re-sighting or if it's a new individual.
We also do a lot of awareness and education. We bring in a lot of schools to the rescue centre so they can learn about sea turtles and get first-hand experience of what they are and what they do and what they eat and what they look like, because a lot of people haven't actually seen them in the wild. So that's a real great way for them to make a connection with sea turtles, and it's a great way for us to kind of get our message out there about the dangers and threats that they're currently under. As well as schools coming to the rescue centre, we also do visits to schools. So we have a project coordinator in various different, in the countries that we work in. So we have Shamil, who is our project coordinator in the Maldives.
Primarily, my job is to run turtle expeditions all over the country, as well as carry out our outreach initiatives. Whilst also on the expeditions, we also look for ghost nets, which is drifting around in the oceans, and we remove them if we stumble across them. We also try and reach out to as many local islands when we conduct these expeditions so that we can talk to locals and school kids about what we're trying to do in these expeditions, and also talk more about sea turtles and ghost gear. And this is something I'm really passionate about, which is why I try and do as many outreach programs as much as I can. I can already see differences of our generation to the next generation as people are already more aware of some of the environmental concerns in the country, and that's always a positive step.
Here in the Maldives, we're lucky to find 5 of the 7 species of sea turtles around the world. In 2010, we found our first turtle near Landa Giravaro, and our group of marine biologists from Reefscapers decided to work together with 4 Seasons and put our first rehabilitation center. From there, in 2011, we decided to open in 4 Seasons Kudahura so we can admit and treat more patients around the Maldives. At our rehabilitation centers, we admit any patient that needs treatment, from hatchlings, juveniles to adults. We care about the rescue, the rehabilitation, and the release of these patients so we can maintain the species around the world. At our rehabilitation centers, we keep track of all our patients. This involves taking them out every week. During these sessions, when we take their length and their weight, we can actually monitor how they're growing and they're developing weekly. This will allow us to understand better how is their disease or the deformations or the different causes that they came in, so we can understand how to treat them better. As well, we will photograph them from different angles their bodies, so we can also monitor or keep track of any infections if they develop or if they're actually current in the different species. At our centers, we have different sizes and species of sea turtles. You will normally find the hatchlings and adults. Our hatchlings come when they have deformations, when they're not fit to make it by themselves, or because they have a disease. We will only admit the turtles that need actually help. The guys that are healthy, we let them go in the natural way. Our juveniles and our adults, they will normally come entangled in ghost nets. This means that there's been nets that have been discarded that have been floating in the ocean for quite a while. These nets will be trapped by the currents where our turtles will be swimming and they will get attracted to it and then get entangled. By this, that's when we find our strandings. All these patients, they can suffer from amputations, severe lacerations, or sometimes they don't make it. Some of our patients present buoyancy syndrome. This means they're not able to dive below the surface of the water. Because of this, we'll take them out to the ocean so they will have the space and the encouragement to actually get under the surface and be able to develop that ability again to get under, so we are able to release them eventually. From these patients, we will deem some of them to be not releasable. This means that the turtle cannot survive in the wild by itself. From there, we have developed our program called the Flying Turtles. This means that we will relocate our patients into different aquariums around the world. This will allow the turtles to actually become ambassadors for their own species in different aquariums, teaching people around the world how ghost nets and plastics are in danger for our sea turtles. Some of our patients are fitted with satellite tracking device. This will allow us to understand better the trajectories and the different movements they have out there in the ocean after we release them. So far, we have released 25 different individuals with satellite tracking devices. This has allowed us to understand where they go. Normally, our patients will head out of the Maldives and head up to Sri Lanka, India, and Bangladesh. Another of our projects involves the photo identification of the sea turtles in the Maldives. Thanks to the different patterns they have in their faces, they will create a unique code that will actually allow us to identify the individuals just from a photograph. Marine biologists and tourists are able to take photographs from turtles around the Maldives and send them to us. From this, we are able to identify the different individuals found in the different atolls and reefs around us. Thanks to our programs and our research, we have been able to identify and also target the different problems around the Maldives. From this, we can take away everything that we need to do and how to move forward in the future. Thanks to the support from the different resorts, reefscapers, and Four Seasons, we're able to keep working together so we can actually maintain the Maldives and the different wildlife.
All right then, hi everyone. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Let me just make sure my screen is shared. Okay, I hope everyone can see that. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us here today on World Sea Turtle Day. I'm really excited to be able to start off the program and to be able to talk to you guys today about rescue and rehabilitation of sea turtles in the Maldives and new and emerging challenges that we face in doing so. So yep, my name is Dr. Minnie Little. I am the sea turtle veterinarian here for the Olive Ridley Project based in Bar Atoll. So just to give you a little bit of background first about the Olive Ridley Project. We are a UK-based charity. It was founded in 2013 by our CEO, Martin Stelfox, in response to the discovery of large numbers of Olive Ridley sea turtles found entangled in discarded fishing gear, fishing nets and the like. So the picture on the left shows the kind of devastation that these nets can cause. This one obviously has 4 turtles and 2 sharks in it, so this is pretty bad, and we can find up to 10 turtles sometimes in nets. So this stuff is really, really harmful. And so just to show you also a little video to illustrate that. This is a moderately sized net with 2 turtles entangled. So this becomes this is quite a common picture here in the Indian Ocean. So Martin set out to understand this phenomenon a little bit more so understand this ghost gear, because not only do the Maldives not use the fishing nets in the first place, but also olive ridleys were rarely, if ever, seen in the Maldives. So they represented more than 80% of the sea turtles that we were finding entangled. So through many years of research, the Olive Ridley Project was able to establish the origins of some of these ghost nets and also establish genetic analysis of the sea turtles that we were finding in order to work out from where they had originated. Over that time frame, it became obvious that these turtles were sustaining really severe injuries and many of them could not be released as they were. Many of them would die without intervention, and that there was really a need for veterinary care of these sea turtles. So eventually in 2017, we opened the first veterinary-led rescue centre for sea turtles in the Maldives. So this is our rescue centre. It was opened in partnership with Coco Palm. So we provided an area here where we can rescue and rehabilitate turtles up to 8 to 10 at a time, although frequently we do find ourselves busier than that, especially during the on season at the beginning of the year, where we find a lot more entangled turtles. And we have 7 custom-built tanks to help support that, ones that are pretty large as well, so we're quite lucky to have large tanks to rehabilitate these guys to the best of our abilities. We're also fortunate to be able to offer a high standard of care to our sea turtle patients. We have quite extensive surgical facilities. We have the capacity to perform X-rays, which is really crucial to looking at what's going on inside, analyze, checking how their bones are, whether there's fractures, all things that are really important for the types of injuries that we see, which are primarily to their flippers. We can also perform ultrasound, and we can analyze their blood and tissues and cells with a microscope to sort of help further understand the issues that they're facing and sort of streamline our treatment. There are also, however, so challenge-wise, there are a number of challenges in the rescue and rehabilitation of sea turtles that are quite unique to sea turtles as a species. So they are fully aquatic animals with quite unique housing requirements. Now, and also, I guess before that, there are quite a lot of challenges with actually getting the turtles here in the first place. So logistics of transporting turtles around the Maldives can be quite interesting. They have to hundreds of miles across the archipelago on a combination of seaplanes, launches, supply boats, and at one point even a jet ski. So there is certainly been an interesting, trying to work out how we can move these guys around. But yeah, they also present quite unique veterinary challenges. They have quite unique behaviour, quite unique requirements, and for example, they're quite solitary, and this can make housing turtles, when you get very busy, kind of an interesting experience. They also have very specialized anatomy that can lead to quite specific medical issues that you might not see in other animals. And husbandry requirements as well. So, for example, they have frequently issues with their diving. So many of our patients will come in with issues related to diving, and that is as a result of their quite unique anatomy. So they are quite interesting reptiles. And these issues can be very challenging to diagnose and treat, especially with the more limited resources, as is the case with charity ventures. So yeah, up to 50% of our patients will be admitted with buoyancy disorders, meaning they cannot dive, which results in them not being able to survive in the wild. They cannot feed, they cannot rest properly, they cannot regulate their body temperature. So this is a very challenging condition that even now it can still present issues when we try and work out what's caused it and how we can fix it. And also the entanglement leaves them, they can potentially be entangled in these nets, we think, for weeks to months. It's hard to get an accurate estimate, but many of them have certainly been out there for a while. And that will leave them, it ultimately results in quite a few medical issues, such as malnutrition, dehydration, poor immune function, and frequently infections. And above all, they do end up with very significant wounds that can take many months to heal, frequently severe fractures, exposed bones, and many of which cannot be salvaged and do result in amputation. So this represents a challenge of the longevity of these things and how long we need to keep them in order to get them fully back to health. And certainly can represent a challenge when there's limited space and resources as well. And also, we have had sort of increasing patient numbers over the years. So we are, finding that the numbers do build. So, for example, in 2017, we had 30 patients taken into the centre in total. That rose to 34 in 2018, and then it rose to 49 in 2019. So, it's really great that we are seeing more and more turtles, because otherwise the majority of these guys would actually die out in the open ocean, stuck in these nets. But certainly that does bring with it its challenges. So our goal at the Olive Ridley Project has always been to offer the best standard of veterinary care that we can for our sea turtles, and of course to maximise the number of turtles that we can successfully return to the wild. As we're going to talk about, obviously we all know sea turtles are very much at risk, all the species that we have here in the Indian Ocean, and so certainly every turtle really counts to be able to get them back there out to the wild. And for example, we also sort of actively continue to fundraise and to try and obtain more specialist equipment so that we can treat these guys that are a little bit more challenging to treat. So we continually also looking to expand our presence in the Maldives so that we can have more rehabilitation centres, so more tank space available, more rescue centres as well, so that we can increase the amount of veterinary care that we can provide, and minimise the distance these guys have to travel, and ultimately maximise how many turtles we can actually take in, so that we can raise their sort of profile and their conservation status countrywide. So before we finish, just want to give you a few key figures to illustrate what we have been lucky enough to achieve in the 4 years that the Olive Ridley Project has been rescuing sick and injured turtles here in the Maldives. So we, since opening, we have had a total of 150 patients taken in. We have 83 of those have been successfully rehabilitated and released. We have treated 4 out of the 5 species that we would find here in the Indian Ocean. We have not had a leatherback before, but it could be possible. But otherwise, we've had every other one. And we've also performed over 100 surgeries, and ranging from flipper amputations to fish hook removals to foreign body removals, and also dedicated wound care, feeding tube insertions to support nutrition, and all sorts of things. So we are very lucky that we can perform almost anything that these turtles would require to get them back on their feet, or flippers, shall we say. So thank you very much for listening. Please do check out if you have any questions, then please do ask them. And we always like to keep people up to date with what we get up to at the Rescue Centre on our website and also on our social medias. And thank you very much for having me to speak. It's I feel very lucky to be able to talk about our work, and I look forward to hearing all of the presentations coming as well. So thank you very much.
So can we go to the next slide, and then we'll see if it keeps working, or if I drop out, if you guys can let me know. So we are going to present, these are the projects we are carrying out now. I think, Mani, can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so how we started was that first, initially, we were doing coral projects, and Marine Savers is actually the environmental conservation initiatives of the Four Seasons resorts in the Maldives managed by Reefscapers. And Marine Savers originated after the opening of the Four Seasons Landagi in Baeto, and the turtle programs were launched in 2010. During the excursions, we noticed increase in numbers of injured turtles caught in ghost nets. So we started bringing them back to the resort to treat them. And we started learning about the different issues. And over time, we developed methods to rehabilitate turtles with advice from turtle experts around the world. Initially, we were keeping them in tubs, so big tubs. And so we could not keep them for long periods of time. So with the help of donations from guests and the resort, we built some pools, and this provided the turtles with better conditions for more successful recovery. And we identified the problems was not only treating or curing the symptoms of the injured turtles, and we recognized an urgent need to raise awareness among the local communities. There was a moratorium at the time of no capture of sea turtles, but the eggs were not protected. So we then ran several workshops and awareness programs targeting local school children and youth ambassadors. So we got them on the resort and did presentations and also got them in the water to do snorkeling so they could actually see. It was the first time many of them went underwater with a mask. We also started a nest protection program because the eggs were not protected at the time. And this was to encourage local islanders to protect their nests with the initiative that instead of selling the eggs for 2 rupiah in the community, that they would sell the hatchlings to us for 10 rupiah instead. We would then release 95% of the hatchlings in the open ocean and to provide them with a better chance of survival. And the rest of the 5% they were grown out in tanks and released sometimes with satellite tags. So you'll hear more about it from my team later. We have now discontinued the project because we're not allowed to, keep the nests, or there's a few issues there with that project. In addition, a lot of guest awareness activities are carried out on the resort, and presentations are done on turtle biology, threats to turtles, and conservation of turtles before the guests go snorkeling, and they're accompanied by a marine biologist so they can give them more information. The guests also learn more about the turtles and the conservation during turtle excursions as well. I'll hand over to Daphne to continue the presentation from here.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for having us as speakers. So one of our main projects is that we run a sea turtle rehabilitation center. So many of the problems that we face have already been addressed by Dr. Little, but our aim is the same, to rehabilitate and release these turtles back into the wild. And as we all know, our most common cause of admission is entanglement in ghost nets, but we also get patients that sometimes have been hit by boats or ingested plastics, or being victims of oil spills. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So as a result of these problems, we often get patients that need surgical intervention, or that have been floating for a very long time, so they are dehydrated, they are very malnourished, so we need to address all of these issues so we can provide some medical care. We are working on building a veterinary hospital, so we are gathering equipment and learning a little bit more of the needs of these patients. It's been a couple complicated years, but we are hoping to be able to do that in the future. But at the moment, we can provide a good level of care for our patients and recover them good enough so we can release them back into the wild. So for the last stage of rehabilitation, once we have addressed all of the health issues, we can provide some exercises and help the turtles regain their strength. To do this, we have a number of strategies. So we have some enrichment devices to increase their alertness and stimulate their physical and mental well-being. We can take them out into the ocean to encourage them to regain their strength. And we also have a great tool that it's our ocean pen. That's basically like a fishing culture device, but it helps us greatly with the turtles because it's 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep, so they can perfect their diving skills. As we all know, many of our turtles also suffer from buoyancy problems. So it's a great way to have them exposed to the ocean, to the conditions of the ocean, the waves, the currents, but they are still protected by this net. So once we see that they can dive in the net, that they can forage at the bottom, and they can rest by themselves, then we know they are ready and they're going to have a greater chance of survival once we release them. We can go to the next one, please. So in the 11 years that our project has been running, we have admitted almost 300 turtles to our rehabilitation centers, and that has resulted in 177 releases, including one this morning. So it's been very good. And now I'll hand over to Alejandra.
So one of our other projects is the nest protection. As Marie was mentioning, this is something we started since, well, we started with Marine Savers, and our main aim is to actually conserve and make sure that as many hatchlings make it to the ocean as possible. With this, we work with the communities. We still keep pushing for the local islands and the resorts to actually maintain and keep this coniferous nest safe, so we can get the biological data from all this hatchling success that we can get around the Maldives. We'll normally get nests from green turtles and hawksbills. So far, we haven't been able to establish a correct nesting season, as we've been seeing nesting all year round in the different sites of the Maldives, from all the way north that we have our first nesting, all of Olive Ridley's recording in 2019, down to all the way in Formula, where we still get some nest of hawksbills. So it's a work in progress. We try to maintain the nest protected from any poaching, from any animals that may get attacked into it, so we can actually ensure that the hatching success is as high as possible. So far from our nest that we have protected, after the excavations, we've seen a 70% of success of our hatchlings making it to the ocean. From this, we move into hatchling rehabilitation. So as Marie mentioned before, we used to rear hatchlings that are healthy until they were able to make it by themselves, so we can actually enhance their chances of survival. A couple of years back, we changed this because we're trying to make sure that the hatchlings make it by themselves and we don't interrupt the natural flow. But from this, we actually accept all the animals that come with deformations. For example, Kwasi is a hawksbill turtle that was born here in March of 2017. He has a deformation in the column as well as his face. He doesn't have one eye. So we know the Kwasi is not able to survive in the wild, but we're using him as an example of why even these animals that are not able to make it in natural, but they even have enough strength to make it by themselves. So as well, we accept the green turtles. Manny? So hawksbills and greens are mainly the species that we have admitted to our center. We admitted in 2019 our first Olive Ridley that came with a deformation in one of her flippers. Sadly, she didn't make it because as well she had some deformation here in her spine. After we did the necropsy, we noticed this. But our results have showed us that even though the animals don't look as awake in the first moment, after a little bit of rehabilitation, after a little bit of care, these animals are strong enough to actually make it by themselves. The results that we've seen from our release patients, it's that we have resightings of this species so far from a release that we did in 2018 with our 4ID project that Manny will talk a little further. We've seen this animal again throughout the years that is still in the same reef, is healthy, and is growing without a problem. So far, we have more than 100 successful releases from the hatchling rehabilitation. From this, we also have the flying turtles. So from our rehab patients that are not able to survive in the wild, we try to relocate them into aquariums where they will actually become ambassadors to their species. So this started in 2016 when we actually successfully sent 4 of our turtles to Belgium. This was the first time in the Maldives to ever happen. So we had 4 Olive Ridleys actually living abroad. So it was a milestone for us and pretty much for the Maldives, because we're able to maintain these species and make sure that even though if they suffer from amputations because of entanglement of plastics, we can ensure that they can actually still have a normal life, as close as a normal life as possible. Then in 2017, we had our second program with Elsa that we sent to Russia. She is diving already. She has an amputation in the front flipper. She was buoyant, but she started diving. So it was one of our success stories as well. From our turtles that we sent in 2016, we had Peggy, which actually started diving in Belgium. She was quite healthy. The veterinarian in Belgium was telling us that she was completely ready to be released. So we started a project to actually bring her back into the Maldives. She came back in 2019. She was strong, she was healthy, and we released her with a satellite tracking device where we track her all the way to India, where she
as we hope is nesting. And in this year, we're looking into moving one of our other turtles to the UK in the upcoming months. So it will be our 6th turtle that we move around, and we're also looking into other countries so they can also become ambassadors for the different species and to actually create a little bit of more conservation care around the world.
All right, so I'll talk about the Maldives Sea Turtle Identification Project that we started. So we started this project in 2011. So we actually became the first Maldives-wide photographic database that was studying the population of sea turtles in the country. And so we actually use the unique patterns the sea turtles have on their face as the identification tool. So we made this project more achievable as any tourist or any marine biologist can help just by taking a photograph and sending it through to us. We do have our Facebook group called Maldives Turtle ID. We also ask for more information whenever they make their submissions. We ask for the date, the location, the sex, as well as the size of the turtles, if it's possible. So our database has been growing thanks to everyone involved. We have identified over 2,300 hawksbill turtles, over 270 green turtles, and 90 olive ridleys. And so far our research has shown that hawksbills remain on their home reefs throughout the year, while green turtles tend to use multiple reefs for feeding. But we mostly see juveniles or female turtles with very few males of either species being spotted. Also, if you look at the map on the left-hand side, you can see the abundance of sea turtles sighted with respect to their location. As you can see, it is more concentrated in the essential atolls. So our next aim is to actually expand this project to the more southern and northern atolls, so we can have a better understanding of sea turtle populations around the entire country. Lastly, we also have a satellite tracking project. We have fitted 25 of our turtles released from the center with satellite tracking devices. This included green turtles, hawksbills, as well as olive ridleys, which were actually the most common turtle species we have fitted with satellite tracks. Tagging the released turtles with satellites provides us really good information about their migration corridors, their survivorship, as well as their foraging grounds. As well, so far in this project, we have learned that tagged juvenile green hawksbill and greens and hawksbill turtles stayed more or less within the waters of the Maldives, whereas the olive ridleys that we have tagged have traveled greater distances, confirming that they are more of an oceanic species. We have had olive ridley turtles travel all the way to India, Sri Lanka, just like Alejandra said. Some actually even made it all the way to Malaysia as well. All right. So with that, I conclude our part of this session. Thank you all very much for listening. If you need to get in touch with any of us, all of our socials are on this slide. If you need any more information as well, you can contact us through any of these media platforms. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Ministry of Climate Change and Technology in the Maldives for this wonderful opportunity to present the work of the Sea Turtle Rescue Alliance on World Sea Turtle Day. I would like to now take this opportunity to run through the conception of STRA, its journey to date, its mission and its goals, and the benefits that its members will receive and the opportunities for collaboration. So my background, as Lasama just mentioned, began in the Maldives in 2016 when I started working for the Olive Ridley Project as its first veterinarian. It was here that I reached out to veterinarians around the world to ensure that I was providing the best possible care for the injured sea turtles that were being found in the Maldives. Having had the pleasure of meeting many sea turtle veterinarians and visiting many rescue centres over the past 5 years, a common thread that surfaced was the lack of a platform dedicated to the medical care of sea turtles, both regionally and globally. There's a large discrepancy in the availability of facilities, access to funding and expertise amongst nations and rescue centres, but despite all the differences, everyone's common goal is the desire to help and treat the turtles as best as possible, and this is where the concept of STRA originated from. After several months of consultation and brainstorming, Ocean Care have been extremely supportive and have generously been patrons to the formation of this alliance since its initial proposal in 2018. For those that aren't aware, Ocean Care is a Swiss NGO committed to protecting the oceans and marine fauna holding special consultative status among marine issues with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. In the last 30 years, there's been a global effort to improve disease surveillance, develop new stranding and rehabilitation protocols, build local and regional networks, and to push the boundaries of veterinary medicine for sea turtles. Despite these efforts, coordination and information sharing between hospitals, rescue centres and researchers involved in the medical and rehabilitation field have been mainly characterised by uncoordinated initiatives of single groups or regional networks. When discussing clinical cases with fellow veterinarians, there seems to be a common theme. Many have mentioned frequent appeals for information and assistance with the treatment, rehabilitation and release of captured or injured sea turtles that are extended from the general public and field biologists to individual veterinarians. Often it is difficult to know who to turn to for advice, especially when the need is urgent, and with online contact lists and local databases often outdated and incomplete. Last year, our committee corresponded with the respected thought leaders in sea turtle veterinary medicine to ascertain their view of such an alliance, with their support and their contribution with material focused on their expertise in their respective fields, be it surgery, pathology and rehabilitation. We intend to only share best practices on STRA's online resources to facilitate improved medical practices for all rescue centres. STRA does not intend to replace local and regional stranding networks, nor any of the existing databases, but instead seeks to create a platform to share information at a global level and provide essential clinical and training resources that have been unavailable to date. STRA's mission is to connect and empower the sea turtle rescue and rehabilitation community with the latest tools to improve the care and welfare of injured sea turtles around the world. STRA will be doing this by promoting professional collaboration, shared best practice clinical knowledge and data to enhance medical application at facilities worldwide and support the global conservation effort for all species of sea turtle. One of STRA's main pillars is to provide a platform for building and enhancing local capacity where it is most needed. This will be facilitated through providing online training and collating materials and existing materials, including lectures, instructional videos, manuals and quick guides, and creating a shared members-generated photo library to facilitate learning and diagnosis. The role of STRA is to facilitate the eliminations of barriers, either medical, cultural or economical. Often online resources and textbooks are designed for medical advanced facilities and poorly adapt to realities in new centres and most centres in developing countries. In collaboration with local partners, STRA aims to adapt training materials and protocols to local realities and local languages. Taking into consideration, for example, local legislation, medicine availability and available technologies. To further facilitate learning, STRA aims to host regional workshops in collaboration with local and international partners and experts, spearheading the initiative virtually and as soon as possible, moving to in-person courses and workshops. This will also be supported as an incentive in countries where it is required by providing opportunities for continuing professional development. And since collaboration is at the heart of the Alliance, STRA will facilitate the creation of a network of training facilities that will be able to host students and early career vets, managers and caretakers, and provide opportunities for exchanges and visits between centres, enhancing the role and impact of training hospitals and facilities and providing opportunities for growth. Sea turtle veterinarians can play a pivotal role in sea turtle conservation, with our primary goal to treat the patient, rehabilitate and release as soon as possible, giving the turtle the greatest chance of long-term survival. We can also cultivate awareness, create educational content regarding sea turtle injury and disease, and by promoting the role that the sea turtle medicine can play in conservation of these species, we can inspire further protection from the public. Through research and data sharing, we have the capacity to extend our collaborative research efforts globally. STRA advocates and participates in the One Health approach, whereby STRA is an instrument for zoonotic and emergent disease surveillance. In time, we would like STRA to be able to provide for its members a global directory and interactive map for rescue centres, a tiered online interactive cloud-based platform that will enhance connectivity between professional peers, and the live case consultation platform between members, and the ability to provide telemedicine support centres without access to medical personnel, and this will be done by Microsoft Teams. STRA also plans to organise regional in-person training courses in sea turtle medicine and husbandry for rescue centres and first response centres, and the potential for which will be incredibly useful for centres around the world, as well as professional online sea turtle rescue centre clinical case patient recording software, ProVet Cloud, which has been generously allowed us to actually have this software for STRA's members. And we actually went out in March of this year, incredibly, to the Olive Ridley project, which is actually the first pilot centre. So Dr. Alex McGee, who is on the STRA's committee as the data lead, went out to set up the adapted patient management software with Dr. Minnie at the Rest Centre. And it is planned that in 2021, there will be 2 more centres, that are pilot centres, that will be trialling this. And hopefully, if all goes to plan as it is currently, it will be available to any rescue member of the STRA next year. So if you'd like to know more about STRA and require any information, please go to our website and get in touch with us there. We're also on social media and send us an email through the contact page on the website. And I'd just like to thank you again to the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Technology for hosting this wonderful webinar. And also thank you to Ocean Care for supporting the initiative, and to the Olive Ridley Project for being our pilot centre, as well as the STRA Steering Committee from Loggerhead Marine Life Centre, the Marve, and to all of the centres and veterinarians so far that have been in touch with their membership requests. So thank you very much.
I'll be looking at how sea turtles have been used as a natural resource and how it's progressed to exploitation, and how that has led to the legal measures that we see today, as well as how the populations have changed over time. So as we all know, we have 5 species of sea turtles in the Maldives, and they are all vulnerable to critically endangered. The most frequently cited species in Maldives, sorry, I'll go back, are the green turtle and the hawksbills. And looking into the history of sea turtles, it's very surprising that there's not at all a historical record of sea turtles in the written form. And this was actually noted by one of the biologists in 1980s. So the first biological record of sea turtles in the Maldives was first seen in the 19th century, at the end of 19th century by Chun in 1903. So this is actually quite surprising because for centuries, Maldivians have been consuming sea turtle eggs, and we have also entered the tortoise shell trade for the hawksbills. And this can even be seen from the Arab travelers' travelogues as well. This is mentioned in the travelogues in the 12th and 14th century as well. And in 1984, when exploitation has already begun, there was a study conducted by Jack Frazier in Ba Ari and Lamo et al. So this is an excerpt from one of the documents from early 80s, 1981, if I remember correctly. Yes. This was from one of the booklets published by Ministry of Fisheries. Even in this, it's discussed how sea turtles were already declining, even at night. The populations were already declining in 1981. So looking back, far back, in the 1930s, people talk, there are not written accounts, but there are people who has, there are records of how we have had oral records that was recorded in 1980s. Okay. So in the 1930s, we had a lot of sea turtle nesting, and it was actually said that turtles start nesting before the sunset, and it doesn't stop until the sunrise the next day. And this was the case in a lot of islands from what we have been told. And people consumed the turtle eggs all over the country, and it was an important protein source as well. And it was also traded in some islands, such as Halif Muladu, and also in Ba Kufunadu, where the turtle eggs were sold for, where like 6 to 8 eggs were sold for 1 rupiah. So this was in the 1970s. Oh, this was before the 1970s, I think. Yeah, around then. And then the turtle eggs. Yeah, this is some eggs that we were able to, this was confiscated in the recent times, but it was normal for Maldivians to actually consume that back in the day. And then began well, not really began, we have been involved in the backward trade for a while. But before that, I will be looking into how Maldivians didn't used to consume sea turtle meat before the 1950s. So it was actually considered haram, which means unclean in a religious context. Maldivians didn't used to consume sea turtle meat until the 1950s, when the religious verdict changed. Not really verdict, more like the school of Islamic thought. So we follow a different Islamic school of thought at the moment, and so in the 1950s, scholars argued that it's actually halal, and people started consuming turtle meat at this point. So the over exploitation actually began around 1970s, when the tourism industry rose. This meant that people were catching the tortoise shells, the hawksbills for the tortoise trade, and they were constantly being made into souvenirs. This was done by actually adding boiling water on living hawksbills and then removing their shell. And some actually believe that if they released it back into the sea, it will come back with the shell again. So this was actually considered a very good way to earn back in the day, and this completely skyrocketed into over-exploitation. And this it is said that Maldivians learned how to do this, the beko artistry, the one shown here, from Japanese fishermen. So in the 1970s, when the overexploitation became a problem, the government actually started keeping records of the turtle harvesting for the beko trade. But this did not really take into account how much people were still consuming the turtle eggs or the turtle meat. From one of the government records from Ministry of Fisheries in 1977, it is said that in just 6 months, they were able to, it was recorded that almost close to 2,000 turtles were captured just within 6 months, on average, like 290 turtles, which is actually estimated to be much, much higher for consumption and for the turtle trade. It was actually not, the sea turtles data was not written species specific, so we don't know if it was only greens or if it was just the hawksbills. And for this, in terms of the souvenir trade, in just one shop, in a single day in 1970, some 400 turtles could be seen for sale in just the shops near the waterfront on Male, and the total number of sales could be about 1,000 in just one day. So we know that this was becoming a problem, and people were advocating for change even in those days, which was very, very extremely difficult. So in 1995, a presidential decree was given on banning the harvesting of sea turtles of a certain size, but this did not include eating turtles that were bigger or consuming the eggs. So even then, consumption of the eggs was still legal. And then we quickly moved on to banning the consumption of eggs from certain islands. These were the 14 hotspots that were identified back then. And these are still important nesting hotspots, and we think that we actually have a lot more than these, just 14 islands. When the sea turtles were protected under the Environment Act in 2016, that's when sea turtles received complete protection in the Maldives, because until then, the eggs were not included in the protection. And this year, we've actually managed to gazette the protected species regulation, under which the sea turtle management plan would also be released, which would cover a lot of the conservation-related matters as well as penalties involved. So to this day, the exploitation of sea turtles still continue, and well, these are violations now because it's banned under a lot of these activities are banned under the regulation. And the things we consider as exploitation, even though tourism has done a lot of good for sea turtles. There's still an issue with handling hatchlings or touching sea turtles. So these are still the kind of things that happen in Maldives, in the resorts and guest houses, that we're trying to hopefully work with our guidelines and awareness. And then capture and consumption of sea turtles continue to this day. This is teokunde, a type of turtle meat and fats that have been cooked. This is something that people seem to really enjoy, and in a survey that was conducted in Bar Atoll in 2020, over 90% of people in one island agreed to not necessarily still, to consuming sea turtles, and it was an extremely popular delicacy in the island. And this is not an isolated case. This is something that happens in several different islands as well. So hunting now is kind of a bonding activity for Maldivians, especially for young men. They go out on dinghies, especially during the full moons, and then they chase after turtles that come to the surface for breathing, and then they hook them, tie them up, and then take them to uninhabited islands, and this is where the cooking usually happens. So additionally, we also have a bit of a problem with people wanting to keep turtles as pets or to do their own Head Start programs. A lot of this comes from a place of wanting to help, but it's something that's extremely detrimental to the hatchlings. This also happens in local islands and resorts. We also no longer allow hatchlings to be kept in rehabilitation centers as well, since it's part of the natural process for all of the turtles to go into the sea, and if they're going to get confused, if they're going to get consumed by other predators, that's just considered part of the life cycle, the food cycle. Yeah. So we want all of you watching to please report to us if any of this still happens. That's it for today. Thank you.
Naragsak at sa marubungan tial daw di pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Maligayang araw ng pawikan.
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde. Bonne journée de la tortue à tous. On vous embrasse tous de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous.
Malibayon na adlaw para sa mga baho sa dagat.
Hanig at ikaw, Island Masbate.
Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
In this video, we share a story about sea turtle protection in Bali. Bali Island is located in Indonesia. Bali has a unique culture. It is known as the Island of the Gods, as you can see from thousands of temples built in every corner of the island. Balinese live by their Hindu belief that abides their daily activities. Mountains and beaches are very important for Balinese. They believe in a concept that the mountain and the sea are part of Mother Nature that gives tremendous impact on life. Therefore, the sea and also creatures live within should be protected, including the sea turtle. There is a giant turtle in Balinese mythology called Penawangnala that carries the whole world on its back. He and two dragons support the human world. If it moves, there will be earthquakes and volcanic eruptions on the earth. This sends a message that sea turtle is a valuable creature and must be protected. Indonesia is a country with the second longest coastline in the world that has a tremendous potential in terms of natural resources. Out of 7 sea turtle species, 6 of them can be found in Indonesian waters. They are green turtle, hawksbill, olive ridley, leatherback, loggerhead, and flatback. All species of sea turtle in the waters of Indonesia have been protected by the government of the Republic of Indonesia based on the number 5 of 1990 on the Conservation of Natural Resources and Ecosystem Act. It is illegal to catch, injure, possess, store, transfer, or trade in protected species of animals either alive or dead. Violation of this policy is punishable by a maximum of 5 years imprisonment and a maximum fine of 100 million rupiah. Bali is one of islands in Indonesia which is well known for its tourism and also for issue of sea turtle in the last 2 decades. "20 years ago, Bali receives a bad reputation for high number of sea turtle trade. This has become the focus of attention in the national and international scope and has created bad impact for tourism in Bali. Attention from the public regarding the issue of sea turtle trade raises various reactions, bad as well as good. For Balinese society itself, This is not something to be proud of. The strong law enforcement giving positive impact to the sea turtle protection. The management authority in Bali has been doing a lot of confiscation regarding sea turtle smuggling to Bali. It also gives a positive image to the international world that Bali, Indonesia are really concerned regarding the contraction of the sea turtles.
Hi, I'm Wayan, founder and chairman Bali Sea Turtle Society. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia, Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Bali Sea Turtle Society is a society for the protection of sea turtle that is based in Bali Island, Indonesia. We work involving local community to protect the sea turtle. Since 2012, Bali Sea Turtle Society, supported by Humane Society International Australia, running Bali Nesting Beaches Protection Program. This program including education, campaign, and sea turtle nest protection. For education program, we are visiting local community group, school, and various organizations in Bali Island to spread information regarding sea turtle protection. This activity is focused more on coastal community. At Kuta Beach, education program running during the turtle nesting season, especially on baby turtle release activity. We also are distributing turtle booklet to elementary school around Bali that located on coastal community. Our campaign program set up unique and fun. We are conducting exhibition and also interactive method using our sea turtle mascot. We also distributing a simple and cute sticker to the beach visitor. By targeting the tourists in Kuta Beach, information about sea turtle protection reached not only local and national visitors, but also international tourists.
Several locations on beaches along Bali Island have been the places for sea turtle to lay their eggs. Positive reaction was shown by community by starting activities to protect sea turtle and the nest.
Now we are in Kuta Beach. This is the one of the nesting site for the olive ridley turtles.
At the Kuta Beach, Bali Sea Turtle Society team will be on the beach during the sea turtle season for night patrol during March to October. Based on their data on Kuta Beach and surrounding beaches, so far there's only one species found, that is olive ridley turtle. Activities in the Sea Turtle Nest Protection Program focuses on data recording, including protecting the mother turtle laying eggs and also relocating the eggs into the hatchery. Bali Sea Turtle Society relocated the nests because most of the nests were located below the high tide. There is a problem with beach erosion, traffic of the tourists, animals, and minor problems from exposure. Bali Sea Turtle Society also record turtles stranded at Kuta Beach. During the west monsoon around December to February, the ocean current will bring a lot of rubbish to Kuta Beach. Sometimes we found also sea turtles stranded, mostly very weak or dead. The recorded data show number of turtle nests that were found and rescued by Bali Sea Turtle Society has been increasing. The first nest recorded was on year 2000, where they were relocated only one nest. In 2019, before the pandemic, they rescued more than 600 nests. And in this year, during the pandemic, so far, they have rescued more than 100 nests. Education and campaign program gives positive impact, which is shown by more participation in baby turtle release from local people and public who visited the beach.
Halo semuanya, halo everybody. Nama saya Gong Haji. My name is Gong Haji. Panggilannya Mr. Turtle. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia. Baik, saya akan cerita mengenai penyelamatan penyu di Pantai Kuta. Saya warga Desa Dakuta yang selalu berada di Pantai Kuta. Kurang lebih 20 tahun yang lalu ya kita bergerak kepedulian penyelamatan penyu yang naik bertelur di kawasan Pantai Kuta. Setelah kita bergerak tahun demi tahun, akhirnya populasi penyu makin bertambah. Nah, di mana gerakan kita untuk penyelamat lingkungan yang paling kita lakukan adalah bagaimana kita bisa memberikan suatu edukasi ya, edukasi tentang bagaimana pentingnya penyelamatan lingkungan. Nah, setelah berjalan edukasi itu, akhirnya masyarakat baik anak-anak muda ya mereka sudah ikut peduli tentang apa yang kita sudah lakukan dari awal mengenai penyelamatan satwa penyu di kawasan Pantai Kuta. Setelah kita jalankan dengan keikhlasan dan ketulusan, akhirnya ini menjadi manfaat besar bagi kehidupan masyarakat karena pengaruhnya besar sekali terhadap pariwisata kita. Akhirnya dengan adanya komitmen kita dengan penyelamatan penyu-penyu bertelur, kita save penyu yang datang sampai akhirnya menetas, kita kembalikan ke alamnya kembali. Itu menjadi salah satu daya tarik wisata. Semoga apa yang kita lakukan ini tidak putus, berkesinambungan terus untuk anak cucu kita. Semoga kita harapkan juga lebih banyak nanti penyu-penyu di laut. We want more sea turtle in the ocean. Mungkin begitu harapan kita. Ya, bagaimanapun tetap hambatan-hambatan ya, hambatan-hambatan pasti itu ada. Namun dengan ketulusan, dengan keikhlasan apa yang kita lakukan tentang penyelamatan save the sea turtle di Kuta, ini menjadi momentum kita ya, menjadi tantangan buat kita juga ke depannya nanti. Ya, tetap kita semangat walaupun dengan situasi kondisi dunia, apalagi ya Bali daerah pariwisata yang masih suasana Covid, tapi kita di sini ya bersama rekan-rekan tetap semangat, tetap ada spirit untuk nature. Kita tetap penyelamatan berjalan terus, tidak ada henti-hentinya, ya tidak akan lemah dengan adanya Covid ini untuk penyelamatan penyu. Mari kita berdoa semoga semua makhluk hidup berbahagia. Pesan kita kepada seluruh anak-anak muda di dunia, ya khususnya ya Bali dan Kuta, mari kita sama-sama jaga. Mari kita sama-sama lestarikan, jaga penyu untuk betul-betul tidak akan punah. Bagaimanapun ini tanggung jawab kita. Ya, saya terus terang aja sudah usia ini, ya, tapi semangat harus tetap muda. Ya, apalagi yang masih usianya muda, mari kita bersama-sama untuk menjaga lingkungan. Mari kita saling bahu-membahu untuk menyelamatkan sea turtle yang bertelur di seluruh kawasan dimanapun.
How many? Who knows? In the thousand, how many?
1,000.
How many? One. See, one in a thousand. So one.
The main challenge is encouraging the young generation to join the program on the field. Regeneration is an issue. This year, local community at Kuta already established a group named Kuta Beach Sea Turtle Conservation Center.
Nama saya Igusti Ngurah Agung Alif Putra. Saya di sini sebagai Ketua Kuta Beach Sea Turtle Conservation Center. KBSTCC ini dinaungi di bawah dari Desa Adat Kuta. Saya di sini sejak kecil. Dari tahun 2000 saya sudah di sini dan mengikuti ayah saya. Awal mula ayah saya di sini pertama sebagai ketua Satgas Pantai Kuta. Yang saya tahu, saya sudah diajak dari kecil di sini dan ikut patroli di sekitar areal pantai untuk merescue telur penyu dan direlokasi di tempat yang lebih aman. Menjaga penyu itu biar tidak diganggu oleh pengunjung. Kalau sudah penyu itu mulai bertelur dan telurnya itu direscue dan direlokasi di tempat ini. Sebelumnya sih tidak seperti ini. Sebelumnya itu ya sederhana lah. Seingat saya pertama kali sarang penyu itu tidak di sini, tapi di awalnya penyu itu bertelur dan dikasih tanda seperti keranjang lah, dikasih tanda bahwa di sini ada telur penyu. Saya sekarang penerus beliau karena cita-cita beliau biar ada penerus untuk generasi muda. Sebelum pandemi kita di sini pariwisata pasti tamu domestik maupun luar negeri itu pasti berkunjung ke sini. Apalagi ada pelepasan anak penyu itu, wow, pasti gila, pasti ramai banget. Dan sekarang masa pandemi ini situasinya sih pasti sepi ya. Kalau sekarang sih pandemi ini penyunya lebih bebas untuk bertelur ya, tidak ada gangguan sama sekali. Tapi di masa pandemi ini Pantai Kuta lagi diambang abrasi. Dan sekarang penyu bertelur sudah mulai masih sedikit bertelur dari tahun-tahun lalu. Kalau dampak negatifnya pasti ada karena jumlah volunteer kita berkurang karena mereka kebanyakan pulang kampung dan tidak ada pekerjaan. Dampak positif pasti ada. Kita tidak terganggu untuk merescue telur penyu dari tahun yang lalu. Peran masyarakat di sini sangat membantu dan mereka sudah banyak mengerti tentang penyu. Di sini kita ingin mengedukasi lebih banyak lagi masyarakat, utamanya di Kuta, supaya mengerti apa itu penyu. Oke, pesan-pesan saya untuk generasi muda, ikutilah jejak saya, ikhlas untuk melindungi penyu agar populasi penyu tidak punah.
Hello everyone, my name is Sari. I'm one of the volunteers at Bali Sea Turtle Society. We are here at Kuta Beach, which is the nesting site of olive ridley turtle. So basically what we do here is all of us, the volunteers, do the beach patrol every night on nesting season, which starts from March through October, and the high season is June, July and August. So what we do is we do beach patrol at Kuta Beach, which approximately about 4 kilometers in length, and we walk by the beach and we look for sea turtles. So sometimes we find the turtle tracks, or sometimes we find the turtles that is during nesting, which laying eggs, or sometimes we find them even just come up from the ocean. So when we find the turtle, we clear the area, and then we protect them from people or humans, or from the lights or sound, and then we let the turtle lay the eggs in peace. And when we do that, we wait for them until they finish. So basically they usually dig the sand, and then they lay the eggs, and then when they finish, they cover the nesting hole, and they usually lay the eggs, 100 eggs approximately. And then when they finish, we wait for them to go back to the sea, and then we rescue the eggs. We open up the nest, and then we relocate the eggs to the hatchery here.
Masuk. Oke, siap meluncur.
TTL 67 menit.
welcome to the hatchery that is Kuta Beach Sea Turtle Conservation Center. So this is the hatchery. It's the statue of sea turtle, as you can see. So inside the statue is actually the hatchery, which we relocate the eggs and put them in the statue, and then in there we put the text. Let me show you the hatchery. So welcome to the hatchery. We are currently in the statue in the hatchery. So for example, let me show you the text. One of the texts here says it's laid on May 18th. So in May 18th, and the location is in Pantai Jerman, which is south to the conservation. And then the clutch size is 73. So the eggs on the nest is 73 eggs. And then the hatching date estimated is in July. So the eggs of sea turtle takes about 45 days to 60 days until the hatch. So there are 2 weeks of range. So we don't know the exact date yet. So we put the estimated date in July.
Okay.
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia. Happy World Sea Turtle Day. So my hope for us, hopefully we are more aware in our daily lives that is affecting the nature. Terima kasih.
out your help. Save the nature. Save the planet. Save the baby turtle. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's go now. Thank you. Turtle, are you ready? One more time, speak loud. I would like to spread to all over around the world. Are you ready? Okay, let's go now. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they won't survive without your help. Save the nature, save the planet, save the baby turtle. Are you ready? Let's go now. I hope no one from 1,000 will survive. We have, hello, anjingnya. Okay, we have a 250. I hope 10 or 50 they will survive. Thank Semoga ini antivirus COVID kita pelepasan tukik. Ya, alam akan berdamai dengan pelepasan ini. Mudah-mudahan alam bisa menangkal coronavirus.
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia. Happy World Sea Turtle. Hi everyone, I'm Jacob. I'm a bartender and a volunteer at Bali Sea Turtle Society. Being a volunteer at Bali Sea Turtle Society is one of the best time in Malaya. I hope people more aware about this special animal and helping more to conservation. I wish all beings may be happy and free from suffering. Terima kasih banyak.
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia, Happy World Sea Turtle Day 2021. Hello everyone, my name is Sari. I'm one of the volunteers at Bali Sea Turtle Society. To celebrate today, hopefully we are more conscious in our daily lives that is affecting our nature.
Hello good people, my name is Patrick Jordan Mandrum. I'm one of the volunteers at Bali Sea Turtle Society. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia, Happy World Sea Turtle Day. Being a volunteer is a new experience for me. Being a volunteer is just not made me a thinker, but also the person who do the action. And I hope we all know that action speaks louder than words. Let's love the turtles and all the living creatures. Peace!
Hi, I'm Madinita, student from Universitas Gajah Mada. I'm one of the volunteers at Bali Sea Turtle Society. So proud to be able to join and meet friends here to save the sea turtle eggs. I hope everyone is more interested and concerned about nature and animals, especially sea turtle, because if not us, who else?
Halo semuanya, selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021. Saya Sin, saya biasanya bekerja sebagai barista. Kesan saya selama menjadi volunteer di sini, saya banyak belajar tentang penyu dari senior-senior di sini, juga teman-teman volunteer di sini. Lalu saya harap dari kegiatan ini juga teman-teman mengerti bahwa penyu itu sebenarnya dilindungi, dan saya harap juga teman-teman ikut peduli terhadap lingkungan, khususnya juga biota laut yang ada di sekitar kita. Terima kasih.
Halo, nama saya Agus Cahyono. Pekerjaan saya sebagai pembersihan pantai Kuta. Kalau bisa jangan buang sampah sembarangan. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia. Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Hai, nama saya Yosi Wijaya. Saya adalah pekerja sosial. Saya salah satu volunteer di Bali Sea Turtle Society. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia, Happy World Sea Turtle Day. Pengalaman saya membantu di tempat ini sungguh luar biasa, dan saya berharap makin banyak orang-orang, terutama generasi muda, yang akan peduli terutama tentang alam dan sekitarnya, dan tentang animal atau hewan-hewan, baik yang terlantar ataupun yang tidak, terutama tentang sea turtle atau penyu. Kenapa mereka mesti diselamatkan? Karena proses kehidupannya cukup berat, dari mulai induknya bertelur hingga telurnya menetas, lalu mereka kembali ke laut, dan dari 1000 anak penyu atau tukik yang kami sebut di Indonesia dan tukik, dilepaskan dari 1000 hanya 1 yang akan survive hingga dewasa, dan itu cukup sedikit kalau bisa dibilang. Jadi saya harap generasi muda yang akan datang cukup mau untuk bekerja dan membantu terutama hewan-hewan seperti penyu ini. Sekali lagi, selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia, Happy World Sea Turtle Day. Bye.
Halo, perkenalkan nama saya Karti Aswin. Aktivitas saya selama ini untuk di Bali driver online. Setelah driver online, setelah melakukan aktivitas setiap sore saya jadi volunteer di Bali Sea Turtle Society.
Halo, saya Dewi. Saya sehari-hari sebagai seniman, menjadi seniman Bali, terutamanya seni tari. Selain itu juga setiap malam saya juga jadi volunteer di Bali Sea Turtle Society.
Kami berdua suami istri yang membantu di sini. Jadi setelah aktivitas ini tiap malam membantu untuk merelokasi telur-telur penyu yang ada di Pantai Kuta.
Ya banyak belajar juga dari Bali Turtle, terutama dalam penyelamatan, dalam telur-telur penyu yang kita selamatkan itu benar-benar luar biasa yang dapat. Kami juga belajar banget tentang alam, terutama situasi pantai, terutama juga tentang kondisi penyu saat ini bagaimana. Kami sangat benar-benar dapat pembelajaran yang luar biasa.
Dan itu kita banyak berinteraksi dengan orang-orang mungkin di luar Bali ya, terutama tamu-tamu turis yang ada di Pantai Kuta. Selama ini di Pantai Kuta sangat banyak pengunjungnya sebelum pandemi ini, jadi kita sangat concern ke relokasi telur penyu. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia, Happy Turtle Day
2021. Halo, perkenalkan nama saya Adit. Saya dari kerabat kota Bali. Dulunya diperkenalkan oleh band kota ke sini untuk bantu-bantu di sini. Nah, konservasi ini untuk orang seperti kita-kita yang peduli sama makhluk hidup yang hampir punah ini. Terima kasih untuk Bali Turtle Society yang memberi wadah di kami untuk tahu apa pentingnya menjaga makhluk hidup, khususnya penyu. Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia, Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia. Yeay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Hello everyone! There is so much to celebrate this month of June. We started with World Environment Day on the 4th, World Oceans Day on the 8th, Coral Triangle Day on the 9th, and just recently we celebrated World Sea Turtle Day. Here in the Philippines, the life and survival of two very important species, the Philippine eagle and marine turtles, are also being celebrated this month. As we join the IOSEA in celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Marine Turtle MOU, we compiled these presentations that take us back in the past. How marine turtle conservation started in the Philippines and the challenges we faced being a country composed of thousands of islands. With modern technology, we look forward full of hope for the continued existence of these marine turtles. To formally begin our presentation, let us listen to the welcome remarks of Assistant Director Amelita DJ Ortiz of the Biodiversity Management Bureau, Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
Good day, everyone, and congratulations to the IOSEA Marine Turtle MOU on their 20th anniversary. The Philippines is glad in celebrating this event with all of you with the theme, A Look Back at the Past for the Future. We warmly welcome everyone as we give a glimpse of the Philippines and its role in the population of marine turtles in Southeast Asia. Being archipelagic in nature, the Philippines has had a big share of the challenges to sustain the efforts on marine turtle conservation. One can imagine the difficulty of reaching the small, far-fetched islands that became home to nesting marine turtles. Through the years, global climate change and continued unsustainable exploitation added more pressure to the dwindling population of this species. The Philippines is a proud nesting home to 4 species of marine turtles, namely green turtle, hawksbill turtle, olive ridley turtle, and leatherback turtle, and foraging grounds to the same species plus the loggerhead turtle. It is truly appropriate to continue protecting the species, their nesting grounds, their feeding areas, and the routes that they take as they move throughout their journey. The IOSEA MOU provided the framework for the countries to join hands and cooperate to protect this charismatic species that no country could ever call their own. As the IOSEA looks forward to the continued cooperation among states and encourage more countries to join in the network, rest assured that we will continue to improve and enhance our efforts in the protection and conservation of the marine turtles. Again, congratulations and mabuhay!
Pleasant day to everyone. I am Mirasol Ocampo, Officer in charge of the Wildlife Conservation Section of the Wildlife Resources Division, Biodiversity Management Bureau, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Philippines, and I'm here to share with you how marine turtle conservation started in the Philippines. In June 1979, by virtue of Executive Order Number 542, then President Ferdinand Marcos created the Task Force Pawikan as the government's urgent response to conserve the dwindling population of marine turtles in the country. The task force was responsible for the development and implementation of conservation, management, and protection policies, and information and education programs to ensure the survival of marine turtles. Though the Task Force Pawikan was composed of several other government agencies and academe and chaired by the Minister of Natural Resources, its overall operations were directly under the office of the President. 2 million pesos was allotted annually for the conduct of the activities of the task force. One of the policies urgently created by the Ministry of Natural Resources was Administrative Order Number 12, Series of 1979, which prohibited the collection, utilization, possession, and transport of marine turtles, their eggs, and its byproducts, except in 2 regions. Harvests of marine turtle eggs were allowed and sold at prices prescribed by the Ministry of Natural Resources. The collected funds were utilized to support marine turtle conservation activities, especially in the establishment of marine turtle sanctuaries. In the beginning, most of the marine turtle conservation activities were focused in Turtle Islands in Tawi-Tawi, which is approximately 1,000 kilometers south of Manila. With very limited means of transportation to the project site, members of the task force had to hitch a ride among fishing boats or trawlers. The trip took 3 to 4 days depending on what type of boat they were able to ride onto, and sometimes extends to several more days when there is a typhoon. One can just imagine the risks and challenges the team had to cope with the conservation of marine turtles. With the amendment of the Philippine Constitution in 1981, the task force was transferred to the Ministry of Natural Resources, which is now the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, or DNR. This transfer also meant extending activities to other areas and regions with marine turtle populations. Through various administrative orders, certain islands and municipalities in the Philippines, like Caluya and Antique, and El Nido in Palawan, were declared as marine turtle sanctuaries. The DNR issued a special order in 1988 that formalized the transfer of the Task Force Pawikan to the Protected Areas and Wildlife Bureau, now Biodiversity Management Bureau. The task force was also renamed as Pawikan Conservation Project, Pawikan being the local term for marine turtles. Since most of the members of the task force were retained, the PCP continued to carry out the same responsibilities. A year after, Special Order Number 884 was issued by the DNR, designating field action officers to carry out marine turtle conservation activities. This is to augment the limited manpower of the PCP in implementing the various activities for the continued protection and conservation of marine turtles all over the Philippines. Upon the enactment of the Republic Act 9147, or the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act of 2001, hunting, poaching, collection, and trade of marine turtles, their eggs, and byproducts was totally illegal and prohibited. Fines and penalties have been increased to uphold the principles stated in this said act that was jointly implemented by 3 government offices, the DNR, Department of Agriculture, and Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. With the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, our field action officers did not fall short in responding to marine turtle rescue cases. They continued tagging and releasing turtles, and in areas where strict quarantine measures were implemented, assistance was rendered virtually. Thank you for the gift of mobile phone accessibility. While most people were locked in their homes, sea transport was low, nearly none. This was also the time that a number of municipalities and provinces reported an increase in marine turtle sightings, nestings, and successful releases from accidental captures in small fisheries. Indeed, passion and dedication for conservation knows no bounds and conquers even the challenges caused by pandemic. With that, thank you all for your kind attention.
To provide an overview of the management of Turtle Island's Wildlife Sanctuary in Tawi-Tawi, let us listen to Ms. Crisanta Marlene Rodriguez, the Regional Executive Director of DENR Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you Turtle Island's Wildlife Sanctuary, the first transboundary protected area in the world. So on May 31, 1996, the Philippines and Malaysia signed a Memorandum of Agreement at Sandakan, Malaysia, to establish the Turtle Islands Heritage Protected Area, or TIPA, and declare the first transboundary protected area for marine turtles in the world. Through the TIPA Memorandum of Agreement, the Philippines and Malaysia agreed to jointly manage and protect the only remaining major green sea turtle habitats and population in Southeast Asia. The site is also considered as the 11th major nesting area of marine turtles in the world. The photo shows the members of the Joint Technical Working Group of Philippines and Malaysia after one of their workshops. So here you can see the TIPA's mission is the conservation and management of marine turtles and other natural resources, taking into consideration the culture, traditions, needs, and involvement of local communities, as well as national policies and laws of the respective countries for the benefit of both present and future generations, and to make the TIPA a model transborder conservation area. TIPA's areas of concern are the following: high incidence of intrusion in the vicinity of the Taganak Island, illegal fishing activity, jump-off point for smuggling, jump-off point for illegal migrants, turtle eggs collection, coastal erosion, unstable peace and order condition. This next slide is just a map showing the 6 turtle islands that are within the Philippine territory. And the following slide are aerial photos of the 6 islands taken last 2019. So we have Baguan Island, which is the strict protection zone of Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary and is free of settlement. Great Bakungan Island, Boan Island, Lihiman Island, Langaan Island, and Taganak Island. The islands of Lihiman, Langaan, and Taganak are also the locations of the established hatcheries in Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary. The Memorandum of Agreement involves the implementation of joint management programs to ensure the survival of the remaining green and hawksbill turtle populations in the area. For the joint management programs, we are focusing on the surveillance and enforcement, research and monitoring, education and awareness, capacity building, and collaboration and networking. The DNR maintains close coordination with enforcement agencies such as the Philippine Navy, Philippine Coast Guard, and the concerned local government unit for surveillance and monitoring in Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary. Regular monitoring of the turtle nesting sites, hatchling, and tagging are being conducted. We are also conducting information drive in the communities as well as different offices in the Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary and Tawi-Tawi to impart knowledge and influence positive behavioral change. Researches were also conducted by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and proposals from individuals and/or academics were also reviewed and implemented after clearance from the Protected Area Management Board. For the institutional mechanism for implementation, we have the coordinated management, of course, parallel management plans, and each party has to respect and accept existing national and local policies of the counterpart, a joint management committee, and a joint technical working group. For the members of the JMC from the Philippines, we have the Director of the Biodiversity Management Bureau as chairman, representative from Maritime and Ocean Affairs Unit, Office of the Undersecretary for Policy from the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Plans and Programs of the AC-5 Southern Command, Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Director and Special Concerns Office from the DENR ARMM, now BARM, the Executive Director, Kabang Kalikasan ng Pilipinas, and from Malaysia, we have the Director of Sabah Parks as Chair, Director Resource Management Section, the Department of Fisheries, Malaysia, representative from the Federal Attorney General's Chamber, Permanent Secretary, State Minister, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment, Sabah, and the Assistant Director, Park Management and Operations Section of Sabah Park. The DENR took Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary under its wings in 1996 when it became one of the 10 priority protected areas under the Conservation of Priority Protected Areas, or CPAP. From then and the institutionalization of its administration in 1999, we have facilitated the initial preparations of the Ecotourism Framework Plan, which now serve as guide and reference in the implementation of various activities within Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary, completed the delineation of management zones in Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary, designating Baguan Island as the strict protection zone and the rest of the islands as multiple use zones. It included and hired locals as Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary wardens who have conducted maintenance, protection, and patrolling activities in Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary. We have also established 3 hatcheries on the islands of Taganak, Langaan, and Lihiman that has contributed greatly to ensure the development of the sea turtles from eggs to hatchlings. We have also conducted biodiversity monitoring system activities such as dive spot assessment, fish visual census, coral assessment, and coral reef module demonstration. These activities indicated that TIOS, or Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary, hosts 4 seagrass species and 87 fish species on record. Although the coral condition is fair in most areas, there are also excellent coral conditions in some areas which could produce 884.48 kilograms of fish per hectare. We have also deployed artificial coral reefs in Taganak and a coral nursery off the coast of Palang in Taganak Island. We have also established the biodiversity-friendly enterprise for Taganak Women's Buyers Club and the Human Marketing Cooperative, where they produce wallets and keychains made from recycled plastic sandbags, plastic wrappers, and pandan leaves. We have also implemented social marketing activities under the Coastal Marine Ecosystems Management Program of the DENR Biodiversity Management Bureau and institutionalized its branding and communication as Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary, Daya Sindunya, or Treasures of the World. This same program paved the way for the birth of the Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary official mascot, Puno, the official conservation ambassador of Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary. Puno, the official mascot of Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary, was formally introduced to the community in 2018. Puno is a Jama Mapun term for green sea turtle. It appropriately showcases TIOS as a significant rookery site for the species. We have also established, capacitated, and mobilized the Youth for Environment in Schools organizations, or we call it YESO, in Turtle Islands National High School. The YESO is recognized as the only co-curricular environmental organization by both the DENR and the Department of Education. A strengthened PAMBI is also one of the most important things that DNR desires for the protected areas. Hence, the PAMBI as a multi-sectoral body governing the Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary regularly convenes. During these meetings, the Protected Area Management Board, or the PAMBI, will be updated on the status of the protected area, and members will tackle the pressing issues and concerns of Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary and address the same by crafting policies for implementation. We have declared through PAMBI Resolution Number 14 Series of 2017, the Adlaw Sinpayukan, or Day of the Turtles Festival, was instituted and to be celebrated annually to generate awareness and advocacy on marine turtle conservation. Thank you very much.
Palawan, found in the mid-northwest region of the Philippines, is home to many beautiful beaches and dive sites. However, threats still abound. To discuss the challenges in protecting the Philippines' last frontier is Attorney Adele Benavente Villena, the Deputy Executive Director of the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development.
For the past 29 years, the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, guided by the Strategic Environmental Plan for Palawan Act, has been in the forefront of implementing wildlife conservation and protection. Our commitment to enforce sustainable measures all over Palawan, both in land and in water, has only improved over the years.
In this presentation, we are going to focus on marine and wildlife, specifically the marine turtle conservation efforts that are relatively abundant in Palawan. Palawan, a stretch of 1,780 islands, is home to 379 species of corals, 13 species of sea grasses, and 31 species of mangroves. It is situated in the Coral Triangle, a marine area where 6 of the 7 marine turtle species of the world live. Palawan is also a crucial nesting site for these turtles, particularly in the northern islands of Calamian, Busuanga, and Culion. In order to protect their habitat, the PCSD has been involved in the marine turtle conservation and protection projects, one of which is the Declaration of Marine Protected Areas, or MPAs, in Palawan. Since 2015, there are 189 MPAs covering 680,542.64 hectares of marine areas of the province. Serving as a guide in the conservation and protection of wildlife species, the PCSD, through Resolution Number 15-521, updated the 2014 list of terrestrial and marine wildlife in Palawan and its categories. This list is being updated every 3 years as required under Republic Act No. 9147 or the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act of 2001. This updated list was based on the available information and research studies of the species in the province by several experts and in accordance with the IUCN Red List and CITES appendices. The threatened list identifies species into 3 subcategories: the critically endangered species, the endangered species, and the vulnerable. Marine turtles are classified as endangered and critically endangered. Of its 7 species, 4 are endangered and 3 are critically endangered. To intensify the conservation and protection efforts, the PCSD and its staff have partnered with several institutions and the private sector through a Memorandum of Agreement, the most recent of which include the Conservation Agreement between and among the Protected Area Management Board of the El Nido Taytay Managed Resource Protected Area and the El Nido Marine Turtle Conservation Network for the promotion, implementation, and conservation of marine turtles found in El Nido, Palawan in order to save the species from extinction. Our responsibility in this agreement is to allow the enforcement of turtle conservation and propagation programs through nest protection, relocation, excavation, hatchling release, marine turtle rescue, rehabilitation, and necropsy of these species. The eggs in the nesting sites are protected from illegal collection or poaching, from being eaten by stray dogs, and the possibility of being washed out to the sea when placed near the shore. Under this endeavor, there is scientific data gathering and partnership and guidance of scientists and field experts within the bounds of local and international laws for marine turtle conservation. The PCSD also implements the Adopt a Wildlife Species program, which ensures active participation of stakeholders, including the private sector, in the conservation and protection of threatened species, including their habitats, to prevent the species from extinction. There are 6 active partners under this program. The first is Banwa Private Island, formerly known as Calixi Island Resort in Barangay Tumarbong, Rojas, Palawan. There were 2 memorandum of agreement signed. The first was signed in May 2019 for its marine turtle conservation program, and the second was done in October 2019 that includes birds and other species. The second adopter is the Secret Paradise Resort in Barangay Port Barton, San Vicente for its marine turtle conservation program and turtle sanctuary. The MOA was forged in April 2017. The third is Club Agutaya Resort in Barangay New Agutaya, San Vicente, Palawan for marine turtle conservation within Long Beach, particularly at the Club Agutaya Resort's beachfront. The fourth one is Arena Island Marine Turtle Sanctuary Resort in Nara, Palawan, also for its marine turtle conservation and protection program. Our fifth partner is Alimangwan Sagip Pawikan at Barangay Alimangwan, San Vicente, Palawan. This local group organized themselves for turtle protection and conservation. Our local staff at the District Management Office, together with the local staff of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources in Rojas, Palawan, assisted the group in terms of the following: providing assistance in complying with the requirements for the partnership with PCSD on turtle conservation, providing training for members on proper handling and turtle management, monitoring of turtle nests and releases, and providing guidelines on how to manage data on turtle nests and releases. Lastly, our sixth partner is Inaladelan Island in Port Barton, San Vicente, Palawan. There have been initial talks with the owner for possible partnership on species conservation. An on-site inspection of marine turtle nests within the island was done and the partnership agreement is now being finalized. In terms of enforcement efforts from 2013 to 2021, over 10,000 marine turtle eggs, 31 carapaces, and 1,354 turtle individuals were confiscated. These were made possible by joint efforts with other enforcement agencies in the province, especially the Philippine National Police Special Maritime Unit, the Philippine Navy with technical and legal assistance from the PCSD staff in case of build-up and prosecution of cases. The first PCSD enforcement operation that resulted in the confiscation of marine turtles took place on January 27, 2013. Our team apprehended 50 pieces of marine turtle eggs at the Puerto Princesa City Airport. After this, our operation has progressed all over our municipalities. Notably, we were able to confiscate some hefty amounts of marine turtles. Among these highlights happened first on October 18, 2013, where 294 marine turtle heads were found in Mangsi, Balabac. On November 3, 2013, 7 a.m., where 10,000 sea turtle eggs, 2 sacks of dried sea turtle meat, and 3 sacks of sea clam meat were claimed in North Mangsi Island, Barangay Mangsi, Balabac. On October 18, 2014, where 400 marine turtle heads were found in the West Philippine Sea. On July 26, 2016, where 171 marine turtle heads were found in a motorized bangka in Sitio Gadang-Gadang, Barangay Taratak, Batarasa, Palawan. And on October 26, 2016, 10 a.m., 21 marine turtle carapaces in 2 puppet-type motorized bangka and 1 bundle fishnet were apprehended in Sitio Dodongoan, Barangay Boliluyan, Batarasa, Palawan. The rest of the apprehension procedures were a continuous cycle of marine turtles, carapaces, eggs, and sometimes accompanied with different marine wildlife such as corals and endemic sea mammals and fishes. Enforcement measures were secured in all of our sea and airports and in different municipalities in partnership with the local enforcement task groups to ensure the security and strict application of the law, and in this case of RA 9147 and RA 8550. Our office also makes sure that our marine turtle conservation efforts reach the public through our IEC materials and exhibits that showcase their diversity and importance. And even though our efforts are unwavered, we still face problems that come our way while doing our work, especially in marine turtle protection enforcement. Given that marine turtles are vulnerable, we have become aware of the following challenges. poaching of stray dogs for turtle nests, lack of community knowledge on turtle rescue, handling and management, lack of local policy on marine turtle protection and conservation, insufficient municipal-wide information dissemination and education campaign on turtle protection and conservation, and tapping local community or organization as partners in turtle conservation. And mindful of the challenges brought by the pandemic, our strict implementation on outlaw enforcement, regulation, and interagency collaboration were made possible by Biodiversity Resources Access Information Network or BRAIN system, an online system developed in partnership with USAID that incorporates public reporting platform, response module, and online permitting system in a digitized form in order to keep up with the advancing technology. The BRAIN intends to institutionalize the Palawin or the Palawan Environmental Enforcement Network, a composition of law enforcement agencies and partners, in order to widen its scope and increase its efficiency to better respond to the increasing challenges. Also part of PCSD's wildlife conservation efforts and partnership with USAID is the establishment of Palawan Biodiversity Resource Center, a temporary and permanent home for specimens of wildlife and a source of information for research and for increasing public awareness.
PCSD strives to push through wildlife conservation and protection efforts despite the pandemic. Now more than ever, we have seen how important partnership works, and we are happy to report that all of these agencies, among others, continue to be part of our mission, not just to protect the marine turtles and other wildlife species, but also our natural resources in general.
With the advancement of technology and the availability of various media platforms, people in all walks of life can now become partners in the conservation and protection of marine turtles. To discuss citizen science and its growing acceptability in the Philippines are three wonderful people from LAMAVE, or the Large Marine Vertebrates Research Institute, Philippines.
Good day, everyone. Happy World Sea Turtle Day. I am Lorraine from the Large Marine Vertebrates Research Institute, Philippines, or LAMAVE, and together with my colleagues, Jamie and Sue, we will share with you how anyone can contribute to marine turtle conservation. But before that, let me quickly introduce who we are. LAMAVE is a Filipino nonprofit organization dedicated to the conservation of marine megafauna by applying science-based solutions to conservation challenges. On the right, you'll see some of our past and present project sites. But since most of our fieldwork in the past year have been halted by COVID restrictions, we have been relying on the support of the public or citizen scientists to continue collecting data from across the Philippines. Aside from contributing data, citizens can also play an active role in marine turtle conservation by reducing plastic consumption, segregating waste, and choosing sustainably sourced food. This last one is particularly important as poorly managed and illegal fisheries are currently the biggest threats for marine turtles. For this talk, however, we are focusing on how citizens can share information to be directly used for science. Firstly, citizens can take photos of marine turtles whenever they encounter one while snorkeling or diving and share this with us. Since 2018, we have been inviting diving groups, tourists, and local communities across the country to become citizen scientists by sharing their turtle photos or uploading them on social media with the hashtag TurtleIDPH. Marine turtles are great targets for this approach, as they are easy to take photos of and people love taking photos of them while snorkeling or diving. In the Philippines, there are several tourism sites that promote turtle watching, so we wanted to take this opportunity to collect scientific data. This campaign is of course accompanied by proper interaction guidelines. We emphasize that marine turtles are protected under the Wildlife Act of the Philippines and that divers and snorkelers should stay at least 2 meters away from a turtle. We also reminded them that it is illegal to touch and chase turtles in accordance with the Joint Memorandum Circular No. 1 of 2020. Aside from sending the photos to us or uploading them on social media, citizen scientists can also upload their photos and report turtle encounters to the Internet of Turtles. Meanwhile, photos submitted to us are compiled into a national turtle catalog. This is a database that maps out where in the Philippines can foraging turtles be found. Since launching the campaign in 2018, we have identified over 1,500 unique marine turtles across the Philippines, more than half, or 59% of which were first recorded by citizen scientists. More importantly, with their help, we recorded marine turtle encounters from over 50 research sites across the country, including areas where no turtle data were previously recorded, as well as areas that are not popular tourism sites. From this, we have identified turtle hotspots with the most number of marine turtles in the Philippines, led by the Tubataha Reefs Natural Park in Palawan with 355 green and hawksbill turtles, followed by Dawin, Apo Island, and Balikasag Island. We have also been able to show that the species most commonly encountered while diving or snorkeling in the Philippines are green turtles, with a ratio of 7:1 against hawksbill turtles. Here are some of the photos that we have collected thanks to citizen scientists. As of this month, citizen scientists have reported over 3,400 sightings of marine turtles across the Philippines. And this is only the beginning. We look forward to continue collaborating with individuals and communities from across the country, and with their help and support, including yours, we will continue building the National Turtle Catalog. Aside from helping us identify important habitats with the highest turtle aggregations, citizen scientists are also supporting us in reporting, recording, and monitoring stranding and nesting events across the Philippines. Jamie and Sue will share more about this.
In the Philippines, 3 out of the 5 marine turtle species found in the country are known to still regularly nest in various beaches across the archipelago. And as you have seen from the previous presentation, Turtle Island's Wildlife Sanctuary is one of the largest nesting areas in Asia, hosting thousands of turtle nests per season. Prior to the pandemic, much of the available data were either collected and reported by government agencies like DENR and PCSD, or collected through data mining of social media posts from citizen scientists and often focused on green turtles. This year, however, we were able to bring more teams aboard by taking advantage of the call put out by State of the World Sea Turtles or SWAT for their global mapping initiative on olive ridley turtle nesting. In partnership with the Biodiversity Management Bureau through DocRISA and the PCSD, we reached out to local teams, people's organizations, and individual citizens across the country to collate information on the location of olive ridley nesting beaches and to identify and quantify threats they face locally, as well as the historical frequency of nesting over the last 5 years. From this initial effort, we were able to collate over 2,330 nesting occurrences across the Philippines with an average annual reporting increase of 130.84%. Existing threats to turtle nests range from predation by monitor lizards, ants, and crabs to domesticated animals like dogs allowed to stray along the coasts. Poaching still remains an issue, which a few communities affected by the pandemic had to return to just to have food to eat. An ever-increasing threat is of coastal development and climate change. Without proper building restrictions enforced, developments encroach on nesting habitats, bringing it with it light, noise, and even garbage pollution, all of which act to deter nesters and put hatchlings at risk. This, in combination with rising sea levels brought about by climate change, floods nests and decreases development success by as much as 80% based on anecdotal evidence. Climate change has also pushed nesting seasons to later times of the year, causing it to overlap with the hot summer months, and if nest temperature is not regulated, this causes developmental issues such as faster incubation rates, leading to smaller hatchlings, and in some cases, even cooking the eggs. These are the various groups we have been working with. We expect the collaboration to grow and further refine the data as we look forward to expanding this endeavor to include gathering of nesting data from other areas like Visayas and Mindanao and including other species. We also hope to open up a channel of communication amongst the data contributors, as this collaboration will facilitate sharing of best practices, provide support, opportunities to enhance training, and support and identify challenges we can address together to support the work of the national agencies and further advance our contribution to marine turtle conservation as a country. I will now hand you over to Sue, who will be talking about stranding.
As Jamie mentioned, marine turtles face many natural and man-made threats from the moment they are laid as an egg and across its life stages. Stranding incidents are not uncommon, and as you learned from Lorraine's slides, the Philippines hosts a high number of foraging individual turtles. These come from all over Asia, and once here are susceptible to various threats. The main threat they face is fisheries interaction, where they get entangled in fishing nets, accidentally get trapped in fish traps, hooks and lines, or are directly targeted by illegal fishers. For accidentally caught turtles, while non-intentional, has great consequences, resulting within thousands of turtles getting caught every year in the country. The fisher folks are the frontliners and hold the solution on their end to both do their best to prevent the turtle from getting caught and to release them unharmed as soon as possible. Aside from that, marine turtles can strand for several other reasons, including diseases, plastic ingestions, and boat strikes. Lamave has been supporting the work DNR, PCSD, and municipal governments do in responding to these incidences across the country. Similar to nesting, aside from government data, available data on strandings were data mined from social media posts, compiled by our students or other partner NGOs like the Marine Wildlife Watch of the Philippines, and or direct reports from areas where our partners have a direct response. With the support of students from the University of Santo Tomas, strandings reported from citizens on social media were consolidated, starting from Region 4, 5, and 7. Over 320 stranding reports were collated, including 134 greens, 58 hawksbills, 20 olive ridleys, and 12 leatherback turtles in the last 10 years. Emerging diseases like FPV, where at least 30 incidences were also encountered. FPV, or the fibropapilloma virus, is a contagious disease that kills thousands of marine turtles in the world annually, and it has found its way also to the Philippines. Therefore, we need more people to monitor and report so that we can prevent its further spread. With reports coming in through social media and mobile communication from concerned citizens, citizen scientists play a fundamental and irreplaceable role of reporting stranding incidents and providing first support to marine turtles. Aside from those, conducting capacity building in the form of nest and stranding response trainings, together with government agencies, fisherfolk communities, and grassroots organizations are vital in building the backbone of a citizen science-based turtle research. It is essential that collaboration among partner organizations, government agencies, and citizen scientists is strengthened. This is what makes conservation work more inclusive. Thank you to all our partners and happy World Sea Turtle Day.
If you're watching this video, then you're about to go diving. Did you know that as a diver, you play an important role in turtle conservation? The first step is to interact with turtles responsibly by following these guidelines. Give the turtle space. Always stay at least 2 meters away from the turtle. Remember, 2 meters is the length of your body plus your fins. Keep interaction to a maximum of 4 divers per turtle. Never crowd around the turtle as it may feel trapped and alarmed. Do not touch the turtles. This is disrespectful to the animal and to the local community. Don't use flash or strobe lights. The eyes of the turtle are adapted to low light and are stressed by bright light. Remember, when taking photographs, do not hold on to the reef. Practice your buoyancy. Did you know 5 of the 7 species of marine turtles can be found in the Philippines? The 2 species most commonly encountered are the green turtle and the hawksbill turtle. You can recognize them by their size and the shape of their beaks. These turtles were born thousands of kilometers away, but they spend a portion of their life here. They are often encountered foraging along reefs and seagrass beds or resting in the corals. The hawksbill turtle eats hard corals and sponges, while the green turtle eats algae, seagrass, and invertebrates like jellyfish. Both turtles are protected, but thousands are still killed every year because of bycatch. Pollution, habitat destruction, and unregulated tourism are also threats. Scientists and the national government are trying to assess the status of the remaining sea turtle population and to identify regional and international movement. One way they are doing this is through photo identification studies. This technique uses the unique pattern of scutes on the turtle's face to identify individuals, similar to human fingerprints. This leads us to the second way you can do turtle conservation. If you see a turtle on your dive, you can contribute to this research simply by sharing your photos. You will be a citizen scientist. Where possible, prioritize the left side of the head. This is the standard side used for international identification. If you can, take photos of the right side of the head and of the carapace, which is the top part of the turtle shell. Ideally, you want to be positioned parallel to the turtle and at the same depth. If you are wearing a dive computer, take a photo of it to record the depth and time when you saw the turtle. Once you're back on land, give your photos and email address to your local guide. You can also upload your photos to social media with our hashtag TurtleIDPH or send it directly to us at turtle@lamave.org. Remember to include the date and dive location in your description. Foraging populations in the Philippines and help link individuals to nesting beaches possibly thousands of kilometers away. If you share your email, we will keep you updated.
The Biodiversity Marine Division created this video performed by a local band to show the interrelatedness of protecting the marine ecosystem in our daily living. Although the video is in Filipino, we hope the beat will get you up on your feet and dance with us.
Ang sikat ng araw at pagdalaw ng buwan tuwing gabi, kasabay ang haplos sa baybayin, sa ilalim ng dagat ay payapa. At pawikan sa musaring nilalang, tahimik sa kanilang mga tahanan. Buo ang tiwala sa kalikasan. Ito ang agos ng buhay at sa aking pagsabay natagpuan ko ang ligaya at saysay. Sino pa ba mga dalaga kung lahat na lang magpapapaya sa ating pinagkatiwala? Hahayaan ba natin tong mawala? Kaibigan ko, gumising ka at imulat mo ang iyong mata sa ating pinagkatiwala. Hahayaan ba natin tong mawala? Ang agos, agos ng buhay. Sa bawat kulay ng isda at kinang sa mata ng mga bata, nakita ko ang hiwaga sa kamay natin. Mawawasak ang kanilang bukas, ngunit sa kamay rin natin ang lunas. Ang bawat bugso ng dakilang dagat may taglay, taglay na buhay. Sa kanya nagmumula ang hangin, ang init at lamig, ang buhos ng ulan. Ito ang agos
Before we end, we hope that through this presentation, we brought you a little bit closer to the Philippines, and we look forward to being with all of you again soon. Let us listen to Attorney Teresa Tenazas, the OIC Chief of the Wildlife Resources Division of the Biodiversity Management Bureau, to give her closing remarks.
A pleasant day to all. Today, we are commemorating the 20th anniversary of the signing of the IOSEA Marine Turtle Memorandum of Understanding. Being one of the foremost signatories to this Memorandum of Understanding, the Philippines is truly glad to celebrate this momentous event with all of you. The Philippines is composed of more than 7,000 islands and a coastline of almost 26,000 kilometers. We are fortunate that 5 of the 7 marine turtle species all over the world have found their comfort zones in different areas in the Philippines, be it a foraging ground, a developmental habitat, or a nesting ground. We are further grateful for the inclusion of the Turtle Islands Wildlife Sanctuary in the network of sites importance for marine turtles in the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. We are similarly home to wonderful beaches and dive sites that have been duly recognized by international tourism agencies. Beautiful as they may, threats like marine pollution, illegal fishing activities, and irresponsible marine tourism practices have continuously abound. These threats, we understand, are shared and common to all other countries, making more people aware and educating them with the right information and practices on the conservation and management of marine turtles and their habitats will greatly go a long way. The network that IOSEA Memorandum of Understanding established through the years has truly been beneficial, most especially in exchanging notes regarding encounters with marine turtles bearing foreign tags. Just to cite, early this month, Lankayan, Malaysia discovered a nesting green turtle on their beach with a Philippine tag. Upon checking in our database, the said turtle was tagged on January 2004 and has traveled for 17 years, more than 1,000 kilometers to lay her eggs. Marine turtles are simply amazing. With the advancement of technology and the availability of various social media platforms, anybody can now easily become partners of government agencies in the protection and conservation of marine turtles, as well as other wildlife species. Although not all information shared through these platforms have to be accepted as true, some provided new data and records of marine turtle sightings and nesting incidents. Hatchlings get to be released in sites some of us did not know existed. Citizen science, as well as recognition of knowledge of our indigenous peoples, now play important roles as we continue developing plans and programs to improve what we have all started for the conservation and protection of marine turtles and their habitats. Again, congratulations to IOSEA Marine Turtle Memorandum of Understanding for forging among member and range states this understanding for the conservation, protection, and management of marine turtles and their habitats. We encourage everyone to continuously support the plans and programs of each member and range states to prevent the extinction of this charismatic species. Rest assured that we will also continue enhancing and improving the ongoing efforts of the Philippines for these marine turtles. Let me end by quoting some thoughts often attributed to marine turtle hatchlings. Slow down, calm down, don't worry, don't hurry. Trust the process because big things often have small beginnings. Cheers to more years, IOSEA.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Nambushiriu siku menawa dunia, wahenya ya bahari.
Toute l'équipe maintenant, ce que l'on y souhaite à ça.
Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Yeah. Jambo, na watakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
Vanakkam. Inia Kadalamai Dina வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Hai nakahalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari ini Sapyuran Albay.
Journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Kata ya Songosongo, shughuli kubwa wanazofanya wananchi wa Songosongo ni shughuli za uvuvi na ukulima wa mwani. Kijiji cha Songosongo kina jumla ya wakazi 6,608. Hii kwa mujibu wa sensa ya mwaka 2012. Lakini kwa sasa inakadiria kufikia na idadi ya wakazi 7,346. Kijiji cha Songosongo kina jumla ya wavuvi 663 na vyombo vya uvuvi 352. Sasa Songosongo hapa, japokuwa watu wanajishughulisha na shughuli za uvuvi, lakini pia kuna tatizo ambalo lipo kubwa, ambalo baadhi ya watu wanakuwa wavua kasa.
Kwanza kabisa natoa shukrani kwa Citizens pamoja na Songas kwa kutuletea maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Cha pili, hapa kwetu Songosongo kuna ulaji sana wa kasa. Napenda sana kuwaomba jamii tushirikiane na BMU pamoja na serikali ili kwamba kumlinda kasa. Kasa ananoga baharini na sio kwenye sahani zetu. Asanteni.
Viumbe kwenye hatari, baharini ni vita, yanatutoka machozi,
hapo sasa
hakuna wa kuyafuta,
hayupo,
yanaripuka maradhi, na uchumi unashuka, ona wajane na yatima, wengine walemavu daima, familia zinatengana, chuki visa si tunagombana. DJ kasa walikwepo, kasa hao tuliopewa, nguva nao walikwepo, nguva tulio barikiwa, bahari mzuri, fukwe mzuri, pwani mzuri na nini na nini. Kasa hao tumewachezea, wote hao tumewachezea, kabla hata ya uzee haujaja, tumeshasema walikuwaga.
Bali je iwe historia, kabla siku yao haijafika. Iweje leo iwe historia, kabla siku yao haijafika.
Tena hata pombo tuliokuwa tukivua, hata nao wamepotea. Nguva na potwe pia megeuka story, wamekuwa mfano, megeuka tukio, so kivutio. Pombo hao tumewachezea, potwe hao tumewachezea, kabla hata ya uzee haujaja, tumeshasema walikuwaga.
Walije iwe historia,
kabla siku yao haijafika.
Iweje leo iwe historia, kabla siku yao haijafika. Karibu tucheze wote.
Sitaki leo awe historia ili vizazi kujivunia. Nataka iwe historia itakapofika kuwa historia.
Oh yeah. Kono abiso.
Tunakubali je iwe historia kabla siku yao haijafika. Iweje leo iwe historia kabla siku yao haijafika.
Oh yeah.
Tunakubali je iwe historia kabla siku yao haijafika. Iweje leo iwe historia kabla siku yao haijafika. Mumunya.
Oh yeah.
Tunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu.
Kuna matumba wakasanguva na pombo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Tunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu.
Kuna matumba wakasanguva na pombo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Tunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu.
Kuna matumba wakasanguva na pombo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari. Tunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa.
Enyi ndugu zangu wana Songosongo, leo hii ni siku ya maadhimisho ya kasa duniani. Tukumbushane kuyatunza mazingira yetu ya bahari na kuepuka kula kasa na mayai yake. Vile vile kasa anapendeza baharini na sio kwenye sahani zetu. Asanteni.
Kuna matumba wakasanguva na pombo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Tunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu.
Kuna matumba wakasanguva na pombo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Tunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu. kavu,
kuna matumba, kasa nguva na pambo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Tuyatunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu, kuna matumba, kasa nguva na pambo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Mwenyezi Mungu ameijalia nchi yetu ya Tanzania kuwa na aina 5 za kasa, ambao kasa hao ni kasa kigome, ng'amba, kawaida, noa pamoja na duvi. Lakini ni aina 2 tu ambazo zinapanda katika fukwe zetu kwa ajili ya kutaga, nao ni kasa ng'amba pamoja na kawaida. Kwa nini tusiwatunze kasa hawa? Kwa nini tusiwalinde kasa hawa kwa ajili yetu sisi na vizazi vijavyo? Ndugu zangu wa Tanzania, ndugu zangu wana Songosongo, tuna jukumu zito la kuwalinda na kuwatunza kasa. Asanteni.
Ishi ndani ya bahari.
Tunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu,
kuna matumba, kasa nguva na pambo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Tuyatunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu, kuna matumba, kasa nguva na pambo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Hivyo basi, Watanzania wenzangu, serikali yetu ya Jamhuri na Muungano imeweka sheria kwa mwenye kuvua kasa kwa makusudi, kwa mwenye kula kasa. Umeweka sheria kifungo cha miaka 10 na faini utakuwepo nayo, Mtanzania mwenzangu.
Tuyatunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu,
kuna matumba, kasa nguva na pambo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Tuyatunzeni mazingira yetu wapendwa, ya baharini na ya nchi kavu, kuna matumba, kasa nguva na pambo wanaoishi ndani ya bahari.
Wanahitaji kutunzwa, wanahitaji kuheshimiwa, wanahitaji kutunzwa kasa zawadi ya asili.
Wanahitaji kulindwa, wanahitaji kuhifadhiwa, wanahitaji kutunzwa kasa zawadi ya asili.
Wanahitaji kulindwa, wanahitaji kuhifadhiwa, wanahitaji kulindwa kasa zawadi ya asili.
Wanahitaji kulindwa, wanahitaji kuhifadhiwa, wanahitaji kulindwa kasa zawadi ya asili.
Wanahitaji
kwamba sisi wote wananchi wa Songosongo pamoja na mimi mwenyewe kwa ujumla wetu tulikuwa tunawachukulia kasa kama ni samaki wa kawaida, na mara zote tulikuwa tunawavua na tulikuwa tunakula. Lakini serikali yetu baada ya kukaa na kuangalia sera, kuangalia maisha ya viumbe hivi, ikabaini kwamba viumbe hivi vinatoweka, lakini pia wakatunga sheria na wakatunga kanuni kwa ajili ya utekelezaji wake, na kusema kwamba sasa marufuku kuliwa kwa kasa. Karibuni 80% tunakula kasa. Lakini kwa elimu hii na namna mnavyotuelekeza, mimi kuanzia leo jamani, mimi najiondoa huko, na kwa kuwa nimepewa dhamana ya kusimamia sheria, nitakuwa bega kwa bega na taasisi zilizopewa dhamana ya kuwatunza kasa. Tunaambizana leo kwamba kasa ukikamatwa miaka 10, aidha faini miaka 10, inasemwa hapa. na wote mnasikia. Lakini ukija kukamatwa watasema hata yule kakamatwa kwa sababu ya diwani.
Oya. Vipi?
Safi vipi?
Fresh.
Fresh vipi?
Mbona hivyo vipi?
Nachimba mayai.
Unachimba mayai? Mayai ya nani?
Mayai ya kasa. Njoo tuchimbe.
Hebu subiri, inuka kwanza. Yaani wewe umekaa kabisa katika ufikiri wako, akili zako, unakuja kuharibu kiota cha mtu namna hii.
Hiki kiota cha mtu cha kasa hiki.
Sawa, kiota cha kasa. Wewe hujui umuhimu wa kasa? Alafu kumbuka kasa anapendeza akiwa baharini, sio kwenye sahani zetu.
Sikia nikwambie. Hapa songo ndio kazi yetu kila siku. Mayai ya kasa tunachukua tunakula, na kasa tunachinja tunakula. Sasa unatokea wapi kuja kunielimisha mimi hapa sasa hizi?
Bana, naomba nisikilize. Kasa wako hatarini kutoweka. Uwepo wa kasa una faida kubwa sana kwetu sisi. Hula viumbe sumu na kuacha samaki wakiendelea kuishi vizuri. Basi inasaidia uongezeko la samaki. Kwa ninachokuomba, hachana na haya mayai, maana utakapokula haya mayai sawa na umemla kasa. Hachana na haya mayai, fanya shughuli zako nyingine.
Bwana, niache mimi nichukue mayai.
Hebu subiri. Unaonekana sasa unaleta ubishi. Tutafikishana kwenye ngazi za kisheria.
Asa uko unafikaje?
Sio ninafikaje, maana wewe mbishi, kia nikikuelewesha unielewi.
Sio mbishi, mbe haina shida nao na kazi nao, napika mikate
bana,
chemsha na kula.
Naomba nenda. Tutafikishana kwenye ngazi za kisheria, maana naona huko ndiko nakotaka tufikishane. Nenda bwana. Nenda. Hawa watu wengine sijui wanakuaje. Yaani wanaona kiota cha watu namna hii, wanakuja basi tu ili niladi tu, kweli si watu, si tuko tofauti. Bwana, nimekwambia nenda bwana.
Mbona unakola ngumu na hiyo
Wewe vipi bwana? Watu wengine sijui vipi sijui. Wapo tu. Tena nikipita nisipoyakuta haya, najua wewe ndio mhalifu ambaye unafukua mayai haya. Lazima nikufikisha kwenye ngazi za kisheria na nakushtaki.
Haya bwana, utajua mwenyewe.
Wewe unakuaje bwana?
Nongwa tu.
Unaleta habari zako, habari gani? Tena wewe usirudi hapa. Hapa usirudi.
Chombo icho chenda mrama, wasafiri muwe macho, chombo cha zama. Chombo icho chenda mrama, wasafiri muwe macho. Nishijuka.
Bikiledio wewe.
Umenijia kama jambazi. Wajua sija kuona.
Utaniona hadi na mtu unaimba.
Asa mimi kwa vile situmii shoto kuandika, njoo kae huku upande wa kulia.
Mzigo nimechoka nao hapa unaponiona.
Pole. Haya kulikoni?
Shoga yangu. Kwanza nisaidie kunitua. Tupafagio chini maana.
Alokutwisa ndio atake kutua. Ulivoniuzi jana, mbiu imepigwa mji mzima kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho, watu waje mkutanoni. Kilichokuacha usije. Pole shoga yangu.
Mama.
Kilichokuacha usije mkutano ni nini?
Shoga yangu, mambo ya mkutano sasa hivi nimechoka nayo hapa. Kila siku mbiu zinapigwa, mikutano inatangazwa, lakini ukienda kule 100 mkononi upewi. Kila siku unapata maneno tu, nimechoka nayo.
Kwa hiyo na wewe nataka kila ukaka mkutano ni upewe hela.
Mikutano mingine ya hela lakini tunanyimwa, ndio maana tunachoka.
Pole ndugu yangu. Sasa mimi ukoona nakupa pole na pole nyingine. Tusichukue itikadi kwamba hati mtu akaenda katika kikao mpaka apewe hela. Hayo maneno yenu. Haya mataka uloyabeba, kama jana ungekuja shoga yangu, leo wala usingeabeba. Kwanza uko ulikopita watu wote wamekushangaa. Wewe mwenyewe tu hukujiuliza. Mama, huu mzigo usiupeleke pwani. Kikao cha jana tulichokaa shoga yangu, kwanza hivyo nikasema naye ngoja huu mzigo niweke chini, maana ilifiagio na uzito wangu tofauti.
Kwanza ongea haraka bana, mavi ananinyuma huku nyuma huku.
Siwezi kuongea haraka nimesoma mwandishi wa habari. Mama, nisikilize. Jana tumekwenda katika mkutano, shirika la Songas pamoja na ushirikiano wao, lile shirika la Sense lile, wamekuja mama. Wamewachukua viongozi wetu wa serikali, wamewachukua na BMU. Na BMU sio ile unaijua wewe ya mwanzo, imevunjwa. Sasa hivi kuna BMU mpya kama mtoto. Mama. Na haya maneno yaliokuepo yamepangwa hapo, ndugu yangu, na kuonea huruma ushapotea. Hizi taka ulizokuepo nazo, Maana mimi mwenyewe wajua tena mimi nesi ujue sina kinyaa. Haya mapempasi ya watoto, maji chupa ya plastiki hayo, maji lailoni na vitu vyote wapipeleka pwani. Ndugu yangu usivipeleke utatusudi. Mna mabomba ya sindano humo. Pwani sisi unavyotujua kama kawaida kazi zetu watu wa songo. Kila kukicha twenda katika mwani. Mabomba ya sindano hayo na sindano zina kutu. Tukizikanyaga tutia tetenasi hujatuua. Cha kwanza hicho. Cha pili, hizo chupa za plastiki mama haziozi, sijui miaka 500 sijui miaka mingapi. Haya malailoni yako ukienda kuyamwaga pwani, sisi kuna kiumbe ambaye tegemezi kwa elimu tulioipata jana, maana kila siku tuagusiwa. Lakini jana umati. Mama kiumbe anaitwa kasa ndo tegemezi, na kasa kipindi anataka kupandisha kuja kutaga, akiyaona hayo malailoni yamefutuka juu ya elea, atayafuatilia ajua chakula chake yale makohozi ya nyangumi. Kasa kashilivamia lile lailoni limemnasa shingoni aidha mkononi. Huja mtafutia kifo cha makusudi? Utatutia hasara. Ushanielewa hivyo? Halafu na huo mzigo wako wa mavi uliokuepo nao usinye. Pani usende kunya. Kweli tushazoea songo. Wenye mtu akataka kunya ufukweni hivi akanya apigwa na wimbi, lakini usinye shoga yangu. Kamati ya sasa hivi uchuro. Ushanielewa hivyo? Kama bahati walioipata wenzetu watu wa pembeni kule kujengewa choo na shirika la Sisensi pamoja na Songasi, na sisi pia bahati hiyo tutaipata pembeni na vitongoji vyetu watajengewa vyoo. Tusiwe na haraka haina mbaraka. Hayo mavi yako ya kusanye mpaka kwa mwenyekiti wa kijiji, nenda kanye. Ukachoka nenda zako nyumbani kwako, watafuta kijana yoyote kando ya nyumba yako akuchimbia shimo, watia taka zako. Shimo likajaa wachimbi wale wengine, lakini mama ukakutwa. Na hiyo kamati vijana watupu kuanzia miaka 15 20 akakukamata umeoza. Faini unayo? Faini 50,000 au miezi 3 kifungo chako. Wewe mwenyewe hapo ulipo wadaiwa vikoba mwezi wa 3 hatuja kuona. Hiyo 50,000 umepata?
Umemaliza?
Nimeweka kituo kwa sababu nimesoma.
Lako hilo ndugu yangu. Hapa maneno loongea yote hajaniingia tayari. Mmoja amempigia mbuzi gitaa. Watu wa songo sisi ndo tumeshazoea. Na hii ndo asili yetu. Unafagia uwanjani kwako unaweka taka kwenye dumu unaenda kumwaga huko ufukweni. Na kunya ndo raha yake kwenda kunya baharini, maana huku umeshikia mkoko huku unateremsha. Leo niambie chukue taka nikachukue chafu wapi, hiyo mimi hainihusu. Ndugu yangu, elimu yako kampe mumea huko na watoto wako. Mimi hata hajaniingia tu, maana umeongea hapa na kama loko sahela. Kwa heri.
Jindo matatala.
Kulikoni? Nasema msiwani hapa sio polisi. Kulila nini?
Tunamtaka mwenyekiti. Huyu mhalifu tunamtaka mwenyekiti.
Kwa hiyo mwenyekiti ndo maana kesi hiyo?
Ndio tunamtaka mwenyekiti, tuitie mwenyekiti. Tulia.
Wewe usiwe na haraka niwaachie hizi sana muone au? Wewe mwenyekiti! 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 Watu wana njoo!
Mwachie kwanza.
Mwenyekiti, huyo mhalifu tumemkamata na nyama ya kasa na ushahidi wake huu hapa.
Sasa unajua hapa amefika kwenye ulinzi. Mimi ndio mwenyekiti wa songo bwana, wamenichagua watu. Umenielewa? Kesho saa 8 masuala yake tutazungumza huyu. Kutana na kamati ya BMU na mwenyekiti wa BMU tutazungumza masuala yake huyu.
Yaani tulio mwalifu.
Kutoka atoke. Yumo ndani ya ulinzi huyu. Huyo ndani ya ulinzi, mimi kiongozi. Kuna nini?
Wanawake pia wana haki zao. Na nataka niongee leo kutumia nafasi hii mwenyekiti, usijue kwamba tumekuchagua kwa madarakani kwamba sisi wanawake hatujielewi. Baba, umeenda na maji. Wewe tumekuchagua songo nzima wewe ikiwa kama rais. Leo umetoka jana usiku ndio umemaliza semina ya watu. Na kauli mbiu uliokuja nayo anaambia safari hii bwana watu wa mazingira wamepamba moto. Kasa atakiwa apendeze akiwa baharini na sio kwenye sahani. Leo umekamatiwa mhalifu, hiyo sio BMU wala sio serikali ya kijiji. Maana yake tujielewa kwamba sisi wana kijiji pia serikali. Kwa sababu sote walinzi wa mazingira. Umeletwa mhalifu asema mpaka kesho saa 8. Kwani wametongoza hao mke wa mtu? Ile sio jambo jepesi.
Wewe, mimi nani kwako?
Be?
Mimi nani kwako?
Mume wangu.
Wewe mwanamke tumvangua kwa meno ndani? Ndani. Mimi kiongozi bwana. Sasa ninachosema vijana ndio hayawahusu. Ya mke wangu hayawahusu, ya kwangu mimi. Ya mke wangu hayawahusu.
Nakwambiaje? Tukimkamata tena mhalifu. Tunamalizana nane huko na watu tuchagui tena.
Uchagua nini? Wewe ukunipigia kura wewe wakatosha. Wewe babako alikuwa anipiga vita wewe, nenda zako huko wewe. Nendeni nyinyi. Mimi nitadumu moja kwa moja hapa Songo kwa taarifa hii. Alafu yani nyewe vijana mwanipa tabu.
Mwenyekiti,
unapotaka kuondoka mwanipa taarifa, mimi najua kwamba leo kuna doria.
Tatizo nimekupigia sana simu mwenyekiti. Nimekupigia sana simu, si unajua mtandao unasumbua. Haupatikaniki. Ndio maana mimi nikaenda zangu mavuvini.
Sio hapa kwanza.
Alafu sasa.
Sio haupatikaniki. Watoto wapo. Naambieni mtoto mtume pale mwenyekiti, kesho kutoka sisi najua kwamba nyewe mwatoka.
Sikuwa na wazo hilo.
Mwenyekiti,
wazo hilo sikuwa nalo. Sasa, huu mzigo bwana ulikuwa kwako mwenyekiti. Nilikuwa nakuletea wewe. Kilichoniponza, nimepita kwa Daosofi kumpelekea hiyo nyama kwa ajili ya supu. Sasa wakanikamata. Ndio maana.
Sasa nyewe mwakosea. Wakati nyinyi mwatoka, mimi ndio top wa kijiji hiki, mwanipa taarifa. Hawawezi kwenda doria bila mimi mwenyekiti kujua.
Sawa mwenyekiti.
Ndipo wazi. Kama leo anaondoka wataniambia bwana, leo mzee tuna doria.
Mwenyekiti.
Najua vya kufanya.
Mwenyekiti. Sio tu huo mzigo. Mzigo mwingine.
Hey! Unaiona bwana. Sasa, wasikia nikwambieni.
Ndio.
Nyinyi mna matatizo. Matatizo haya. Wajua nyinyi mnapotaka kutoka mwasema mapema.
Sawa mwenyekiti.
Kujua nini la kufanya.
Sasa mwenyekiti, mimi kesho asubuhi nitaenda tena mvuvini.
Kesho msende.
Kwa nini?
Nishapata taarifa na afisa uvuvi kwamba kesho doria itakuwa hapo kule.
Aha.
Tutafuta balaa jingine.
Basi sawa.
Nitachoka mimi.
Basi kesho kutwa kabla sijatoka, nitawasiliana na wewe mwenyekiti.
Sasa huu ushahidi ondoka nao.
Huu unaondoka nao mwenyekiti. Basi nashukuru sana mwenyekiti. Endelea kutulinda bwana. Sisi ndio vijana wako.
Alafu usirudi huku.
Huku wataniua wale. Wallahi. Wale wataniua.
Nenda. Mimi ndio mwenyekiti bwana wa kijiji hiki na mamlaka yote. Sasa si nimechaguliwa bwana. Watu wamenichagua kucha nzima, watu wa kulala kwa ajili yangu. Nisipate kwa nini? Mashadia. Njoo.
Kulikoni?
Lazima nitambe nijue mimi nani, nafasi yangu.
Unanifukuza hapa mbele ya watoto wadogo hapa.
Kuna nini?
Ukanifukuza nenda zako ndani. Maana una sheria ya BAKWATA. Umenitia nini?
Ukaona wenye viti tunanenepa tunajibwaya mwaya. Sababu ya mambo kama haya, kitweo.
Mambo gani?
Kitweo.
Kwa hiyo leo nihalalishia kabisa kwamba ile elimu kwenda kuchukua haina msingi wowote.
Kagere huyu.
Kagere huyu mchezaji wa mpira kachinjwa.
Kagere. Huyu Kagere.
Kwa hiyo sasa hivi mwabadilisha majina kwa sababu mzidi kuwadhibiti wananchi.
Sasa si mambo ya hatari wewe fahamu mchezo. Chukua Kagere huyu. Na si huyo sasa.
Nimpeleke wapi sasa kwa hiyo?
Tulia. Ya flus la tashub shamsi illa kalam rabia. Mtoto wewe.
Umesoma.
Kijana yule alotoka. Sasa sio tutaishije wewe hapa Songo bila mambo hayo? Kijana ametoka ameniambia mzee, utatafuta. Sasa ninachokuambia bwana. Moro. Nataka mchele wa Morogoro. Nipige na supu yangu safi ya kasa. Takupiga pilau leo.
Au unasema pilau
Tupo sisi hapa bwana. Sisi ndio maliwatani wa hapa.
Kwa hiyo mwenyekiti, kijana kakamatwa, gome la kasa alomchinjia kasa limeletwa kwako kama kiongozi. Nyama limeletwa. Si umempala kijana mwenyewe mkutana naye njiani hapo ende nalo ili akazidi kuchinja tena kasa. Lakini wananchi wakiambiwa wala nyama ya kasa wasema jamani mtakamatwa wenyewe kulinda mazingira na kuwalinda kasa.
Yale maneno ya serikali baba. Hatufanyi tusile vyetu.
Ya serikali Sasa mimi nataka nikwambie. Maneno ya kumlinda kasa, maneno yale hayapo serikali kuu, hayapo katika shirika la Sisensi wala Songasi. Hata sisi wenyewe watu wa Songo ndio yatuhusu zaidi. Ili ujue kama safari hii rais kwamba Samia Suluhu Hassan wanawake pia wanaweza. Hivi unavyoniona masoko.
Sasa wenda wapi huko?
Utajua
wewe wenda wapi?
Wewe
lete mzigo wangu. Sasa wewe usijifanya nda zako. Ninaja huko. Wewe lete bwana, lete mzigo wangu.
Watoto wa Songo tunatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani.
kasahao, kasa walikwepo, kasahao tuliopewa.
Mimi Sudi Hatibu, afisa wa kasa wa Georgia Mafia, tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Tuwe pamoja katika kutunza mali asili zetu za baharini.
Watoto wa Songosongo tunawatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Para alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia. Pero kami alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia. Biar kami alaw si payukan ang kapilikan dunia.
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde! Bonne journée de la tortue à tous, on vous embrasse toutes de l'île de la Réunion, protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les, on vous aime tous!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jaya sendiri tortues marine! Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Assalamualaikum. Dunia ke welcome kedua ke tamunya MAB Purnang Arisku.
Maligayang araw mga pawikan!
Maumahal daw ka mga pawikan! Maumahal daw ka mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Malipayo na adlaw para sa mga bao sa dagat. Hanig sa Ikaw Island Masbate.
Dunia ke khadite ke diriwenna vela kambe duwahi ke tahunia ariskera. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Nambushire usiku mwema wa dunia wale nyanda ya bahari. Naragsak at sa malubungan tiadaw di pawikan!
Toute l'équipe maintenant, ce que l'on souhaite à ça.
Papakibla sa pangkat ng patron ng pawikan sa Udalo. Abra de Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, nawatakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
Vanakkam, இனிய கடலாமை தின வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Ay nakaalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari Iti sa Piduran Albay.
Shumi! Signatory Marine!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Malipayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Muito a praia alcançar.
Andou pela areia e os seus ovos enterrou.
E então para o seu lar voltou. Tic-tac, tic-tac, o tempo passou. Tic-tac, tic-tac, o tempo passou.
Os ovinhos chocaram.
Craque, craque, crique.
Os ovinhos chocaram.
Craque, croque, truque. E muitas tartarugas saíram para o mar.
E muitas tartarugas saíram para o mar.
E cuidou deles para crescerem bem fortes.
Tic-tac, tic-tac, o tempo passou.
Tic-tac, tic-tac, o tempo passou. Os filhotes cresceram e viveram lá no mar.
Os filhotes cresceram e viveram lá no mar.
Passou. Tic-tac, tic-tac, o tempo passou.
Você sabia? As tartarugas marinhas ficam muito doentes quando comem por engano o lixo que chega ao mar. Proteja as tartarugas e a natureza. Jogue o lixo no lixo.
Eu achei a atividade interessante, visto que os alunos puderam mostrar aquilo que têm aprendido durante as aulas, mas também puderam aprender muito sobre as tartarugas, como cuidar das tartarugas, ou seja, como preservar essa espécie. Para nós, como colegiados, achamos que seria bom que continuasse com esse espírito e é muito importante para as crianças. Nós sabemos muito bem que as crianças são as melhores pessoas que podem aprender e transmitir da melhor maneira essa informação. E é muito bom que cultivemos na criança o espírito ainda menores, no sentido de, quando forem adultos, não serem pessoas difíceis de lidar com essa situação de cuidar do ambiente assim como das espécies existentes nela.
Sou Patrício Marques, da Universidade de Lúria, Faculdade de Ciências Naturais de Moçambique. Desejo um feliz aniversário às tartarugas marinhas.
Hi everyone, I'm Rashid Omar from Honolulu University in Mozambique, and I want to wish you a feliz 20º aniversário do Dia das Tartarugas Marinhas do IOSEA.
Everyone, I'm Belica Inteca. I'm from Mozambique and I work for Faculty of Natural Science at Luro University. I hope you enjoyed our conservation lecture that we did to celebrate the 20th anniversary day of Sea Turtle.
You go onto the beach, generally it's a calmish evening, the winds may be rising. You're sitting there, all is quiet. Then this shadow comes out of the water, slowly, and it walks up the beach, plodding. And you just sit back and you're absolutely awestruck. Maybe they've been doing it for 60 million years, unchanged.
Sea turtle coming out, you can't explain. It's something that you don't forget, ever. You have to experience it.
It comes up, it knows exactly what it's going to do. It decides where it's going to build its nest. It carefully crafts a hole and then has a rest. And then it lays its eggs. It's beyond comprehension how this can actually happen. And to actually see this happening in the wild, naturally, is an amazing experience.
Only in 30 years' time, we're gonna have these etchings that we're trying to protect now to come back and nest on these same areas.
It's going to take 30 years for your initial protection to result in increased numbers. People say 1 to 2% of the turtles that actually hatch and go into the ocean grow to maturity.
Out of 1,000 hatchlings, just one gets into the mature stage.
We have thousands of hatchlings each year successfully entering the water. But then as they enter the water, it's crystal clear, there's very little cover. There's predators, there's kingfishers, there's sharks, there's all sorts of things, there's birds, there's crabs. Most of them will be killed, but some do survive. And the good news is that in South Africa and southern Mozambique at the moment, we're actually making good progress towards protecting these animals. Numbers are increasing. It's a huge responsibility we've got to ensure that our children and our children's children can see this happening.
So I hope in the future that we can say that we made a difference.
For more inspiring stories, click here.
Sometimes you can't describe things sometimes. You don't find in the world lots of this anymore. It's untouched. We need to use this to show people. The moment they arrive to this place, they will feel it the same as we do. Ponta do Ouro Causeway Bay is the first marine transfrontier conservation area in Africa.
The Transfrontier Marine Park's a very exciting concept, particularly in the marine environment. All your populations of animals and fish, birds, reptiles are transfrontier. And now we've got a chance to actually protect them on both sides of the border.
Ponta do Ouro Partial Marine Reserve is very important for turtles, mainly for two species that nest here, loggerheads and leatherbags.
The loggerhead is endangered. At the moment, the leatherback is critically endangered. And the turtles in South Africa are the same turtles that nest in southern Mozambique.
We found that this is the only place where especially the leatherbacks lay the eggs.
We are now cooperating together to manage what is effectively the one population of turtles. If you draw a line through a country, you cut an ecosystem in half. So now by having transfrontier terrestrial and marine areas, we're actually managing ecosystems as a unit, the way they must be.
You can't do conservation if the local community is not part of it. The Transfrontier Conservation Area includes the people in it. The ownership of this project has to be communities. At the moment we've got 63 local monitors covering the entire coast.
The turtles are bringing in much more benefit and revenue to the communities here than they could ever possibly get by killing the turtles and eating the meat. It's absolutely critical that you get the communities on your side.
This empowerment of communities in a project like that actually is the vision of Peace Parks. To use conservation as a change agent. Ecotourism can play a very important role in this area. We should promote turtle guides, walks, not only to get the funds to keep the monitoring program alive, but actually to share with people.
I have yet to see a tourist who's been in a turtle tour successfully who's not been totally awestruck by the experience. These resources here belong to the world. Isimangaliso is a World Heritage Site. And we're also assisting people in southern Mozambique to try and get the same status for the land there. Southern Mozambique becoming a World Heritage Site will really be good in that it'll bring in mechanisms which will ensure that when development goes ahead, it can go ahead in an eco-friendly way.
This project is not about stop development. It's just we're talking sustainable development. It's essential to protect this coastline. Only in 30 years' time, we're gonna have these etchings that we're trying to protect now to come back and nest on these same areas.
It's going to take 30 years for your initial protection to result in increased numbers. People say 1 to 2% of the turtles that actually hatch and go into the ocean grow to maturity. We have thousands of hatchlings each year successfully entering the water. But then as they enter the water, it's crystal clear, there's very little cover. There's predators, there's kingfishers, there's sharks, there's all sorts of things, there's birds, there's crabs. Most of them will be killed, but some do survive. And the good news is that in South Africa and southern Mozambique at the moment, we're actually making good progress towards protecting these animals. Numbers are increasing. This Transfrontier initiative gives us the opportunity to have an example now in Africa where two countries are cooperating together to mutually improve the management of fish resources is fantastic. It's a huge responsibility we've got to ensure that our children and our children's children can see this happening.
So I hope in the future that we can say that we made a difference.
leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani.
Kasa
Oye! Oye! Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Ok, arrête, bon.
Chers assistants, bonsoir. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'honneur de nous adresser à vous pour vous présenter notre thème intitulé Qu'est-ce qu'une tortue marine? Notre thème est composé de deux parties. La première partie est la classification qui sera présentée par moi-même, la charmante Saïma Issourdine. Et la deuxième partie est l'habitat et mode de vie qui sera présenté par mon collègue, un brave garçon, Ali Madi Issoufa. Maintenant, je vous présente la première partie. Classification. Les tortues marines se sont d'abord développées dans cette terre il y a environ 5 millions d'années. Tout d'abord, qu'est-ce qu'une tortue marine? Une tortue marine est un animal du groupe des reptiles qui vit dans la mer. On peut l'observer dans tous les océans du monde, dans l'océan Pacifique, dans l'océan Atlantique et chez nous dans l'océan Indien. On ne peut pas l'observer dans l'océan Arctique et dans l'océan Atlantique, là où il fait beaucoup froid. Les tortues marines sont des reptiles car elle a des écailles soudées sur sa carapace, elle rampe, elle respire à l'aide de poumons et elle pond des œufs. Il existe 7 espèces de tortues marines qui sont la tortue verte, la tortue kawan, la tortue imbriquée, la tortue à deux plats, la tortue bécan, la tortue olivate et la tortue louve. Les tortues marines peuvent être identifiées par leur forme de caractéristiques. La plus facile à reconnaître est la tortue louve, en raison de l'absence des écailles. On peut identifier les espèces plus précisément les écailles latérales. Parmi les 7 espèces qui existent au monde, on observe 5 espèces dans l'océan Indien. Mais ici, au Comoros, on observe 2 espèces, la tortue verte et la tortue imbriquée. On peut différencier ces 2 espèces avec leur forme de leur bec et le nombre des écailles entre ces 2 yeux. Merci pour m'avoir écouté. Je cède la parole à mon collègue, M. Ali Madi, pour vous présenter la deuxième partie.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis là aujourd'hui pour vous présenter la deuxième partie, l'habitat et le mode de vie de la tortue marine. La tortue marine, elle se nourrit en mer et elle se reproduit sur la plage. Pendant la nuit, la tortue marine monte sur la plage, elle creuse une cavité corporelle et puis elle creuse un grand trou pour mettre ses œufs. Le matin, elle se retourne sur la mer pour se nourrir, pour se reposer. Je cède la parole à mademoiselle Raima Isouti.
Pour finir, nous tenons à remercier nos chefs de savoir nous organiser et aussi de nous donner cette chance. Merci de votre attention.
Suivant.
Chers honorables assistants et assistantes, assalamu alaikum. J'ai l'honneur de m'adresser devant vous pour vous présenter notre thème intitulé Reproduction de la tortue marine, qui sera présenté par moi-même, mademoiselle Kadia Kissobaha et mon collègue, M. Sakram Moussa. Notre thème est composé de 3 parties. La première partie, c'est l'accouplement qui sera présenté par mon collègue Sakram Moussa. La deuxième partie, c'est la ponte qui sera présentée par moi-même, mademoiselle Kadiati Swabaha. Et la troisième partie, c'est l'émergence qui sera présentée par mon collègue Sakram Milissan. Je cède la parole à mon collègue Sakram Milissan qui va vous présenter l'accouplement.
Bonjour tout le monde. L'accouplement. L'accouplement se fait à la mer. Ce sont deux tortues marines, plusieurs mâles et une femelle qui s'accouplent. L'accouplement se déroule en plusieurs heures. Je cède la parole à mademoiselle Kadiati Swabaha qui veut présenter la ponte.
Merci de m'avoir cédé la parole. La ponte. La tortue ne vient pas en général sur la plage que pondre. Cela se passe dans les bonnes conditions. En évitant la distraction du soleil, la tortue monte sur la plage pendant le coucher du soleil. Elle cherche le bon endroit pour pondre. Elle trace une cavité corporelle de contenir le postérieur de son corps. Ensuite, elle creuse un puits de ponte d'une profondeur de 60 à 70 cm. C'est dans ce trou qu'elle pond ses œufs, qui sont assez nombreux, environ 100 à 200 œufs par ponte. Encore à l'aide de ses membres inférieurs, elle couvre bien le trou avec du sable pour bien protéger l'endroit où il a placé ses œufs. Elle avance tout droit en environ 1 mètre en restant du sable derrière lui, afin d'effacer les traces de l'endroit où elle a placé ses œufs. Elle retourne à la mer. Les œufs restent dans le nid pendant 8 semaines, ça fait 2 mois avant l'éclosion. Je cède la parole à M. Sakram qui va vous présenter l'émergence.
L'émergence. Quand le bébé tortue sort dans le trou, il ne faut pas le toucher. Quand le bébé tortue descend sur la plage, il ne faut pas les aider à descendre. Parce que le bébé tortue enregistre la lumière, enregistre le paramètre, la lumière et l'odeur. Il ne faut pas débarquer dans le chemin sur la plage. Je cède la parole à mademoiselle Kadiati Swabaha.
Avant tout, je tiens à remercier ceux qui nous a suivis jusqu'ici et je remercie aussi nos enseignants, M. Halifa Zoubdou et M. Matrafi Hamadi, qui nous a organisés. Merci de nous avoir
votre attention.
Suivant.
Chers mesdames et messieurs, bonsoir. Nous avons l'honneur de venir ici devant vous pour vous présenter notre thème intitulé l'alimentation de la tortue marine, qui sera présenté par Mlle Lucina Aboubakar et moi-même, M. Moussa Tchakou. Dans notre thème, il y a 3 grandes parties. La première partie, c'est le régime alimentaire des herbivores qui sera présenté par moi-même, M. Moussa Tchakou. La deuxième partie, c'est le régime alimentaire des carnivores qui sera présenté par Mlle Lucina Aboubakar. Et la troisième partie, c'est le régime alimentaire des omnivores qui sera présenté par moi-même, M. Moussa Tchakou. Maintenant, je vais vous présenter la première partie. Régime alimentaire des herbivores, exemple la tortue verte. Quand elle est jeune, elle est carnivore. Quand elle est adulte, elle est herbivore, elle goûte des herbes marins et des arbres. Je cède la parole à mademoiselle Lucina qui va vous présenter le régime alimentaire des carnivores de la tortue.
Bonsoir à tous. Régime carnivore de la tortue. La tortue lutte sont océaniques, elles se nourrissent principalement de coraux. Par exemple, des calamars et des méduses. Je cède la parole à M. Issa Shakir qui va présenter la troisième partie.
Régime alimentaire des omnivores. La tortue imbriquée ne possède pas de dents, mais elle a un bec commun pour déchirer sa nourriture. Elles se nourrissent telles que des céphalopodes, le sèche, les calamars, les éponges, les oursins, le crabe ou même le corbeau. Merci de votre attention.
Suivant.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonsoir. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes là pour présenter notre thème intitulé Menaces chez les tortues, qui sera présenté par moi-même, mademoiselle Mariam Ibrahim et monsieur Youssef Daou. La première partie sera présentée par moi-même, mademoiselle Mariam, Menaces liées à l'homme. Et la deuxième partie sera présentée par monsieur Youssef Daouni, Menaces naturelles. Maintenant, je vous présente les menaces liées à l'homme. Braconnage. Ces pratiques illégales de consommation de viande de la tortue et le œuf de la tortue. Rejet des déchets dans la mer. Rejet des déchets dans l'océan. Si on jette les déchets dans la mer, la tortue va manger les déchets et elle va mourir. Pêche accidentelle. Quand les pêcheurs lancent les filets, il va attraper la tortue et elle ne pourrait pas monter à la surface pour respirer. Alors, je cède la parole à M. Youssef.
Merci de m'avoir cédé la parole. Bonsoir tout le monde. Menaces naturelles, la prédation. Lors de la descente des bébés tortues, elles rencontrent de plusieurs obstacles, notamment les prédateurs terrestres et ceux de la mer. Exemple, les crabes, les corbeaux, les chats et sur la mer, les requins et les poissons carnassiers. Le changement climatique. Quand la mer est agitée, de nombreux nids n'arrivent même pas à supporter cette agitation. Les nids seront inondés et de plusieurs œufs débordera sur la plage. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes là pour présenter notre thème Pourquoi protéger la tortue marine, présenté par Benjamin Moussa et moi-même Sami Moui. Notre travail est composé en deux parties. La première partie sera présentée par moi-même Sami Moui, espèce en voie de disparition. La deuxième partie sera présentée par Benjamin Moussa et maillon important dans le réseau trophique. Je vais vous présenter la première partie. L'une des raisons braconnage. Braconnage est une chasse illégale sur la terre ainsi que la mer. Ces pratiques illégales de la consommation de la viande de la tortue et les œufs de la tortue. Deuxième raison, la destruction d'habitats. Le prélèvement du sable sur la plage de pointe, coupe d'arbres qui couvrent la plage, destruction des récifs coralliens et des herbes marines. Je cède la parole à mon collègue Benjamin.
Merci de m'avoir cédé la parole. Bonjour. La tortue est un maillon important dans les réseaux trophiques pour le bébé tortue. Quand le bébé tortue sort dans le trou, il y a des prédateurs qui les attendent pour le manger. Par exemple, le rat, le crabe, le chat et le corbeau. Ou quand le bébé tortue sont entrés dans la mer, il y a des prédateurs qui les attendent pour les manger. Par exemple, le requin et le poisson carnassier. Pour les adultes, quand la tortue est adulte, il y a des prédateurs à la mer pour le manger. Par exemple, le requin et des orques. Merci de votre attention.
Chère assistance, bonsoir.
Avant tout, nous tenons à remercier Dieu le Tout-Puissant et sa miséricorde de nous avoir donné la force de se retrouver dans cette grande salle. En plus, nos enseignants responsables, M. Matafi Amadi et M. Halifa Zoubdou, de leurs enseignements lors de nos rencontres académiques. Et enfin, l'organisation Oulangana Nyamba qui ont porté ce projet et le ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la France qui ont financé ce projet et qui ont eu l'audace de former les jeunes Italiens. Cependant, nous allons vous présenter notre travail, les alternatives pour lutter contre le braconnage. Notre thème est divisé en deux grandes parties qui sont: la première partie, c'est la création des activités de revenus via l'écotourisme qui sera présentée par moi-même, mademoiselle Hamna Bakar. Et la deuxième partie, c'est la visite de ponte qui sera présentée par mon collègue, M. Darlan Farah. Maintenant, je vais vous présenter la première partie, la création des activités de revenus via l'écotourisme. Il fut un temps, Isamia était considéré comme le dernier village de Moheni. La tortue marine est devenue en quelques années le symbole du village d'Isamia. Grâce à la tortue, l'écotourisme est aujourd'hui la première source de revenus du village d'Isamia. La tortue marine nous donne un patrimoine économique dans notre village, mais aussi au Comoros. Comme par exemple le cas d'un visiteur qui vient pour visiter les différents sites de ponte. Il prend une billet pour arriver au Comoros, il loue une voiture pour arriver ici à Isamia ou à Limachua et il va louer aussi une maison pour rester. Je cède la parole à mon collègue M. Darlan Fahar qui va vous présenter la visite de ponte.
Bonjour tout le monde. Visite de ponte. Quand le visiteur vient au village touristique pour visiter les sites de ponte, notamment Isamia et Limachua, les guides vont les amener en temps et en heure pour visiter les sites de ponte. Et ils nous paient. Déjà, c'est une économie pour le village d'Isamia. L'heure de la visite de la ponte. Il ne faut pas allumer, il ne faut pas courir sur la plage, et il ne faut pas faire des bruits. Tu risques de les faire tourner. Donc, il faut visiter la ponte tranquillement. Je cède la parole à mademoiselle Ramona.
Avant de finir notre travail, nous tenons à remercier ceux qui nous ont suivis jusqu'ici et ceux qui nous ont aidés pour arriver Nous tenons à remercier ceux qui nous ont suivis jusqu'ici et ceux qui ont financé ce projet parce que ce projet nous a beaucoup appris quelque chose qu'on ne savait pas, comme l'importance de la tortue marine. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Alors, je crois qu'on...
Para alausin payukan ang katilikan dunia.
Kaya kami para alausin payukan ang katilikan dunia.
Mabuyan kami para alausin payukan ang katilikan dunia.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Saksikan pengiratan manfaat.
Mbola tsara antsika jiaby. Izay ekipa Signatory Madagascar dia faly miarahaba anareo tratry ny andro maheran-tany amin'ny fankalazana ny fano. Ity boky ity dia mitantara ny fiainan'ny Moni, fano araiky, atolotry Signatory Madagascar miaraka amin'ny task force sy Union Européenne ho anareo. Mazy toa mitandregny jusqu'à farany. Moni ilay fanondroany. Efa rivariva andro tamin'izay, efa nilentika masoandra. Nihetsiky be ranomasina. I Moni zegny nieritreritry andeha hilomagno fa agnaty nosy kely marikitry azy io. Tamin'izegny izy nahita nosy araiky ka nivolagna, ha! Teto donko tany natirako igny e! Dia tsy maintsy eto koa za no andeha agnatody. Koa fa tafanonga tagnabo teo i moni nanomboko nandavaka dia nandatsika antody maromaro miisa 20 aligna araiky fo. Tsy nisy olona nabataba izy tamin'izegny ary natsiaro ravoravo izy fôtony tsisy olona nianongelina izy. Ary nampatsiaro azy koa fa tamin'ny taloha volagny nagnatody zay tsy lavitra olombelogno. Kanefa tamin'izay izy nisy amborin'olo ireo kafa mandeha magnatody gn'alaindreo atodindreo ka tsy misy zanany eky agny andra fara agny. Ary atodinany koa izy tsy hofoy anjary zanany ary tsy mba hiaina ka ho velogno karaha i moni koa zegny izanany aby le atodina latsan'ireo. Koa fa avy nagnatody amizay moni nitako afanijia atodinany izy kajo baka izy boka nagnatody igny raha asa mafy. Teo izy nieritreritry fa andeha hihinagna za zegny hanignany amizay ai-dranomasiny laoko dingadingana ankorandriaka jiaby io zegny samby ravoravo managna i moni fôtony zay aitro boka hoan'ny moni mivadiky maniry tsara. Koa fa voky amizay moni tapa-kevitry za andeha ilomagno ely mba hisomasoma an-dranomasiny kanefa ino raha nitranga loza ho izy maty za tiniany nazo niarako. Koa fa nahita moni voafalitry agnaty arato zegny mpagnarato aby io ny araiky direct nivolagna ha fananjoato io efa tahoragna olany nitaranaka ke alô rovantsika zo. Araiky hafa koa zegny nivolagna ha marigny koragna zegny sady izo mamona efa maro olo maty toy izy avy aminazy io. Koa fa karaha igny navositrondreo moramora zegny moni ke nataondreo veloma. Ravoravo zegny moni koa fa navositrondreo mpagnarato aby io ary mpanjogno aby koa karaha zegny fôtony amindreo koa fa magnano raha tsara zegny mivaly tsara koa. Tamin'ny sisiny ranomasiny tsy lavitra teo koa nisy tsaiky nisôma tamin'ny sisiny ranomasiny ka nahita lavaka antodiny moni. Ino nataony tsaiky aby reo? Alô koa rovantsika koa ity fôtony amizegny taranakatsika farany koa mba mahita karaha ataontsika jeudi. Fôtony haindreo tsaiky aby reo fa sarotro amin'ny fano araiky be raha ho izy hely ziska be ela maro zegny ny raha zedrainy. Ohatra amizegny misy amboa mihinagna vorogno drakatra ziska amin'olombelogno mbala mihina atodiny fano io fo ke ireo nanapa-kevitry iaro azy. Sady magnamafy zegny koa izy amin'ny atody zato nivolantsika teo igny araiky fo mety ho be karaha i moni agny afara agny. Ary haindreo koa fa mahatratra 9 ka hatramin'ny 7 taogno fananjoaty araiky vao be ary afaka magnatody karaha i moni. Ary zegny fotoagna lava volagnin-dreo. Ny fiarovany ireo tsaiky aby lavaka misy antodiny moni io izy nagnampy ny zanany ho velogno. Ary ny fano koa dia mila ny fanampian'ny tsaiky aby reo fôtony magnaran-tany efa mety ho ringana tsy misy eky ny fano. Zio zegny tsy koragna mikasiky ny fano. Misy firy karazany ma fano zegny?
Magneran-tany misy 7 karazany fano. Misy fanonjoaty, misy fanoara, misy tsiasara, mondroy, fano valozoro, fano kemp ary fano fisaka.
Fa magnino ma rô tokony arovana?
Tokony arovana fano satria tegna manan-danja be amin'ny fitilianana an-dranomasina. Ohatra zao misy karazana fano araiky mihinagna karazana biby madinika izy na tegna mampiany vahiny hoe éponge izay manakotro vatoara na corail. Dia misy karazana fano hafa zay tegna resaka fiarovagna amin'ny tafio ndraiky onjan-dranomasiny maventy. Dia mbola tokony arovana koa izy satria mampidi-bola be satria maro zegny vazaha boka ivelany na vahiny boka ivelany mandeha mizaha fano zegny amintsika aty.
Fa malaza amizao koa fiovany toetrandro. Fa ireo fano aby voakasiky raha zegny koa?
Tegna voakasiky zegny ny fano. Ohatra zao ty kofa mafana be ny andra, miakatra ranomasina. I ranomasina kofa miakatra, mahazo toerana fanatodizan'ny fano. De izy igny koa indesiny rano atody jiaby ao igny, ho maty dikan'izegny fano jiaby. Zegny voalohany. De ny faharoe koa, izy kofa mafana be andra, manjary vaviny aby zanam-pano teraka io. Fa izy kofa manintsy ndraiky andra, manjary lainy aby zanam-pano teraka io. Ke dikan'izegny andra koa mafana fo, ho vaviny aby zanam-pano misy io. Dikan'izegny ho sahira vady kofa be agny.
Ka mazava aminaka tsara koragnanao zegny. Ho vavy arery donc faritra amintsika ty fa mafana.
Ya, izy koa may mafana zegny tany araiky, vavy aby mizanaka ny fano fohy.
Za koa koa zio maregny maro mihina fano. Izy koa mety mafaty finanagna azo.
Tegna mafaty ny finanagna fano. Izy koa naregny vaovao atsika, misy zaza maro le valo tany naty mihinagna fano taty amin'ny kompanavata Madagascar. Sady scientifique sasany koa mivolagna hoe tsy azo atao ny mihinagna fano satria misy poison amin'ny olombelogno ny haidranomasina hoan'ny fano. Tsy mahazo fano fa ilay olo mihinagna izy no maty. De kelonitoxisme le agnalana le raha volanitsika zegny amin'ny teny vahiny.
Ke dikan'izegny maro mba ireo io sanahe vitsy.
Efa vitsy fano amintsika mikoragna izy io. De efa tafiditra lanotamirana ny fano. Efa endrika tsara biby kofa lanotamirana zegny. Efa tsy hoisy eky izy amin'ny hoavy.
Karakory ma fomba ataontsika mba indesika hiaro ireo?
Maro be ny fomba azo indesigny miaro ny fano. Ohatra, magnentigna ny mpiarabelogno mba ahay bebe kokoa mikasiky fano fa biby atahorana olo anotamirana. De arovagna koa zegny ny toerana fagnatodizan'ny fano aby regny mba tsy havian'ny zanakandro fatifatany fa tegna arity be zegny ro amin'ny hoavy. De miaraka miaro na ny tsaiky na ny be ny tompona ndraiky isaitsy nambarako.
Merci anao efa nazava raha mikasiky fano igny. Sorgna anao.
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia. Yeay! Happy World Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
The whole project on understanding the distribution of dugongs and their habitats in the Western Indian Ocean basically seeks to generate information, first of all, from the local communities on the understanding of the species, on how it has been historically, where they've been sighting them, identifying the hotspots, the threats that the dugongs are exposed to, and how the trends have been over the years.
Been working on dugongs for the last 25 or 26 years. It started off because I realized through other people who were working in the field that dugongs off East Africa are very endangered. There are not very many of them around. So Sometime in the early 1990s, we started looking for dugongs in the Western Indian Ocean, and we looked in Mozambique and Madagascar, and we did with KWS an aerial survey of the Kenyan coast in '95. And after all these years, we came to the conclusion that there are just not very many dugongs left off East Africa. In fact, we guess that there are less than 1,000 left.
Because this is a very elusive species, it's not spotted very easily. Occasionally it is spotted in the south coast, around Funzi, around Kisite Mpunguti Marine National Reserve. And in the north, it is spotted in Kiunga, sometimes in around Pate Island in Shanga. We've had of its spotting in a dead dugong being washed ashore in Tokilifi, north of Ngomeni, and also in Kipini. We've seen carcasses of the animal. And since '94 to the present time, there's been no other aerial sensors. So this is another aerial sensors to try to see if the populations still exist.
What we did was then we thought of a program to try and find out exactly how many dugongs were left so that we could promote them if they were endangered. So with teams in Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique and Seychelles, we came up with a program where we want to look for dugongs in all these countries, decide which are the hot spots where dugongs used to occur and where they might still occur. And then we will survey those areas using aircraft, which is what we've been doing here in Kenya, to see if we can actually count any dugongs.
To carry out the exercise, what we did initially was to train people, the observers, because the marine aerial sensors is quite different from the terrestrial aerial sensors. So we brought in the expert, Vic Cockcroft from South Africa. Actually, he is the same person who did the sensors in 1994-95 here in Kenya. And he came to train our team, basically of 5 people, on how to carry out the exercise. And this was done successfully in South Coast.
I went through the methodology for aerial surveys, how you do them, at what spacing you do them, how far out we need to go, how to spot dugongs, how to count them so that we can get the data to estimate the numbers. That's the really important part, so that the people up in the air who fly on these aerial surveys have the knowledge, the background knowledge, that they know what we're doing with the data that they collect. And so for the last 3 days we've been doing aerial surveys. The teams have been up on the South Coast hotspot. They were up for 3.5 hours and they collected the data. They spotted 1 dugong during the 3.5 hour flying time.
So with that in mind, we hope that with the information gained, we'll update our database with the Convention for Migratory Species, and also we will come up with strategies in the region where countries now can implement to promote the conservation of the species. So meeting our obligations to the Convention for Migratory Species. That's our ultimate goal. That's why we are doing this exercise.
It's very important that we conserve the dugongs. Not only are they part of our heritage, they're part of your heritage as an East African, but they're very important in terms of spreading seagrass seeds, because they eat the seagrasses and then they move along and they excrete the seagrass seeds in their feces. So they spread the seagrasses, and all fishermen, all coastal community people know that a strong seagrass beds has lots of fish.
In a way, conservation will help boost the livelihoods of the local communities. So that's how we hope to educate and enlighten local communities to come on board, promote conservation, and also look at the fishing gear that they're using and how we can have better fishing gear that are not destructive to other endangered species in the marine environment. Particular exercise in this particular project, we have diverse groups that are involved. First of all, the whole project is sponsored by WIOMSA, the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. So they are funding it in the region. Here locally, as I said, in Kenya, we have One University, KEMFRI, KWS. We also have, to some level, participation of the WWF coming on at some point, working with us. We also have the involvement of experts who have been participated in the aerial sensors, like the owner of the aircrafts that were involved. And then the local communities, the various beach management units, that have actually been interviewed, and they have also guided us in showing us the hotspots of dugongs, sharing information. They've also been involved in the whole exercise.
Welcome to the first chapter. Our journey starts with the most incredible marine species that lives on our reefs, the sea turtle. I leave you with our marine biologist, Jenny.
Thank you, Leonard. The life of sea turtles in Diani begins on our beautiful white beaches. A female sea turtle will make a very difficult journey to climb the beach. She has to dig a hole to lay her eggs, then gently bury them before returning to the ocean. After around 2 months, the baby turtles emerge from the nest. They make a dangerous dash down the beach, dodging crabs and hungry birds. They then swim as fast as they can past all the reef predators to the open ocean. Here, they are carried by the ocean currents, and only when they have grown larger do some species come back to our reefs. 7 species of sea turtle exist on this planet. Diani's reef is home to a large population of 2 of these species: green sea turtles and hawksbill sea turtles. So let's meet them. Green sea turtles are easy to recognise. They have both a rounded jaw and a smooth rounded shell. We often sight green sea turtles resting on the reef, or visiting a cleaning station where herbivorous fish remove algae and cleaner fish eat any parasites or dead skin cells. Green sea turtles often leave the reef to find food as they are the only species to be almost entirely vegetarian by adulthood. They graze on seagrass and algae, which helps the seagrass beds to grow back thicker and more nutritious. Whilst sleeping, a turtle may be harassed by its remora, but it too is removing parasites. When undisturbed, an adult sea turtle may sleep for up to 7 hours without surfacing to breathe. Hawksbill sea turtles have a sharp, pointed beak and a sharp, serrated shell. Although we may see them resting and cleaning, we often spot them using their beak to feed. They consume a variety of life, such as sponges, soft coral, anemones, as well as small fish and invertebrates on the reef. Every individual sea turtle can be identified by our team of marine biologists who are monitoring our reefs here in Diani. This is because every sea turtle has a unique pattern of scales on their face, like human fingerprints. We have photographed and catalogued almost 500 green and hawksbill turtles in our database so far. Today, it is estimated that only one sea turtle in every 1,000 will make it from hatching to adulthood. The two greatest threats that sea turtles face are ingesting plastics and entanglement in fishing gear. So what can we do to help sea turtles? First, we must take responsibility for our trash. As well as removing it from our land and beaches, we should reduce the amount we produce and try to make sure it is recyclable. Second, we can choose to eat fish and seafood caught only via methods which do not kill sea turtles. And lastly, the most important thing we can all do is to spread awareness by telling your friends, families and communities what you know about sea turtles.
Thank you, Jenny, with the incredible journey with the turtle. And thank you for joining us for our adventure. We hope you'll meet us again next week to meet the biggest fish in all the oceans, the whale.
Hello and Jambo, my name is Lea Mainye, I am from Kenya. Today I'm going to talk to you about the Olive Ridley Project, a charity organization based at the Marine Education Center in Diani Beach, Kenya. Karibu. So who are the Olive Ridley Project? The Olive Ridley Project was founded in 2013 and registered as a UK-based charity since 2016. Our mission is to protect sea turtles and their habitats through rescue and rehabilitation, education and outreach, and scientific research. We run sea turtle conservation projects throughout the Indian Ocean region, which bases in Oman, Maldives, Pakistan, and Kenya. And our team has grown to over 20 experts. At the core of our work is a passionate and dedicated team of scientists, veterinarians, conservationists, citizen scientists, and volunteers. We pride ourselves in being able to collaborate with a wide range of diverse groups in order to reach out our goal and fill data gaps in sea turtle conservation. We are named after the Olive Ridley turtle, the species that is most critically affected by a big threat to sea turtle survival in the Indian Ocean, ghost gear. Between 2013 and 2019, more than 800 turtles have been found entangled in ghost gear in the Maldives alone, most entangled turtles being the olive-ridled sea turtles. With our main base in the Maldives, the main focus of our work is the evaluation and mitigation of the impact of ghost gear on sea turtles. Here we run a successful sea turtle rescue and rehabilitation program. Our work in the region also includes the study of population connectivity in the Indian Ocean, the identification and monitoring of major feeding areas.
So this is the left flipper that we found entangled in the yellow cement bag. You can see the type of plastic that it breaks down to. But she's got quite good use of the flipper still. And it's quite well healed. So we're going to try and actually release her if she is.
Here in Kenya, our team is based in the beautiful Diani Beach, a stretch of coastline that boasts a healthy coral reef about 20 kilometers long. The vibrant reef is not only full of life, but also full of turtles. Back in 2018, the director of the local dive center, Diving the Crab, invited Olive Ridley Project to conduct some basic surveys to assess sea turtle presence along their dive sites. And we confirmed that the Diani Beach was a turtle haven. Since 2018, we have taken in the objectives of assessing in-water sea turtle density and abundance, studying sea turtle foraging ecology and habitats requirements, and ultimately, we aim at increasing capacity level at national and local levels in in-water monitoring. Initially sponsored by the Sunside Nomads, we are currently sponsored by Marine Life Protectors in Germany and partner with local groups such as Marine Education Center, the Annie Turtle Watch, as well as Diving the Crab Dive Center to conduct surveys and share data. We conduct our work by using photo identification, which is a non-invasive capture mark recapture method alternative to flipper tagging. It can be used to study movements along the reef and between foraging sites, residency time, population size, age structure, habitat use, recruitment and mortality, amongst other parameters.
Every individual sea turtle can be identified by our team of marine biologists who are monitoring our reefs here in Diani. This is because every sea turtle has a unique pattern of scales on their face, like human fingerprints. We have photographed and catalogued almost 500 green and hawksbill turtles in our database so far. Today, it is estimated that only one sea turtle in every 1,000 will make it from hatching to adulthood.
For each individual turtle, we create a unique identification sheet that includes its unique identification code, capture details, estimated size, etc. We collect data on greens and hawksbills, the most common species in the reef. All data is stored on a local database managed by the Olive Ridley Project, and that includes sightings not only from our team, but by conservation partners, fishermen, divers, and dive centers. We then upload the photos on the International Sea Turtle Photo ID database, the Internet of Turtles. As of December 2020, we had registered nearly 2,500 sea turtle sightings, of which over 2,000 were of green turtles. In total, since 2018, we have identified 478 individual greens and 62 individual hawksbills. Photo ID allows us to collect data on individual turtle behavior such as habitat use and preference, foraging and residency times, habitat suitability, and even growth rates. For instance, here we see the same turtle always on the same spot on the reef over a 2-year period. The name of the turtle is Mzuri, found in Kisima Mungu, our house turtle, growing nearly 10 centimeters during that time. We are still to find out whether it's a male or a female, as it's only estimated to be 65 centimeters carapace length and is still a juvenile like most turtles we find in the reef. Our diving surveys also allows us to identify turtle hotspots along the reef, such as the beautiful cleaning station at Galu Dive Site. Information which can be used for planning, designing, and implementation of a marine reserve. And of course, we also participate in conservation activities, in particular the removal of ghost gear along Diani Reef, usually in collaboration with our partners at Diving the Crab Dive Center and Marine Education Center. We also conduct education and outreach, such as informing divers and fishermen of the best conduct to interact and photograph sea turtles and other marine animals. We also make extensive use of digital media platforms to inform and educate the public about sea turtle biology, ecology, and conservation. Check our online course, eTurtle School, where you can learn from our team and even get a certificate at the end. We are also proud participants of the annual Diani Sea Turtle Festival, organized each year by Diani's Marine Education Center and the Conservation Education Society, our conservation and education partners. But then, how can you help the sea turtles? Jenny, the marine biologist at the Marine Education Center, will explain.
The two greatest threats that sea turtles face are ingesting plastics and entanglement in fishing gear. So what can we do to help sea turtles? First, we must take responsibility for our trash. As well as removing it from our land and beaches, we should reduce the amount we produce and try to make sure it is recyclable. Second, we can choose to eat fish and seafood caught only via methods which do not kill sea turtles. And lastly, the most important thing we can all do is to spread awareness by telling your friends, families and communities what you know about sea turtles.
If you could like to find out more about our work and even support it, there are many ways by which you can get involved. Start by visiting our website to learn more about sea turtles in the Indian Ocean, become familiar with the work we develop in the region, and if you like us, show us some love and join us in your favorite social media. If you're in a position to do so, you can donate directly to us or online via our website, or raise your own donations at home by setting up a fundraiser. For a more fun way to support our project, adopt one of our Kenyan turtles or submit your own photos too. If you identify a new turtle, you get to name it and adopt it for free. Asante sana.
All the way from Kenya, my name is James Simai. I'm the project manager of Diani Turtle MOU, and we conserve sea turtles on the southern coast of Kenya.
My name is Neville Agesa. I'm the project coordinator for Diani Turtle MOU. Our work involves conserving sea turtles along the south coast of Kenya and their critical habitats. Welcome to our presentation today and enjoy.
Welcome again. So for many years, sea turtles have been hunted down and they're exported for food on the southern coast of Kenya. Because of this, Diani Turtle MOU, a program of the local ocean conservation, was born in the year 2012, the focus being the protection of sea turtles and their critical habitat. We have been lucky to employ 15 sea turtle monitors from the local community who help us in nest identification, relocation, and monitoring. We also conduct beach patrol, respond to sea turtle stranding and net entanglement, and with the help of the Kenya Wildlife Service, conduct anti-poaching patrol. We cover currently a distance of approximately 40 kilometers. This is from Congo River to Funzi Island. Diani Turtle MOU is a non-profit organization that relies solely on donations and sea turtle nest adoptions from well-wishers. Currently, we are based at the Marine Education Center at the Sons and Nomads. Support us and ensure the survival of sea turtles species on the southern coast of Kenya. Thank you.
Mimi Sudi Hatibu, afisa wa kasa wa Georgia Mafia, tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Tuwe pamoja katika kutunza mali asili zetu za baharini.
Watoto wa Songosongo tunawatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Para alaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Pero kami alaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Biar kami alaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia.
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde! Bonne journée de la tortue à tous! On vous embrasse tous de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
Faida James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia! Yeay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Jaya sendiri tosi marin!
Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Assalamualaikum. Dunia ke bela kam kedua ke tamunya MAB purnang arisku.
Maligayang araw mga pawikan!
Maumagaw ka mga pawikan! Maumagaw ka mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Malipayo na adlaw para sa mga baho sa dagat. Hanig sa Sigaw Island Masbate.
Dunia ke khadite ke diriwena vela kambe duwari ke tahunia ariskera.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Naangushiria usiku mwema wa dunia, wahenyanga ya bahari. Naragsak at sa malubungan tiadaw di pawikan!
Toute l'équipe maintenant, ce que l'on souhaite à ça.
Papakibla sa pangkat ng patron ng pawikan sa Udalo. Abra de Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, nawatakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
வணக்கம், இனிய கடலாமை தின வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Ay nakahalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari sa Piduran Albay.
Shumi! Signatory Marine!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Itumelele litsatsi lalikhulu tsa liwatle. Usuku oluhle lomhlaba lwezimfudu zasolwandle.
Gelukkig herbeet Seaskootpaddag.
Dumelang, my name is Millicent Makwala from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. In celebration of World Sea Turtle Day, we'll share with you South Africa's story to the conservation of sea turtles. Sea turtles that have been recorded in South Africa are protected by law. The Threatened or Protected Marine Species Regulations lists threatened marine species, including the 5 sea turtle species which have been recorded in South Africa. These are the leatherback turtle, loggerhead, green, hawksbill, and the rarely seen olive ridley. Over the last few years, there have been numerous interventions that would benefit the conservation of marine species, including sea turtles, that South Africa has embarked on. These include the increase in the network of marine protected areas, with 20 new ones proclaimed to increase the representation of South Africa's rich coastal and ocean biodiversity, with some MPAs extending to ensure the protection to offshore ecosystems. Coastal tourism provides an opportunity for humans to experience nature, promote the long-term conservation of wildlife, as well as generate the much-needed revenue required to fund the costly conservation efforts and programs while sustaining livelihoods. It is also an opportunity to educate the public and raise awareness about environmental issues. What we would like to highlight in terms of ecotourism is to highlight the symbiotic relationship that people have with nature and the contribution to economic development. It is for us to experience the intrinsic value of nature. The department will also soon launch the Source to Sea program to address the growing concern of litter from inland river systems, including catchment systems, therefore reducing marine litter. The Working for the Coast program aimed at creating jobs, among which includes the clearing of litter from beaches nationally. The National Coastal Management Program, which is aimed at prioritizing the management of pollution in the coastal zone. One of the priorities include the development and implementation of programs to address marine litter. So what we will share with you over the next hour will represent how humans are at the heart of sea turtle conservation.
My name is Sarika Singh.
I'm employed by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in South Africa. We have augmented national programs to include satellite tagging, initially on our nesting species to define their distribution and range, and whether they had sufficient protection within the areas within which they occur or migrate to. But further to this, we also have started non-nesting species tagging programs, which have been applied to the other species that occur in our waters but are not necessarily nesting within our territories. The National Department has also initiated a program to monitor the stranding of species and or rehabilitation of marine turtles that have either come ashore for various reasons or have been seen to be resting or making landfall within areas that are not traditionally nesting zones. As part of this, we have partnered with several permitted rehabilitation centers which function under a basic standard operating protocol to rehabilitate these animals to a point where they are healthy enough to be released back into the wild. Initially, we were not sure if these animals would be able to survive once they've spent any prolonged period of time within captivity. However, we have had several very successful releases which have resulted in data from animals that are of various species with varying durations of rehabilitation, meaning that their periods in captivity have varied from anything from 1 year to 20 years, which is our flagship animal, Yoshi. So most of the animals that we have tagged that have undergone rehabilitation, either through stranding or illness, have made major migrations, some regionally and some we've had a transoceanic migrations. While the regional data is very important for us to understand exactly what level of protection animals that are using multiple territories within their distribution movement or periods of residency and or nesting. It is also important to understand that many of them are highly migrant, moving between ocean basins. Yoshi is, as I said, one of our flagship animals. She was brought into Cape Town in the 1990s and she had been injured in a fishing vessel's nets. Once turned over to Two Oceans, she had been rehabilitated at that aquarium rehab center and placed in a display tank for 20 years. Once she had grown to a size that was less than manageable, the understanding of what exactly we could do with an animal of that size if they were not going to survive outside of captivity became the deciding factor for tagging and releasing Yoshi. After a 3-year tracking event, the longest recorded for a sea turtle, and a foray to the east coast of Africa, all the way up to Gabon, back down to Cape Town, through to the east coast of southern Africa, through the Mozambique Channel, and around Madagascar. She finally made her way back to her original birthing or hatchling site, which would be on the west coast of Australia. Most recently, in January 2021, we tagged 2 rehabilitated loggerhead turtles, a male and a female, named Anna and Louis. Both of them had had extensive rehabilitation over a period of approximately 2 years. They were tagged and released January 2021, and to date, which is June 2021, Anna, the female loggerhead, has moved all the way up past Maputo into Mozambique waters, and Louis is still hanging around Cape Town, just offshore from the Western Cape. All of this work that has been established and contributes to the targets for IOSEA has been compiled and collated through various organizations and various researchers that are working together with the department towards reaching targets for conservation of marine turtles, both regionally and nationally. Several aquariums and rehabilitation facilities which are assisting us with developing norms and standards for a marine turtle rehabilitation have also been integral in developing these streams of information which are of national relevance. Moving forward, we will require strengthened partnerships to expand on the work that we've been doing, expanding outside of national borders to the Big Whale Current, Namibia and Angola specifically, and then along the east coast through Mozambique and the Indian Ocean 2 program.
I'm the environmental planner for Ismanis Woodland Park. Specifically within the marine space, Ismanis was responsible for a marine protected area that spans from the south to Mozambique, roughly about 320 kilometers of coastline. With the new marine protected area in the north, it expands out to sea for about 90 kilometers. And in the south it spans about 45 kilometers out to sea. So as a World Heritage Site, our primary function is conservation. It's to conserve, preserve and present the outstanding universal values for which we're inscribed. Specifically within the marine space, one of our pride and joys is the conservation and preservation of sea turtles. In terms of our program, in terms of turtle monitoring, we have an array of turtles. We have the loggerhead, we have the leatherback, but we also now and then have the hawksbill sea turtle and the green sea turtle. The nesting grounds, we primarily focus on the loggerhead and the leatherback. You will find them from time to time, right from the start, from St. Lucia, right up to Kosi Bay. The most prominent areas, of course, being Sodwana, Mabibi and Kosi Bay in terms of nesting grounds. We have a long-standing turtle monitoring program. It first starts in the sense that we have a relationship with Pleasantville. It's a partnership where we run the program, the monitoring jointly. This program has been long-standing right from the 50s, 60s we started the program. It's actually one of the longest monitoring programs in the world in terms of specifically sea turtles. During the nesting season, the primary focus in terms of ecotourism is we have what we call turtle concessions. So we've got concessionaires that take people out to see turtles, to see them nesting, to see them coming in and out from the sea. Currently we have two. We have one in the north from Sodwana Bay and we have one in the Cape Vital area. On top of that, that's your former concession. On top of that, we have tour guides. We have tour guides that have come through our SMME program that do turtle tours up in the Kosi Bay section. They've come through in terms of the training, we've capacitated them, we've given them equipment as well. It's part of our program to ensure that there's beneficiation from the community point of view, because as much as we have the turtle monitoring program, without the community owning the program, it becomes difficult to have proper enforcement and proper conservation practices in place. So that's been running as well right from the inscription of Ismaili. So it's now 20 years since its inception when we have that community partnership with the tour guiding specifically. In terms of benefits, firstly you have the tour guide program where they actually have those benefits that accrue to them. We have probably about 4 tour guides at the moment. The SMME program has some that are currently in training, but we also have frequent training programs with them and frequent arrangements with existing tour operators to say they have X amount of tour guides and they need Y amount for them to then have their tourists for this season or next season coming in and having activities. So there is also, as much as there is employment in terms of them getting direct benefits, there's also partnerships that they establish with your formal sector where they then have them as service providers in the tourism industry. In terms of partnerships, we also have a partnership with Wild Oceans. They've assisted us and supported us quite a great deal in terms of infrastructure. They've given us infrastructure that we utilize jointly in partnership between ourselves and Azamvela, we utilize for enforcement. It helps us a lot in terms of the logistics of transport. You do have, as much as we have a great partnership with communities, of course you have your incidents of poaching and you needing to respond to those incidences. So they've helped us a lot with the resource and infrastructure where we are now in a better position to respond early to incidents where you've had injured or damaged or destroyed carcasses that we then ensure that we take to transport and the likes for any rehabilitation if required.
My name is Santosh Bachu. I'm the coastal and marine ecologist with Azamvela KZN Wildlife. I provide ecological advice and conservation advice for the coastal and estuarine environments for the province of KZN. That's KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. One of my major projects that I do for the organization is the turtle monitoring program, where we keep track of the nesting leatherback and loggerhead turtles that come out onto the beaches of Isimangaliso Wetland Park, World Heritage Site. This conservation program is one of the longest running programs of its kind in the world. It's close to 60 years of implementation so far, and it's a very, very successful program. Turtle conservation in KwaZulu-Natal started in the early 1960s when it was discovered that turtles that were coming out to nest on the beaches at Isimangaliso Wetland Park were actually being poached and killed while they were trying to nest. Immediately, a conservation program was instituted with the aim of protecting these turtles as they nested. The nesting loggerhead turtles has responded remarkably well to the conservation effort that has been expended on them. Immediately after the implementation of the protection program, the numbers started to rise within the first decade. After a period of prolonged stability, in the early 2000s, the numbers rose remarkably high, where it peaked around 2012 or 2013. Then the numbers started to go into a decline. We do not know why the numbers declined at that time, but we think it's possibly because of pressures that the turtles face out at sea. In the past few years, however, we have monitored a slight increase in the turtle numbers. Currently, in terms of the numbers of turtles we have, there are approximately 600 female loggerheads that nest on our beaches, and they have laid about 2,500 nests in the last season. The loggerhead turtles are not as big, they're just under a meter in length, and they have responded remarkably well, so we're quite happy with that. The other species that nest on our beaches are the leatherbacks. Leatherback turtles are critically endangered in our region. We only have about 60 to 70 nesting adult leatherback females that come onto our beaches to nest, and that population is very small, very vulnerable. Leatherbacks also initially responded well to conservation efforts. At the beginning, there were only about 8 nests that were laid. Right now, we've got about 80 to 100 nests that can get laid as well. So although the numbers are small, we've got a population that's stable and not in serious decline. However, in the last decade or so, we do see that the population has started to enter a slight decline. So we are worried, but we will continue the conservation effort from that part. As a country, we as South Africans have a lot to be proud of when it comes to turtle conservation. Protecting the turtles has been instrumental in us achieving many accolades in the conservation sphere that include the declaration of 2 marine protected areas in the 70s, the St. Lucia and Maputoland marine protected areas, and that was because of the nesting turtles. When the Isimangaliso Wetland Park World Heritage Site was declared, the turtles formed an important part of that component that was worth protecting. In 2015, when the country embarked on Operation Pakisa, one of the objectives was to increase ocean protection, and the leatherbacks was instrumental in having the Isimangaliso Marine Protected Area extended to its current size, which is far more larger than what it was initially. And we continue to try to protect turtles. Even with the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, we have established the National Turtle Working Group to ensure that turtles are sustainably managed and protected as we go into the future. The protection of turtles has resulted in an increase in the population size, and that has led to the creation of a viable turtle tourism industry. Paying tourists now come and pay local communities for the privilege of watching a turtle nesting on our beaches. In addition, the Turtle Monitoring Program employs close to 40 local community members for a period of 5 months, and everyone sees the value in protecting turtles. The Turtle Monitoring Program has also sustained the leatherback and loggerhead populations in the Southwest Indian Ocean region. And this is important for us because we've got very genetically unique populations in our area, and if we lose that, we will lose those populations for eternity.
Hi guys, my name is Malini Patha and I'm the Senior Quarantine Aquarist here at Ushaka SeaWorld. We are very proud to have hosted 10 learners today to help us celebrate World Sea Turtle Day. Sea turtles are incredible animals and they're a very big part of what we do here at Ushaka SeaWorld. We have been rehabilitating stranded turtles for the last 40 years and have successfully rehabilitated all 5 species of turtles found here in the West Indian Ocean. One of the most interesting cases to date has definitely got to be our green turtle Wasabi. She came to us about 10 years ago with arthritis in her right front flipper. We've been monitoring her since then and have found over the last 2 years that there isn't any further degeneration of that joint. So now we are looking at options for her for possible release, and she's currently in our rehab facility. She has so much energy, spunk, attitude. She's an incredible animal and just reminds you why sea turtles are, well, incredible. They've been around for over 5 million years. You know, they live forever and they have so many incredible adaptations that you just can't help but be in awe of them.
What type of animal is a turtle? They are reptiles. So they lay eggs, right? How many eggs do you think turtles can lay? 8? Yo, it's more than
18, 20.
They can lay up to 1,000 eggs. 100 to 1,000 eggs. And turtles don't lay their eggs in the
the water. But on the sand. But on the sand, yes. So the females go out and they dig a hole and they put their eggs in there and they cover it with sand. So the temperature here actually will determine if the babies will be boys or girls. So if you keep on getting warmer temperatures, there will be more girls. And if you get more cooler temperatures, there will be more boys. So this is actually at the bottom and this is at the top. So the eggs that are at the bottom, they are likely to be males because it's cooler. You see when you dig a hole in the sand when you visit the ocean, it's much cooler down than at the top. So the ones that are likely to be boys are the ones at the bottom, and the ones on the top are actually likely to be girls because it's warmer. You see? So this is now, and then this is the future. Do you see the difference? There are more girls than because of climate change and global warming. So we're gonna end up having a lot of females and less boys, and that's gonna cause a destruction because they won't have any mates, they won't have any partners to mate with. And a lot of our turtles are now endangered animals. Turtle Lagoon at the moment is home to Napoleon, DJ and Calypso. They get their names just depending on what they do. So Napoleon was really big and that's how he got his name. And when he came in, he was really sick. He was fully grown already. He was about a fully grown adult turtle, but he was very underweight. He had a lot of barnacles on his back. He couldn't eat for himself. And he couldn't swim properly, he couldn't dive, and it took us about 6 months in the hospital before we could move him here. You're gonna see him just now. The guys are gonna come down to feed him. Calypso is a green turtle. This one coming to say hello is DJ. DJ is very naughty. A lot of attitude, it's like a teenager. A lot of attitude, a quick learner. And if you don't do what she wants, she's gonna bite you. How old do you think a turtle gets, guys? So 100 is a really good guess, and the truth is scientists don't even really know exactly how old they get. They estimate them to be about 100, but we're still working it out. There's just so much we don't know about the ocean. So like I said, DJ coming to say hello is the teenager. Yeah, Davy Jones. So when DJ arrived, we weren't sure if DJ was a boy or a girl, so we named him DJ, Davy Jones. Okay. Only to find out in later years that it's a girl, so she's just going to live with this name, DJ. She's a loggerhead turtle, and loggerhead turtles do nest along the South African coast. She's here waiting for lunch. This is Calypso. Calypso is a rehab turtle. Calypso has a fishing hook inside her. So we know this because we did x-rays and we saw the hook. And Calypso, somebody tried to poach Calypso, and Calypso was rescued. A banana farmer rescued Calypso, so like 20 k's inland. He found someone on his farm with a backpack, and he thought, oh, the guy has bananas. And so we're going to name him Banana, but that wasn't a nice name for a turtle. And then they checked in the backpack and they found Calypso. Yes, he's hungry. And when Calypso came in, we had to obviously check and see what was going on, and we found this fishing hook inside Calypso. So now we're just monitoring that hook to see how it moves through the body, and that's why Calypso is with us. So you know how people get arthritis? DJ has arthritis. So how do we know? We take x-rays, and in our x-rays we've been able to see that there's some degeneration of the joint. So we know that DJ has arthritis. So then from time to time we have to put DJ on medication to help DJ manage that arthritis. That's why DJ is still with us. Any guesses, guys? How long do you think the turtle can hold its breath for? Yeah, we're getting some good guesses here. So it will depend how busy they are. So if they're very active, then sometimes 15 minutes to half an hour. And if they slow everything down, 5 hours onwards. So it will just depend. Different species have different times that they can hold their breath for. But can you imagine being able to hold your breath for 5 hours? Oh my gosh. It's amazing, right? I can't even hold it for 1 minute. and they just shut everything down in their bodies. Their bodies are designed like that, so they can dive to great depths, they can stay underwater for a long time, they can sleep underwater for a long time. It's really, really incredible. So we made this cake out of fish, seaweed, some spinach, some gelatin, and we added lots of vitamins. So it looks very pretty, but it's also really good for them. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Today we have came to Shaka Marine World and we have learned about not littering plastic and papers in the sea. Therefore, the turtles would think it might be the jellyfishes, but it's not, and they could eat it and die.
Mimi Sudi Hatibu, afisa wa kasa wa Georgia Mafia, tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Tuwe pamoja katika kutunza mali asili zetu za baharini.
Watoto wa Songosongo tunawatakia heri ya siku ya kasa duniani. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Joyeuse journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Maayong pagsaulog sa adlaw sa mga pawikan. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Pero kami para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia. Kaya kami para adlaw si payukan ang katilikan dunia.
Bonne journée des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Coucou tout le monde. Bonne journée de la tortue à tous. On vous embrasse toutes de l'île de la Réunion. Protégez nos tortues, valorisez-les, défendez-les. On vous aime tous.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Leo ni siku ya kasa, tunasherehekea kasa duniani. Oye! Hii siku ya kasa hapa Puna, kiongozi ambaye anasimamia bichi ya Puna ni Faida
James Kasa oye!
Oye!
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia! Yeay! Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Jaya sendiri tosi marin!
Tunawatakia heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Assalamualaikum. Dunia ke bela kam kedua ke tamunya MAB pernah ngariskan.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maubang adlaw sa mga pawikan! Maubang adlaw ka mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day! Maligayong adlaw para sa mga bao sa dagat. Hanig sa Sigaw Island Masbate.
Dunia ke khadite ke diriwana vela kambe duari ke tahunia ariskera.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Naangushiria usiku mwema wa dunia, wahenyanga ya bahari.
Naragsak at sa madubungan tiadaw di pawikan!
Toute l'équipe maintenance Kelonia souhaite à ça.
Papakibla sa pangkat ng patron ng pawikan sa Udalo. Afrani Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, na watakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote. Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia.
வணக்கம். இனிய கடலாமை தின வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Ay nakaalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari ini sa Piduran Albay.
Shome, des tortues marines.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Gaya sendiri tortues marines.
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan.
Naangusyo siku memawa dunia, wahai nyamba ya bahari.
Toute l'équipe maintenance coloniale souhaite à ça.
Papakibla sa pangkat ng patrol ng pawikan sa Udalo. Abraham Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, na watakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote. Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan. Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan.
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia.
வணக்கம். இனிய கடலாமை தின வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Ay nakaalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari ini sa Piduran Albay.
Shome, des tortues marines.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Feliz Día Mundial de las Tortugas Marinas.
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Naambushiriu siku mwema wa dunia wa Enyamba ya bahari.
Toute l'équipe maintenance Kelonia souhaite à ça.
Mapakibla sa pangkat ng patrol ng pawikan sa Udalo. Abra de Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Pilipinas. Masaya kami na nagdiriwang kasama ka. Maligayang araw ng pagong sa dagat sa buong mundo. Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Jambo, na watakieni siku njema ya kusherekea kasa ulimwenguni kote. Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan!
Maligayang araw ng mga pawikan! Maligayang pandaigdigang araw ng mga pawikan!
Kami dari Lang Tengah Turtle Watch mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Penyu Sedunia!
வணக்கம் இனிய கடலாமை தின வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Ay nakahalawan ng mga pawikan. Hari ini sa Piduran Albay.
Shome! Des tortues marines!
Happy World Sea Turtle Day!
Heri ya maadhimisho ya siku ya kasa duniani. Kasa oye!
Selamat menyambut Hari Penyu Sedunia 2021 dari Terengganu, Malaysia.
أطيب الأمنيات في اليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية.
أطيب الأمنيات لليوم العالمي للسلاحف البحرية من جمعية البيئة العمانية.
Ụbọchị obi ụtọ n'ụwa nke mbe mmiri.
Weltmeeresschildkrötentag.
Happy World Sea Turtle Day.
Maligayang adlaw ang mga pawikan sa entirong kalibutan.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Saad Al-Harfi, and I'm the Executive Director of the Environment Society of Oman, and I will be co-hosting this session with my colleague, Rabab Al-Lawati, who is the Outreach and Conservation Coordinator. We're very happy to be celebrating World Sea Turtle Day with you today.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here today, and I hope you all enjoy our presentation.
So we have two presentations that we will be delivering today. The first is an introduction to the Environment Society of Oman and the conservation journey of Oman's loggerhead sea turtles. I will then be sharing a short video clip from Masira Island showcasing voices from the people of Masira, and I hope you enjoy that video. I will then hand over to Rabab, who will be delivering a presentation on the sea turtles of Oman and some of the outreach activities that we have been conducting at ESO. And that will then be followed by a short animation video that we've been sharing with fishermen in Oman to try to raise awareness on the issue of abandoned and lost fishing here. So let's begin with the first presentation. Okay, so today I'll be presenting on the conservation journey of Oman's loggerhead sea turtles. This is a program that the Environment Society of Oman has been involved in since 2008 with our main project partners, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the Environment Authority here in Oman. So quickly to give an overview of where we're located, the Sultanate of Oman is located in the Middle East. We share borders with the United Arab Emirates, Yemen, and Saudi Arabia. We are adjacent to the Northern Indian Ocean and have the Gulf of Oman as well as the Arabian Sea coast. And then we will be focusing on a particular island today, which is Masira Island, located about 20 kilometers off of the mainland coast of Oman. And this is the largest island in the Sultanate. It's around 95 kilometers long by 15 kilometers wide, with a population of around 12,000 individuals. But most importantly, it is home to 4 different species of sea turtles that come here to nest. We'll be coming back to Masira Island a little bit later in the presentation, but I thought opportunity for me to share who we are, who the Environment Society of Oman is. We are the first and only nonprofit organization operating in the Sultanate of Oman. So we are the first environmental NGO and the only environmental NGO with a mission to help protect and conserve Oman's natural heritage. And we aim to do this by influencing environmentally sustainable behavior through education, awareness, as well as conservation initiatives. The various programs and activities that we conduct support various UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the activities that we conduct at ESO are related to capacity building of young Omanis, so training and developing young Omanis in the field of environmental research, scientific data collection, project management, NGO management skills, so that they can in the future become ambassadors of ESO, whether they continue to remain at ESO or whether they move on to other organizations in the future. We have education programs that are specifically targeted to school children, and then some education programs that are focused on at the college and university level. Most recently, our education program has been focusing on a green schools competition where government schools have been encouraged to showcase sustainability in their schools with regards to waste management, water efficiency, and energy efficiency. We also have research and conservation programs, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail. And then the outputs of the research and conservation program are usually used to engage, to inform material, to engage in community outreach and awareness programs. And then finally, because we do not have a sustainable source of income, a big portion of what we do, as with many other NGOs, is having fundraising events throughout the year, and of course, looking for different sponsors for our programs. In terms of research and conservation programs, we have some programs that are based on land and some programs at sea. So we have a marine and a terrestrial program. The programs on land are mainly focused on raptor research and conservation and frankincense tree research and conservation. At sea, we have the sea turtle research and conservation program, which we'll be discussing in a little bit more detail later on in the presentation, and the Arabian Sea humpback whale research program. So quickly to highlight the raptor research and conservation program, this project was initiated in 2012, and raptors play an important role in the ecosystem, and the Egyptian vulture in particular is considered to be endangered under the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species. However, what we found is that on the island of Masira, the population seems to be increasing, and it increased 4 times higher than the previous estimates in the 1970s. So we continue our efforts to research raptors. We have tagged different, we've tagged Egyptian vultures, we've also tagged steppe eagles, and most recently we've entered into a project under the Disney Conservation Fund to study both Egyptian vultures as well as lapid-faced vultures. Frankincense trees are considered to have both historic value, cultural value, and medicinal use. The frankincense tree is found in the southern region of Oman, in the Dhofar area, and has been traditionally harvested by tapping the bark of the tree, and then it's the sap that comes out that is used as luban or frankincense in incense burning and other functions. We wanted to try to understand sustainable levels of harvesting the tree, and through this program we managed to develop guidelines on how to sustainably harvest the tree, as well as hosting different workshops with frankincense farmers and landowners to share guidelines on best practices and hear back from them, so that we can hopefully work towards developing an action plan for sustainability with the frankincense tree. This tree is considered to be near threatened, but perhaps with further research and data collection, the status might change. The Arabian Sea Humpback Whale Program dates back even before ESO existed. And in Oman, we have around 20 different species of whales and dolphins that are occurring here. And our most recent research has primarily focused on the Arabian Sea Humpback whale because this population is considered to be quite unique, with a population size estimated to be not more than 100 individuals. And it has been recognized by the IUCN as a unique subpopulation considered to be endangered. And this is also considered to be the only population of humpback whale that does not undertake long distance migrations, for example, between the equator to the northern hemisphere, equator to the southern hemisphere. It primarily remains within the northern Indian Ocean. Coming to the subject of today, loggerhead sea turtles. We've been studying them since 2008 at the Environment Society of Oman. But there are other species of sea turtles also occurring on Masira Island, including the olive ridley sea turtles, hawksbills, as well as greens. So it's important for us to take a step back and kind of go back into the history of the earlier work that was done, and understand how this program was developed. So it was in the 1970s that Dr. Archie Carr and Dr. Perrin Ross, who are like Dr. Archie Carr is a well-recognized sea turtle expert off of Florida. He understood that there were sea turtles nesting in Oman, loggerheads nesting in Oman, and so this kind of sparked his interest. And led to his first trip to Oman, and eventually it led to a joint initiative between the IUCN, WWF, and the Oman Ministry of Fisheries at the time. And under the guidance of Dr. Perrin Ross, Omani fishermen were trained to become turtle rangers and collect data on sea turtles on nesting beaches on Masira Island. And this led to an initial report which identified the 4 species of sea turtles that were occurring on Masira Island. And in addition to that, it was estimated at that time that there were 30,000 nesting females that were coming to Masira Island on an annual basis. So this would lead to the understanding that this is one of the largest known aggregations in the world. And so between Florida's nesting beaches and Oman's nesting beaches for loggerhead sea turtles, this comprises the majority of loggerhead sea turtles in the world. So hence the joint partnership program between Florida and Oman with regards to loggerhead sea turtle conservation. The historic program focused on 9 kilometers of nesting beach on the northeastern part of the island, which is marked by the red line that you see here in the graphic. And so when the Environment Society of Oman got involved in 2008, we ensured to include those same 9 kilometers of index beach. The program that was developed in 2008 was a joint partnership between the Environment Authority, which is formerly the Ministry of Environment and Climate Affairs here in Oman, ESO, 5 Oceans, as well as US partners, the US Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the DOI. So it was a partnership between the government of Oman and the US government. So the new survey protocol included the prior methods of data collection and also added to it additional data collection. So there's more nesting track counts, night surveys, beach use surveys, as well as stranding surveys that are all included as part of the new program. And although we emphasize on the 9 kilometers of index beach, we also conduct island-wide surveys, so over about 83 kilometers. As you can see here in the larger map, the yellow line basically is highlighting, the island-wide surveys that take place once every 2 weeks. And the main purpose of the program was to try to investigate what the long-term population trend is of loggerhead sea turtles on Masira Island. And having the historic data and having the current data, we were able to conduct a data comparison over this period. And this led to a re-evaluation of the Northwest Indian Ocean subpopulation by the IUCN. And so the Northwest Indian Ocean subpopulation is the population shared between Oman and Yemen. And the assessment in 2015 led to it being re-evaluated as critically endangered. In addition to that, we had a publication that came out in August of 2020, so last summer, that showed that there has been a significant decline in the loggerhead sea turtles, a 79% decline, which was documented over a 20-year period. So, despite this decline, it's estimated that the island of Masira hosts 35% of the global nesting population. So it's still very important for us to work on trying to reverse this decline. There are several potential reasons for the decline, but part of it might be linked to marine mortality of females around the internesting areas. So in order for us to move forward, collaboration is very important, both at the local level as well as the high seas areas, especially with fishers, and then also continuing to work at the community level to protect the nesting beaches. So understanding, the complexities of the life history of sea turtles, it is quite important for us to try to address what some of the management issues might be, or what sort of mechanisms we might take to ensure turning this decline around. So many of you might be aware that sea turtles spend some time within the nesting beaches. So this is where the hatchlings start their life. It's also where the adult females come to lay their eggs. So the nesting beaches are quite important. And then eventually the hatchlings make their way out to the open sea. And so the high seas areas are quite important. And then eventually, as juveniles, they make their way to the foraging areas. And then as they reach maturity, they come closer to the coastal areas for their breeding. And then eventually the adult female makes her way back to the sea again. So it's important for us to evaluate the threats on the beaches, in the coastal waters, as well as in the high seas. So in order for us to understand what might be taking place at sea, we launched a satellite tracking program, and this has been ongoing since 2006. There have been 73 loggerhead sea turtles that have been tagged, and these are primarily females that have been tagged, females that come to nest. And we try to understand their internesting movements, so their movements within the nesting period, and then also their post-nesting movements. So once, closer towards the end of the nesting season, where it is that they're moving to. And you can see from the map here that they do spend a lot of time within the, quite close to Oman's coastal waters. And some of them have been seen to go north and enter the Arabian Gulf. Others move south and enter the Gulf of Aden and even the Red Sea. Particularly the data from the internesting the data that we receive from the internesting period has been used together with the data that we've received through interviewing fishermen, as well as installing satellite transmitters on fishing vessels to understand the movement of fishing activities and where fishing activities are taking place. And this information, overlaid with the information that we have from the satellite tracking of the nesting females, gives us an indication of the areas most likely where bycatch could be occurring, or the areas that are at higher risk of bycatch. So this is an important management tool, and efforts are ongoing to kind of understand the areas of overlap between fisheries and sea turtle occurrence. Moving beyond our seas to the southern Indian Ocean, we were in contact with some researchers from IFREMER, the French Research Institute, and Kilonia, which is an NGO based in Reunion Island in the southern Indian Ocean close to Madagascar. And they had a research program to study juvenile loggerhead sea turtles that were caught in longline fisheries. These juvenile loggerheads were kind of rehabilitated and then released back with satellite trackers. And about 50% of them made their way directly north towards Masira Island. And the genetic evidence showed that these turtles originated from Masira. So this is a clear indication of the connectivity and the scale of the connectivity between the southern Indian Ocean and Oman. So as we look at management practices, it's important for us to consider what's happening within Oman's jurisdiction, but also much further beyond. Ghost gear is expected to be an impact in Oman, although it's not really well studied. We would assume that, similar to other parts of the world, ghost gear is an issue, both abandoned and lost fishing gear at sea, as well as nets that are not improperly discarded on nesting beaches. So we wanted to try to address this issue with fishermen on Masira Island. So we started a pilot scale program in 2019 in which we engaged with 85 fishing crew over a 20-week study period, and focused on 3 main landing sites where we installed bins and we installed signs on the importance of proper discard of fishing nets. We had a lot of outreach activities with the fishermen. And then we had a 16-week observation period to record the change in behavior and to observe the change in behavior. The adoption rate for the skiff vessels, which are the fiberglass boats, was around 5.3%. And then for the larger dhows or launch vessels, it was 2.5%. So this adoption rate, of course, is considered to be quite low. However, we do understand that it's not easy to change behavior. And there's a lot of continued effort that needs to be put forward to work towards encouraging the sustainable, discard of nets. And we've also initially had an initiative by a local SME that is actually looking into the value of recycling the discarded nets that have been collected on Masira Island and other beaches in Oman. So hopefully, as people start to see the value of upcycling nets, perhaps people can then be more encouraged to dispose of them correctly. We've had several net clearing activities as well as beach cleanups on Masira Island, and this was initiated in 2017, and the last cleanup took place in December 2020. And there have been 615 tons in total that have been removed off of important nesting beaches on Masira Island since 2017. Rabab will go into community engagement and the different efforts that have taken place over the years. But I thought it's important to share one of the leaflets that we worked on just last summer during the COVID period to try to raise awareness on lighting pollution. As we weren't able to spend quite as much time visiting the communities, we focused our efforts towards different leaflets and pamphlets that we would be able to share with the community on how they can minimize the impact of lighting pollution, which is known to cause hatchlings to get disoriented, as well as adult females. So this is just one example of outreach activity. Moving forward, it's important for us to continue with our advocacy programs, to continue to engage with the community, raise awareness within the community, and also educate young children, educate the youth on the importance of their local environment and how they can grow up knowing how to take care of it. Given the information that we have from a satellite tracking of the loggerhead sea turtles and the movement of fishing vessels, it's also important to look into protected areas with specific spatial management plans to properly address use of the nesting beaches as well as the surrounding waters on Masira Island. Fishermen education and awareness, engagement, continuing with behavior change programs and improving the facilities for fishermen to encourage, correct behavior when it comes to disposal of nets. And beach driving and things like this would also be very beneficial. And then finally, given that this is a migratory species, it's important for us to look into engaging in transboundary discussions, through international agreements, considering that these turtles are moving outside of our waters. I wanted to thank all of the different project partners and collaborators that have supported the program over the years. And then with that, of course, thank all of you for your time and attention. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. And if you would like to learn more about the Environment Society of Oman, I've got our social media handles on the bottom. And with that, I will close my presentation and share the Voices of Masira video with you. And it's worth noting that the fisherman that is interviewed at the beginning of the video is one of the fishermen who was initially trained by Dr. Perrin Ross back in the 70s. So he was one of the original turtle rangers from back in the day. He is no longer really involved in sea turtle work. However, he still advocates for conservation, which is nice to see. Hope you enjoy.
في 81 كانت فيك الأيام كثرة السلاحف كثير وايد، لكن السلاحف كانت في ذيك الأيام مستامنة، مثل ما تقول مستامنة، ما في إنارات، ما في زوار للشواطئ وايد، ما في عدد سكان موجودين، كثرة سكان، ما حد يعتاد الشواطئ، قليل ما إذا واحد صياد أو شيء من القبيل. أما الحين ما كثرة الناس وكثرة الضياء وكثرة النار وكثرة مرور السيارات على الشواطئ، وهذه اللي يخوف السلحفة ترجع إلى البحر مرة ثانية.
فالملاحظ يعني في السنوات الأخيرة قلت نسبة أعداد السلاحف، يعني ما مثل السابق، يعني قبل 10 سنوات كانت الأعداد متوفر أكثر، حاليا الأعداد بدأت يعني تنقص بشكل ملحوظ. تأثير هذه يعني ربما تأثير هذه النقص من الإضاءة، يعني من التلوث الضوئي اللي موجود على الشواطئ أو بالغرب من الشواطئ من أماكن تعشيش السلاحف، وأيضا غوارب الصيادين الموجودة على أماكن تعشيش السلاحف والسيارات، وتدهور عيشتها في البحرية يعني بسبب الشباك، بسبب الغوارب، مثلا في عمليات دهس بالغوارب، في مراكب نفس الشيء اللي مارة في المحيط.
يعني في أماكن انغرضت منها السلاحف ما تطلع فيهن، كانت أول قبل تطلع يطلعن ويبيضن ويسوون عيال ويروحون بحار ويتكاثر السلاحف. الحين في أماكن ما يطلعن فيهن السلاحف، انغرضن، انتقلن لأماكن ثانية، انتقلت الخطورة للأماكن الثانية. كل ما يمشي ينتقلن السلاحف المكان يبيضن فيه كل ما تلحقن الخطورة.
يعني في ربما اكو مقترحات في الأماكن تعشيش السلاحف تكون محجوزة يعني أو محجوبة في أثناء تعشيش السلاحف، يعني في أثناء الموسم مثلا من شهر مايو لحد شهر سبتمبر، فبتكون يعني هذه الطريقة يعني تكون محافظة للسلاحف يعني عن ازعاجها، سواء كان صيادين أو مواطنين أو سواح أو إضاءة وما شابه ذلك.
وبعد السياج يكون توعية كتيبات لأي واحد زاير أو مواطن أو من أي القبيل، عدم ارتياده في هذه الوقت، وإذا حب يرتدي يكون له مسافة محددة ما يوصل فيها سيارته، يوصل سيارته إلى الشاطئ أو يقعد يتعبث في الشاطئ في هذه الأيام في شهر 7، بيكون توعية كاملة.
فيعني النصيحة هي للمواطنين الكرام اللي يرتادون الشاطئ أثناء تعشيش السلاحف ترك الأماكن نظيفة، عدم رمي البلاستيك في الأماكن المخصصة لتعشيش السلاحف، وأيضا الأخوان الصيادين نفس الشيء، يعني أي واحد يشيل عنده كيسة وأكل بعدين يرجع هذا البلاستيك ما يرميه في البحر.
ونطالب طبعا يكون تعاون بين البيئة والبلدية بخصوص تنظيف الشواطئ من شباك البحر. هذه أول شيء يسبب خطورة للسلاحف، يطبقن فيه يموتن خسارة، يعني صغار كبار تحصلن على شاطئ بحر مختنقات وميتات. من المسؤول أول شيء المواطن.
السلاحف انقرضت انقراض وايد زايد من اللازم عن قبل الأولية، وانقصن بسبب كله من الإهمال من الصيادين ومن المراعاة، ويوجب من الوزارة أن تراعي أزيد.
حاليا الجمعية تقوم بحملات توعية في المدارس وفي الأماكن العامة يعني، والهدف من هذا الكلام كله حماية هذه السلاحف.
وإحنا نسوي يعني دورات توعوية للمواطنين، وطبعا حتى الأمهات نسوي لهم محاضرات كيف يعني يخبرن عيالهم يوم يروحون بحار وإيش يسوون بالقشر مالهم وكذي، وما يمسون السلاحف وما يقربون من الشواطئ.
الموضوع الحماية احنا في تعاون من تقريبا أكثر من 12 سنة بين جمعية البيئة ووزارة البيئة والشؤون المناخية بشان دراسة وحماية سلاحف الريماني في ولاية مصيرة، ونتيجة لتناقص الأعداد السابقة الجمعية قائمة بدور كبير في عملية التوعية، الدراسات والبحوث والاستشارات التي تقدمها للوزارة بشكل منتظم من حيث مبدأ حصر اليومي اللي يعدوه المراقبين، واللي يتم عن طريق إشراف متخصصين من الجمعية. نطالب بالاستعجال في إنشاء محمية في ولاية مصيرة لحماية أنواع السلاحف الأربعة.
So our next presentation is by Rabab, and her talk will be an introduction on sea turtles of Oman and sharing a little bit more on the outreach programs of ESO.
Hi, Saad and everybody. Thank you for the introduction. So as Saad has mentioned earlier, I am the Conservation Outreach Coordinator at the Environment Society of Oman. And today I'll be giving you a very brief overview of the turtle species that we have here in Oman, as well as an overview of the research and conservation efforts, as well as the outreach activities undertaken by ESO in the previous years. So first I'll begin by giving an overview of the sea turtles that are found in Oman. So of the 7 species that are found worldwide, 4 of those species actually nest on Oman's beaches. And those species are the loggerhead sea turtles, the green turtles, the hawksbill turtles, and the olive ridleys. And leatherback turtles also occur in Omani waters, however, they do not nest on our beaches. So today we'll be primarily focusing on the 4 species that do nest on our beaches. So before we move on to have a closer look at our first species, I would just like to take the chance to introduce the concept of regional management units, or RMUs. So to put it very simply, different populations or different regional management units of the same species can have different population trends, face different threats, and therefore have different conservation statuses. And so these different threats, they need to be specifically addressed and managed. So for example, taking into consideration the loggerhead turtles, they globally consist of 10 regional management units and subpopulations. And the Omani subpopulation falls under the Indian Northwest Regional Management Unit. So looking more closely at the loggerheads in Oman, they are mainly concentrated on 14 kilometers of Masira Island, where 30,000 females were previously observed nesting on Masira's beaches per year. However, recent estimates show that there are now only 11,000 females nesting per year, indicating, as Saad has mentioned earlier, a 79% decline in the population. So while the global population of loggerheads is listed as vulnerable, the Northwest Indian Ocean subpopulation of loggerheads is now listed as critically endangered under the IUCN Red List. Moving on to green turtles, the species globally consists of 17 regional management units, where Oman's population falls under the North Indian Ocean subpopulation, and it is listed as vulnerable. And green turtles in Oman nest on approximately 275 beaches, Ras Al Had area and Masira Island. And the majority of green turtles nest on a 45-kilometer stretch of beach near Ras Al Had, and this accounts for approximately 6,000 nesting females per year. And these nesting females, they account for 90% of the whole Indian Ocean subpopulation, so that's quite a lot, and you can see how important this area is for nesting green turtles. And as for hawksbill turtles, which we're moving on to next, they globally consist of 13 regional management units, and they are globally listed as critically endangered. So the major nesting sites in Oman are the Dimaniyat Islands and Masira Islands, both of which provide very important and good feeding and nesting grounds in Oman. So on Masira Island, around 250 nests have been recorded per year along 30 kilometers of Masira's coastline. Likewise, the Dimaniyat Islands are one of the most important nesting areas for hawksbills in this region. And the Dimaniyat Islands have been actually declared as a marine protected area in 1996. And one interesting observation about hawksbill turtles in Oman is that they have been observed to spend around 83% of their time foraging in very small home ranges. Finally, coming into olive ridleys, they globally consist of 8 regional management units, and they are globally listed as vulnerable. And very few olive ridleys actually nest in Oman, and where they do, they only occur on Masira Island at around 30 kilometers of coastline. So approximately 150 nesting females are observed per year, and it's suspected that their limited distribution in Oman might be to the scarce habitat availability of low salinity waters and mangrove areas. So you may have noticed that all 4 species of sea turtles in Oman are threatened. So 2 species are critically endangered, while 2 others are listed as vulnerable. And this leads us into the threats that sea turtles face. So there are a variety of threats that exist both on land and in water. So we'll start with the threats on land. So many of you might know about the impact of light pollution on sea turtles, where they can cause hatchling disorientation that ultimately leads to the death of the hatchlings. And lighting can also actually disrupt females nesting. And I'm sure many of you also know about the impact of plastic and abandoned fishing gear in terms of entangling sea turtles. Likewise, habitat modification and destruction is also a major threat, where recreational activities and driving on nesting beaches can destroy the crucial habitat that sea turtles need for nesting. And unfortunately, egg poaching and human predation are also commonly observed threats, where in Oman there has been evidence of consumption of sea turtles on both Masira Island and Mahmoud Island. And like with many other species, natural predation is also a threat, where hatchlings in particular can be naturally predated on by crabs, seabirds, as well as feral cats. In terms of the threats in the sea, the oil and gas industries, they somewhat face a threat in terms of boat strikes and metal or chemical discharge in oil spills, which can both influence the habitat that sea turtles occur in, but they can also impact the turtles directly. And fisheries and bycatch in terms of gill nets, shrimp trawls, and long-line hooks, they can entangle turtles. And that also leads us into ghost fishing, where discarded, lost, or abandoned fishing gear in the marine environment can trap and entangle marine life. And this is important because turtles can't actually breathe underwater. So they can hold their breath for quite a long period of time, up to 45 minutes, but normally they come to the surface to breathe for every 4 to 5 minutes. And stressed turtles can actually use up their oxygen stores a lot faster than they normally would. And so they can die within minutes of entanglement. And this is a video just to highlight how sea turtles can, die of entanglement in the ocean. And it's just the harsh reality that is out there. So as you can see, not just turtles are entangled, but other species of marine life as well. So you can see another fish that has been entangled there. And this will continue to happen if we don't do something about it, obviously. So there are many things that we can do to help sea turtles, and some of these are very obvious, and I'm pretty sure many of you already know about some of these things. So first and foremost, we have reducing waste and reducing marine debris, as well as not littering. So these are the most basic steps that everybody can take. Another thing that would really help is participating in coastal cleanups to prevent entanglements both in the ocean and on land. In terms of reducing the impact of light pollution on turtles, you can always turn off lights or reduce the light intensity at night next to nesting beaches, and avoid disturbing nesting turtles, hatchlings, and eggs. One thing that would be also very beneficial is to be more conscious and responsible as a seafood consumer, as well as reporting wildlife violations and injured, stranded, or dead turtles to local authorities. So here on the slide, you can see the number that you would have to report to if you are in Oman. And this helps us in collecting data and just gaining more knowledge about the threats that sea turtles face. If you've already done these things, then you can also additionally help us by helping spread awareness on threats that sea turtles face and supporting local organizations that advocate for turtle conservation. And last but not least, you can always follow national laws and regulations. And in Oman, there are a variety of national laws and regulations. So these include the 2001 Environment Protection and Fighting Pollution law or decree that we have, in addition to the 2003 Wildlife and Conservation, which highlights the different penalties that are included for violating the various laws. And this is not just limited to turtles, but also to other species of birds and wildlife. We also have a 2017 decree that is specific to turtle sanctuaries, and it clearly states that camping is illegal without a permit in these turtle sanctuaries, as well as that artificial lighting is prohibited after 10 p.m., as well as the disruption of nesting turtles. There's also a 2020 decree that highlights some regulations that should be followed around the use of gill nets. So the law states that permit holders, they must be careful that turtles and cetaceans do not get entangled in the gill nets. And if they do get caught, they must be released immediately. And there are also, as you can see, a variety of different other laws, and you can view all of these laws on the Qanun website, and they are all available in Arabic. So now I'd just like to move on and very, very briefly introduce the conservation and community outreach activities that have been undertaken by ESO on Masira Island, which, as Saad highlighted earlier, is home to all 4 of the marine species of marine turtles that nest in Oman. So first of all, just recapping some of the conservation projects that we have. We've had the monitoring of nesting loggerhead turtles on Masira Island since 2008, as well as the monitoring of hawksbill, olive ridley, and green turtles since 2012. We have also had beach use and stranding surveys since 2012, and 2 different community-based fishermen studies. So one of them was on bycatch, and those were done in 2014 and 2017. And another one was focused on changing the behavior of fishermen for responsible disposal of fishing nets, and this happened in 2018. And we also produced this poster to just summarize some of the studies. And this one is mainly focused on the fishermen and bycatch study. So moving on to some more community outreach activities, ESO developed some projects that can help support local livelihoods. So this project included providing economic and social support for women on Masira Island, while also raising environmental awareness at the same time. So ESO trained these women in their fields of recycling and silk screening, which the products were then available for sale. ESO also organized a football tournament where there were 4 teams formed, and each team represented one of the turtle species that is found nesting in Oman. And this was a very fun outdoor activity that was enjoyed by many people. Next, we have sign installations, and these signs highlighted the importance of the globally threatened species that are found on Masira Island, including but not limited to sea turtles. So 51 environmental regulation signs were installed in important turtle nesting beaches. And just looking a little closer at these signs, they include a map of the island, the key species that visitors can find, as well as the various fragile habitats that are found on the island, and some basic guidelines that must be followed on nesting beaches. ESO has also been organizing net cleanup campaigns since 2017, thereby annually cleaning 78 kilometers of important nesting areas on Masira every year. So the most recent cleanup was in December 2020, where 90 tons of abandoned fishing gear and other pollutants were collected. And you may remember that this brings the total estimate to 615 tons since 2017. And now I would just like to introduce a short video on the Masira Net Cleanup campaign that occurred in December 2020. And the video simply highlights some of the efforts undertaken by members of the local community as well as our collaborators. So I hope you enjoy the video. So we also engaged with local fishermen on Masira Island, where we spoke to approximately 100 fishermen, and we discussed methods for improving fishing practices, appropriate waste disposal, and correct practices for releasing entangled sea turtles that they find. So here you can have a look at one of the posters that was distributed to them. And this was provided in the form of a leaflet that was distributed to the fishermen. In addition, we distributed 300 eco-friendly bags and 50 posters to schools, fishermen, and government offices. And these posters highlighted the impact of light pollution on female nesting turtles and hatchlings and promoted the use of reusable bags. And the posters that I've mentioned were designed in both Arabic and English. Presentations were also held in schools, women's associations, and to members of the local community to further raise awareness on the turtle species that are found on Masira Island and the threats that they face. In addition, we have also produced a couple of different awareness videos. So the Voices of Masira video is just one of the ones that we've produced, but we've also got a few others. So one of them highlighted the various outreach activities that we have. And the next video, which I will show, it's mainly focused on the responsible net disposal awareness campaign that illustrates the impacts of inappropriately disposing of fishing nets. So I hope that you enjoy this video.
I would now like to thank our project partners and collaborators once again, in particular the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for funding this project. And if you have any questions or thoughts that you would like to share with us, please feel free to do so.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us. Hope you enjoyed our presentation. Stay safe, stay well, and happy World Sea Turtle Day.
شكرا للجميع وأتمنى أنكم استمتعتوا بيوم السلاحف البحرية العالمي.
you.